open yet?
No, and it's 9 o'clock.
Oh, perhaps she's overslept or she's emigrated.
It's funny though, Ken. She's usually open just after 8, and they can't both have overslept. Not Bet as well.
Here, let me. Was there anything you wanted desperately? I mean, I could let you have bread.
No, thanks very much, Ken. I'll come back later on my way to work. I was just trying to save time.
Anyway, if they have overslept, I think we'll awaken them by now.
We should have.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, Bet! Bet! Oh, I'm shouting for ages.
Well, I heard you're in Bath.
You rattling that door for the last half hour.
Oh, let 'em wait. You look dead rotten.
I feel dead rotten.
Have you got a temperature? God, you could fry an egg on it.
I knew we should have got them wet clothes off sooner. I said we should.
Is your throat sore?
Why?
Well, is it?
Oh, you don't think that river were polluted, do you?
No, of course not.
No fish live in it. Must have been all right.
Of course it must. A couple of days in bed, that's all he'll say.
Who?
Doctor. I'll ring him in a minute.
I'm not getting doctor for an ordinary cold.
Well, you look like death warmed up.
Why ever didn't you take up nursing?
Fancy a cuppa?
Oh, I thought you'd never ask.
Hey, it were a riot though, weren't it? All three of you finishing up in the river. I don't know who were more surprised. You, Fred, Mavis, or that fish you caught in his gob.
Didn't, did he?
No.
Oh, it weren't funny though, I could tell you.
I think you only did it to get Alf to give you a kiss of life.
That I had to do with Mavis. Oh, it's no use, I'll have to get up.
Lady, will you stop where you are? Now, what's wrong with me seeing to things?
But what about Rovers?
Well, I'm not going till later. Now, leave it to your Auntie Bet. Passes that, will you, love? No, a vest.
Cheeky devil. Who does he think he is?
Oh, stop going on about it, love. He says no, and he means no. Anyway, you were the one who didn't want to have a christening in the first place. Thought you'd be pleased about it.
That's not the
now.
point.
Oh, isn't it?
Are you not bothered anymore?
Well, of course I am. I want her to be christened, don't I? But what do we do if the vicar won't oblige? We can't christen her ourselves.
Oh, yeah, great idea.
Oh.
It's not you I'm mad at, love.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
We'll talk about it tonight, all right?
What is there to talk about? He won't do it, and that's that. We may as well forget about the whole thing.
Well, I'll think of something, you'll see.
Oh, like what?
Well, I don't know yet, do I? I'll see you tonight.
Anyway, why are you suddenly agreeing with my mum?
Come again?
Well, yeah. I mean, she wants Tracy to be christened.
I am not going to be told what I can and can't do with my own kid.
Oh, I see. It's not our Tracy, then. It's just your pride.
There's no point in arguing with you.
Hey, hang on a minute. Where will you be if anybody wants you?
3 guesses.
Oh, no. I thought you'd finished at Lens. They're going to be back off their honeymoon before paint's dry.
Yeah, maybe then we can get on with some proper graft. Do some jobs which show a bit of profit.
I shouldn't bother growing up if I were you, Pet. It's when you start growing up, things start getting tricky. I thought there were no harm in asking.
As much as I'd like to help.
I don't know who else to try.
No, not at this short notice. See, I'm on duty this afternoon. How long does the doctor think she'll be in bed?
Hey, she won't let me ring him. Says she don't want to be a nuisance.
What if the other two are all right?
Oh.
Mavis and Fred.
Don't ask me, love. I've got enough on my hands with this one.
I really am sorry. I can't help.
Oh, well, what's all this then?
I'm afraid you're partly responsible, Alf. Rena's a casualty of your ill-fated fishing trip. Somewhere in that river, there's a shoal of trout or whatever laughing their heads off.
What's she on about?
Rena's in bed with a stinking cold.
Oh, wait, poor Renee. Is she bad?
Well, she looks dead grotty. Still, if you will go round shoving her in rivers.
I'll just see Mavis. She was all right.
Oh, well, she would be, wouldn't she, that Mavis? I mean, she's very deceptive, is Mavis, isn't she? You're half as fragile as she makes out. What do you want, love?
Just a toasty loaf, please.
Look, can you help yourself, Alf? I'll just pop upstairs and tell her I'm off.
Hey, you're not going to lock it shop up, are you?
Well, I'm late enough already, Alf.
Well, Annie'll understand in the circumstances.
One of her staff helping out Renee Bradshaw, what got an off licence right from under her very nose, oh, I'm sure she would.
She's going to lose a lot of custom, you know, not to mention goodwill.
That's if she stays put. I bet the minute I've gone, she'll come struggling down here, looking like death warmed up.
Oh, heck. Look, I'll stop.
You?
Yeah, well, it won't be first time, would it? I mean, I've plenty of practice when Maggie was here.
Well, I thought you were on nights, aren't you, on your way home?
Oh, not to worry.
You've had no sleep.
Yeah, well, I feel responsible in a way.
Oh. Well, I'll just tell you you're taking over.
Hey, no, I'll go up myself in a minute.
Oh, yeah.
To take her a cup of tea.
I'll believe you, Alf. Thousands wouldn't. Thanks, love.
Biscuit?
Oh, it's half. I wasn't going to stop, but I was passing. I thought I'd just pop in and see how you were.
Oh, I'm glad it makes change to have a bit of company.
Yeah.
Fills the morning up.
Do you ever hear anything from Mrs. Caldwell now?
Not all that much.
You must miss her.
Yes, I do. Sugar?
Oh, it's half.
Do you know what I reckon?
What?
You've not come round here this morning to talk to me about Minnie Caldwell. You've got something on your mind, am I right?
Yeah, yes, I have.
All right, come on, don't keep it to yourself.
Well, it's the vicar. He won't christen our Tracy.
He what?
Well, he says it wouldn't be right because Ray and me aren't churchgoers. I mean, he was very nice about it, but he meant what he said.
Man of his word is the vicar.
I suppose you agree with him, do you, Mrs. Sharples?
Love, with every birthday that passes, I get less and less sure of what's right.
But you always seem very sure. I mean, you... Well, you do.
Do you think the vicar's wrong?
Yes, I do. I mean, it's no skin off his nose, is it? That's his job. That's what he's being paid for.
What does your husband say?
Well, he thinks the same. I mean, he's upset because it's happened to his daughter, and I know how he feels. Well, it's almost as if Tracy's been rejected.
Well, there are lots of folks who don't have them christened at all these days. More's the pity, but so she wouldn't be on her own.
No, I suppose not.
So what are you going to do?
Well, there's nothing I can do, really, is there?
Have you thought of Mr. Smedley?
Who?
The Reverend Smedley. You know, he married Len Fairclough and Rita Littlewood a week or two ago.
Well, would he say any different?
Well, you never know. You can try.
Well, can you do that? Is it allowed? I mean, it's like shopping round till you get what you want, isn't it?
Oh, well, I suppose there are some folks that look at it like that. But he talks a lot of very good sense, does Mr. Smedley. And at least, I say, you can try.
Oh, it'd be smashing if he would, Mrs. Sharples.
Heck. Can't hear yourself think.
What, oh, Grandma? When are you going back?
Where is she? Where's Deirdre?
I've no idea. I suppose this is a silly question, but did we know you was coming?
No, love, you didn't.
That's what I thought. Day trip, is it?
She got Tracy with her?
Well, unless Tracy's popped out on her own. She did say she might.
Oh, comic. Hey, it's not bad, is it? Is she thrilled with it? I bet she is. Hey, can I have a look around?
Feel free. Sometimes folks do ring up, you know.
Oh, kitchen's lovely. Did you say something?
Yes, I said sometimes folks ring up to say they're coming. It has been known.
Oh, I like doing things on impulse. I know it upsets you. Besides, I wanted to fix up selling my house. It's taken long enough. Oh, that'll be them.
Mum!
Surprise!
Oh.
Surprise! How are you, love?
Great! Hey, why didn't you let us know?
She likes doing things on impulse.
Well, what do you think?
Kitchen's a bit pokey.
Oh, Ma'am.
No, love, it's smashing. Where is she then?
Oh, she's in yard. Leave her a minute.
I want to see my granddaughter. You don't think it's you two I've come to see, do you?
Oh. Hey, listen. I've got something smashing to tell you. I've just been to see Mrs. Sharples.
What about?
Christening.
What's that got to do with her?
Well, nowt. But she says we ought to try the Reverend Smedley. You know him that married Len and Rita. She says they don't all see eye to eye. I mean, it's worth trying if you still want her christened.
Of course he wants her christened. Hey, ain't she coming on, little chuck?
Now, Ma'am, it's got nowt to do with you.
It is if he won't have her christened.
Not me, the vicar.
You what?
Yeah, it's true, Ma'am, but we're trying somebody else.
I never had any trouble having you done.
Oh, Ma'am, it's now an inoculation, you know.
Oh, I must have wakened. I'll go and get her.
No, you don't. You sit down. He'll go. Please, love.
Poor lass. Having you for a grandma.
It's having you as a father'll be her biggest handicap.
Well, how are you?
How do I look?
Fine.
I am fine.
Have you fixed a date yet? You and Steve?
No.
Oh, you left it a bit late. I expect you to be wed by now. You've changed your minds, haven't you?
Yeah, we have had second thoughts, both of us. Well, we just seem to cool off and... Well, I've been that busy.
Oh,
and
Ma'am.
better now than later, love.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Actually, I think he's a bit too posh for me.
Do you know, to tell you the truth, I thought that as well.
I'll box your ears in a minute. Ah, bless her. Now then. Who's come to see you then?
Hey, come on, look. Grub up, I'm starving. Hey, you, Specky Four Eyes, grub up.
I'll go and see him straight after dinner.
Who?
Vicar. Oh, I hope he says yeah. Wouldn't it be smashing if he said yeah?
Well, if he doesn't, he'll have me to contend with. Won't it, Tracy?
Well, nothing really grabs me. They're all pretty ordinary.
I'm surprised that it caused so much interest.
Well, it's not every day you get the chance to name a shop, Mrs. Walker.
It's difficult, actually. It is a bit difficult, but I think you might have done better with your prize, a denim suit, not for me.
What do you mean? It'd be beautiful. Better than anything you get in Savile Row.
Savile Row, never even heard of denim.
Then they're out of date.
Oh, come on, there must be something there you like in
Right,
that
then
lot.
you tell me.
His and hers, Dude Ranch, Tumbleweed, Pandora's Box.
That was mine, actually. I thought it was rather literary.
Too literary, as a matter of fact.
I only entered the competition as a challenge. I mean, the prize is immaterial.
No, it's denim, actually.
Didn't I read somewhere that denim's on its way out?
Hey, did I ever tell you about that fellow of mine, Ted Rigby? 1915. No, I'm telling a lie. It was 1916.
I'll go before big film starts again.
Just listen.
I will, yes.
There are some days I can put up with your Uncle Kenneth.
And today isn't one of them.
If he talks about that flaming Western Front just once more...
Western Front?
Yeah, First World War, you know, the one he practically won on his own.
Western Front?
Your needle's stuck, love.
Western Front? Here, we've cracked it. Wait a minute.
And that will be after that aesthetic man here.
Mr. Tatlock.
What do you want?
I've got some good news for you.
Don't tell me he's won the VC posthumously. Sorry, Albert.
You've made me day.
How?
Western Front. That's the name for the new shop. You've won the competition. I'm going to name the shop the Western Front.
Hey, you look great in the denim suits, Albert.
You will too.
Renee. Renee? I've made you a cup of soup, love. It's only packet.
Oh, I must have dozed off.
Yeah, we'll drink it while it's hot.
What time is it?
It's just gone 1.
Oh, very nice.
Do you fancy hotels?
No.
Right.
Have you managed to get yourself something?
Oh, I got myself a cheese sandwich.
Oh, you've been ever so good, Alf. I'm very grateful.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
Thanks, love, but I'm not really very hungry.
You don't feel very well, do you?
No, I'll be all right, honestly.
Listen, I'm going to get the doctor.
No, I'm not as shivery as I was, really.
What's his number?
Now, Luke, I'll be up and down like a 2-year-old by tea time, you'll see.
If I ring him now, I might just catch him.
Oh, you can be bossy, Alf Roberts.
Well, it seems to me you need somebody bossy and all. What's his number?
It's on Padney at phone.
Cash? You mean you want the money instead of the suit?
Well, I don't see why not.
Well, I can't go altering the prize now, Mr. Tatlock.
Right, well, you can't use the name for the shop then. It's as simple as that.
Oh, come on now. Western Front's been around a long time. It's not exactly copyright.
Oh, change your tune, haven't you? Only 5 minutes since I was the best thing since egg and chips.
The prize is a denim suit.
I'll do a lot for you, Albert, a denim suit. Give you a new image.
Right, you keep out of this, will you? It's between him and me.
Look, Uncle Albert, don't be so ungrateful. You just won a competition. You didn't even enter.
Oh, yes, still, I know how he feels. I mean, I wouldn't want to wear a denim suit myself. Well, speaking personally...
I heard you preferred leather. You cheeky cat.
Look, money or note.
Do you know, Albert, sometimes you have a way of concealing your naturally sunny nature.
You can always flag it, you know, Albert. Good money for denim. Somebody will buy it.
Hey, it's funny you should say that, Stanley.
Watch him.
All I was going to say was, you take the suit, Albert, and I'll find a customer for you. For a bit of commission, like.
Look, I can't waste any more time. Come across to the warehouse later. I'll get one of the girls to measure up. If you don't, it's your loss. Like I said, Western Front isn't exactly copyright.
too blooming mean to give me the brush.
You know, you're not really being very fair, Uncle Albert. Bowie might be a lot of things, but he's not mean.
You did hear what he said, though, didn't you?
What?
Well, he'd get a girl to measure you, maybe a couple if you play your cards right.
Over my dead body?
Oh, poor Mr. Tatler. Don't they pull his leg?
Mike won't change his mind, though. He's got to get as much publicity out of this as he can, and he won't do that if he gives Albert cash.
Guess what I've got here?
A tape measure?
Right. It were in the till. We were measuring the windows for curtains only last week. Come here, Albert.
What do you want?
Your measurements.
Save you going over there, won't it?
Look, you stop larking about. Tell him.
Yeah, stop larking about.
Hey, I'm going, I am. Get out of my way.
Betty, get a pencil.
One pencil coming up.
Right. Inside leg.
No, get off now. Get off.
You'll only make it worse for yourself when you start to struggle.
Tired you out, has it?
I often wash up dinner time.
Yeah, I bet. She's wasting her time, you know, going to see this other one.
You reckon?
Yeah, they're like doctors. They all stick together.
Expert on vicars, are we?
It's a fact. Oh, that'll be her now.
Well?
He'll do it.
Oh, that's good. I am glad.
Not to mention wrong.
Oh, he was ever so nice about it. It was just like Mrs. Sharples said. I mean, he wants to have a chat with us first, of course, but he'll do it, and it's smashing. Hey, where you going?
I'm going to tell Tracy.
Oh, I've told her. Honestly, he's that daft with her. He sits and talks to her for hours. It's worse than me.
He'll spoil her, you know, if you're not careful.
Don't spoil it for me, Mum. I'm that chuffed.
So, who have you got in mind, then?
Eh?
Godfathers and godmothers. Well, one godfather and two godmothers.
Oh, I've not thought about that yet. It's going to be very tricky because I don't want to offend anybody.
Are you quite sure, Stanley? Because Rini said no to me about...
A long time ago. She arranged it with our Hilda.
Oh, right. Hotels?
A tin of them sardines with tomato, you know. I'll make it too.
You've got a good bit there.
I will just put them down. Hilda will pay for it, don't worry. I'll do.
What's this then? Moonlighting?
No, Rita's a bit off colour, so I'm looking after the shop for her.
Hey, you look all in.
I could do with a sit down.
Oh, you're not the only one. So you come in earnest.
Hard day, love.
Not more than usual. Have you put the potatoes on?
Well, no, not yet, as a matter of fact.
Oh, Ernest, it does save time.
Emily, I just couldn't seem to find any potatoes.
No, I'm sorry, look. It's my fault. I knew there was something I'd forgotten this morning.
Potatoes, is
yes,
it?
Yes, the £5 back, please.
Why, Rini, you've changed a bit in the past 24 hours.
I'm going to put a notice in this window. Rini Bradshaw is in bed with flu, which is why I'm fed up up making cracks.
You've had your haircut or not?
Oh,
Very
shut
nice.
up.
Emily, could I have a word with you?
What about?
Well, Deirdre was going to speak to you, but, well, seeing as I've seen you, we want you to be a godmother.
Godmother?
To our Tracy.
Oh.
Will you?
I'm very flattered, but it's quite a responsibility. I mean, it's not to be taken on too lightly. Oh, I'd be delighted.
Oh. Hey, how about you, Rini? Will you be to the godmother?
I'll smash your face in, tired or not.
Well, go on then. Buy her a drink.
Well, she deserves it. Hey, that's nice. That lighter one there.
I wouldn't be seen dead in it.
Oh.
Look, all I'm asking you to do is to work for a few photographs. We need it for the publicity. After that, it's up to you what you do with it.
Hey, and you haven't forgotten my little offer, have you?
Have the blue, Albert. It'll match your eyes.
Yeah, or your nose. Sorry, Albert.
Look, I'd be the blooming laughing stock. That's the idea, isn't it? You're taking the mickey out of me just because I'm a pensioner.
Look, how many more times? No one's taken the mickey. We just want a couple of photographs.
My mum's really chuffed as well. We're ever so grateful, Mrs. Sharples.
Well, he could have said no just as easy. Have you decided on your godmothers yet?
No, not finally. Mrs. Sharples.
No, it wouldn't do. No, it wouldn't with it, love. Not at my age.
Oh, we would have liked you to.
Yes, I know, but I mean, so you want somebody around while she's growing up.
Well, as long as you don't mind.
I'd tell you if I minded.
And you will come to the christening.
You try stopping me. And what about a godfather?
Well, Ken Barlow, I hope. I've not asked him yet. And Emily Bishop said yes.
Oh, well, she'll be all right with them two.
Yeah.
Poor Uncle Albert.
Oh, don't kid yourself. He's loving every minute of it. He's never been so miserable for years. Although, why he can't just stick a pin in and have done with it, I don't know. If he hates all of them, what difference does it make? Now, what do you want, Cock?
Well, it was Ken I wanted, really.
Oh.
Can I have a word, Ken?
Yeah, sure.
I must say it'll be a great relief when Mr. Tatlock makes up his mind. It's becoming rather a bore.
Yes, Mrs. Walker.
And as for the ridiculous horse play this lunchtime, of which you were the chief instigator...
Yes, Mrs. Walker.
You're a grown woman, Bet, not a schoolgirl.
Yes, Mrs. Walker.
And don't be cheeky.
Well, meet Tracy's godfather.
Really?
I'm very honoured.
What a splendid choice. Do you hear that, Elizabeth? Ken is to be Tracy's godfather.
Ah, isn't that nice?
Yeah, that's 2 down and 1 to go. We want another godmother now.
Put on the thirst down here.
I'm coming.
So you need another godmother, do you, dear?
Well, yeah.
Perhaps you'd like to clear the glasses, would you, Elizabeth?
Yes, certainly.
Well, how can I help you?
Well, we were wondering who to ask, you see. I mean, we would have liked Mrs. Sharples, but she quite understands. I mean, you can't have anybody too old, can you?
How very true, Mary.
Anyway, I just didn't want to embarrass her. I mean, some people don't like to be asked. They don't want the responsibility.
Embarrass her? Who are we talking about, dear?
Oh, Betty. I wondered if she'd like to be Tracy's godmother. What do you think?
I think you'd better ask her yourself. Elizabeth, Deirdre wants you.
Yes, lovey. Well, we'd like you to be godmother, Ray and me. You're Tracy? Yeah. Will you?
Oh, Deirdre. I don't know what to say.
Oh, you do look jiggered. I kept hearing shop doorbell go. I'm sorry. Were there any problems?
Well, not apart from having to tell people why I was behind the counter instead of... Oh, there was one little problem. It was all right to let the Oggies have credit, wasn't it? Oh, heck. I had my doubts, but I didn't want to wake you again. I seem to have been coming up and down all day asking for stuff.
Do you know the nerve of those flipping Ogdens? I told you no when I came here at first.
Oh, I'm sorry, love. I should have known.
Oh, it's not your fault. I should have told you.
Look, I'll settle up. I'll put it in till.
You'll do nothing of the sort.
Well, I'll feel better if I do.
Oh, Alf, no, you've been great. You really have. Now, are you sure you're all right?
Never mind about me. I want to know what the doctor said. He was only here 2 minutes.
Well, he said it was only a chill.
Oh, well, that's all right.
He
Then.
said I have to look after myself. 3 or 4 days in bed, he said, and I should be all right.
3 or 4 days?
Hey, Alf. I wouldn't be in a mess if I hadn't you to look after things for me, wouldn't I?
Oh, don't just sit there. Do something. Chuck, I said don't just sit there.
I'm standing up and I'm doing something. Do you know, I've got 3 draws out of 5 so far, and that's more or less a world record for me.
Oh, not your pools, love. Not now. Come on. Get them wash leathers out. Give them windows a rub over.
Give the what?
The windows. Look, Mum.
Don't bother me now, love. Now tell me, is this lipstick all right? It's not too pinky, is it? Now go on, tell me if it is.
Well, it is a bit.
Ah, well, blow it. It'll have to do. You're bringing them back here after, are you?
Yeah, why?
Nothing.
You know what she means, don't you? Now, look, I won't tell you again. Get them wash leathers out and get them windows done.
What for?
What for?
Only a man could ask, and a daft one at that.
2 words out of you and that kid stops where she is.
That kid, as you call her, is being christened today.
That kid is going where I say she's going. And if you're that keen on a christening, get yourselves done. Might get some of that muck off your faces. Aye, when Vicar asks what names, tell him Morecambe and Wise. No, as you were. You're funny enough.
I'll crack him one before the day's out.
Oh, Mum. Now, look, Ray, we've got people coming, and look at them windows.
What's up with them?
Oh, forget it, love. Accept the fact you married a slob.
Oh, aye. I'm a slob, am I? I wouldn't be a slob if I got 8 drawers up, would I?
How many have you got?
4, as it so happens.
Then you're a slob. Where's your wash leather?
Under the sink.
Right. Oh, and he'd let me and all.
Too true, I would.
Me and me frock, and he'd let me wash mucky windows.
Well, what do you think I'm wearing? Me flipping overalls?
I was going to ask, what's that round your neck? A traffic accident?
Look, seeing as I'm the woman of this house and the mother of the child, do you think I could just have 2 words? Just 2?
Yes, love. Go ahead.
Well, I was wondering about what shawl we're going to put on her.
I've given it you.
Well, yeah, I know you've given it me, ma'am, but... Well, Mrs. Sharples went to an awful lot of trouble. I mean, it must have been agony for her knitting that other one. Her eyesight can't be all that good.
Are you saying what I think you're saying? That was your shawl. Your father bought it.
Yeah, I know. Couldn't we use it for the next one?
You what?
Ignore him. Now, look, let me get this straight. You mean you'd rather use a shawl that's been knitted by a neighbour than the one I've given you? I am your mother.
I know you're my mother. That's why I'm asking. I don't mind rowing with you.
Who does?
Shut up, Ray.
Look, I told you to ignore him. It's the only way to treat that one.
If I'd ignored him in the first place, we wouldn't be arguing about the christening shawl now, would we?
Don't be vulgar.
Ah, dear Empect of Weatherfield, it is obvious you are a very kind and considerate fella. By all means, shoot your wife and mother-in-law, because no jury on earth would convict you. Bah, you know what you're talking about, you do.
Pity you didn't ignore the registrar when he asked you to take on that load of rubbish.
Well, fancy seeing a fellow like you in a place like this on a Sunday morning. You should be at home with your family, enjoying yourself.
I couldn't agree more, Mrs. Sharples. Only some of us haven't got families to enjoy ourselves with.
Well, you want to get out and find yourself one. Or is that what you're doing here, putting your feet under the table, eh? Helping her out?
You can't wait to get folk married off, can you? Is that the only time you get a good meal, when you go to wedding receptions?
How is she?
Well, physically, she's not too good. Mentally, she's better off than I am. I mean, all she has to do is lie in that warm bed and not worry. And I don't even know what I can sell on a Sunday.
Oh, it's now but common sense, lad. It's what folks need, like tea and things.
Oh, well, I'm bloody if I can make a detail of it. Anyway, if I go to prison, I won't work these hours. What can I get you?
Quarter of tea.
I should have known. Are you sure this is right?
Well, she's never refused me. And that's the right money.
I'll trust you, Mrs. Sharples. I just wish the other customers were as honest as you are.
Right. We've got some bad luck coming up.
I don't know what your bad luck is, Squire, but you're all right now, because we're here, aren't we, Sandy? And I can't tell a lie, he's first. He opened the door and I nicked in. After you, Your Grace.
Well, it's about my facts.
Oh, yes, Stanley. Can I have some money first?
Well, can't you...
No, I can't. You've had your last penny of the tick off me. Cracking on that Renee said it was all right.
Well, I thought she had.
Well, never mind about all that. Let's just put it down to wishful thinking and leave it at that.
Right.
No, let's not leave it at that, because you owe me the money now. I put the money in the till.
Well, I'll tell Ella.
Yeah.
I'll tell Ella. Thanks very much.
Good.
Makes you lose faith in human nature, doesn't it? I mean, he's a nice enough lad, bone idle, but pleasant with it. It's funny, that. Do you know, he'll bend over backwards to get a shilling's worth of tick out of you, and yet he resents every eighth of energy he uses cleaning windows. Now, that is money. It really is the root of all evil. That's what gives me pleasant nature. I haven't got none.
Yeah, can you keep your voice down? I've got a terrible headache.
Say no more, Squire. I'll come and get what I came for and be on my way.
Oh, well, I'll have to weigh those. We sell them by the pound.
Well, no point, is there? You're only going upstairs. You know, for the invalid who owns the place. Bring money into it, we'll only confuse ourselves, won't we?
Could I have some aspirins, please?
I'll tell you what, love. You find them, and we'll go halves.
Now, isn't this nice? Do you know, you're the first to bring me so much as a good wish.
There's not enough consideration in this world.
No, you're quite right. And you without two earnings to rub together and all. Now, listen. I'm not letting you spend your social security on bananas for me. Now, how much were they? 20p?
No.
No, now, I'd feel much better if you did.
Yeah, but
Now, listen. I won't tell us all. Come on.
Oh. Well, if it makes you feel better.
Yes, right. Well, it does. Now, what's going on in the outside world?
Now, let me see.
I'd ask Alf, only poor lad is rushed off his feet.
Hey, don't knock him. He's better than nothing.
I know he is. And I'm very grateful.
And so you should be. Now, let me see. Liverpool got beat, but then so did Everton, so that's all right. The Langton's baby's being christened today.
Hey, is it today?
As ever was. Do you know, I'm surprised he didn't have me for a godfather.
Oh, come on.
Well, who's nearer the mafia than me?
Here, have a banana.
Oh, sorry.
As a matter of fact, you know, I'm not all that keen on bananas. Go on, you can act loud.
Oh.
Right. I'll go and get her.
No, you don't. That baby stops where she is until the taxi comes.
Deirdre, she's crying.
Yeah, it's an habit babies have.
Now watch it. You've been very good, the pair of you. We haven't had a single snarl for at least an hour. Let's keep it that way. Mother, don't let me have to tell you again. She stays where she is. And don't get at him.
When is the taxi coming, Raymond?
Well, mother-in-law, remembering what you once said about us not chucking us money around, I've decided not to bother with the taxi. We're going in the van.
We are not. Me in these clothes?
Mother.
You're not getting me in any van.
Mother, he's having you on. Oh, Tracy. Come down here and talk a bit of sense to your mother. Nobody else can.
Hey, it's one of the babbies that haven't changed these days, bless them. And they lose their innocence of sight sooner than they did.
That's the inexorable march of progress.
Ah, I don't call it progress. You know, when I was a girl, a christening was a celebration. All the congregation were there, watching and sharing in it. These days, they sneak in and they sneak out. I wonder they don't lock the church door behind them.
Well, I wouldn't dare do that to you.
By gum, they wouldn't. Hey, which one do I wear?
You asking?
Ah, go on, put me out of my misery.
Well, that one, without any shadow of doubt.
What, my wedding hat? Oh, well, it was me that said it was a celebration, didn't I? I don't remember much about my own christening, but I was told about it. The church was full to busting. All my relatives come, both sides. I had an aunt and uncle who come from Cleethorpes, and that wanted something to do in those days, I'll tell you. And the presents. Oh, my mum said she couldn't see the sideboard for presents.
Oh, which reminds me, I want to give little Langton something.
Of course you should, you're a godfather.
It's a very special something that was given to me. A silver rattle. A very elegant silver rattle.
You mean mine, the one Mrs. Haslam gave me?
That's the one.
I see. Well, let me set you straight on one count. I didn't give that rattle to you. I gave it to your two children. So, strictly speaking, it isn't yours to give.
It's still here.
Yes, I suppose it is. It isn't something you can break into, is it? Aye, go on. Things were meant to be used, and I never was one for ornaments anyway.
Good.
And it's a very nice thought at that. And there's not many of them to the pound these days.
Betty? What? Don't forget names. Roxina Bernadette. Oh, well, Roxina Bernadette, you lady.
Oh, hello. No one told me about any royal visit.
We didn't want to make too much fuss.
She thought I meant it.
Yes, well, we're like that up north. We believe out anybody tells us.
Hello, darling. Still writing for Mike and Bernie, are we? Where's the little fellow with the flat cap?
Is that his denim suit, then?
Yeah. Could have put the Brigade of Guards under canvas with the stuff I've used in this. Ah, there he is. The man of the moment.
Is that my prize?
Yeah.
Right, give it here.
Not till we've had our pound of flesh. Or in your case, half a ton.
Oh, it's so flaming cheeky.
I'm sorry, Albert. It's the excitement of the moment. Look, I've got a couple of press photographers coming at 2:15. I thought a couple of shots of you outside your house with a couple of nice dolly birds, you know.
Yeah, well, you can think again.
Now, Albert.
I've said you can think again. I've seen them things.
Yeah, but you haven't changed your mind, eh? I mean, you're still going to wear it. I mean, it's a work of art. Look.
Yeah, but that's another wearing it down for cleaning up. And I'm not having any pictures taken outside either.
There's a bottle of rum goes with it.
Go on, Albert, be a devil.
Albert? Come through to the back and put it on, love. I can't wait.
I think it's them.
Well, hello again, Mrs. Langton, and how are you?
Very well, thanks.
And this is
Tracy Lynette.
Tracy Lynette. Well, shall we get inside and wet her head for a change?
Oh, okay, Betty. Oh, yeah. Come on, then.
Yes, come on.
Oh, dear.
Those who bring children to be baptized must affirm their allegiance to Christ and their rejection of all that is evil. It is your duty to bring up this child to fight against evil and to follow Christ. Therefore, I ask, do you turn to Christ?
I turn to Christ.
Do you repent your sins?
I repent of my sins.
Do you renounce evil?
I renounce evil.
You have brought this child to baptism. You stand in the presence of God and his church. You must now make the Christian profession in which she is to be baptized and in which you will bring her up. Do you believe and trust in God the Father who made the world?
I believe and trust in him.
Do you believe and trust in his Son, Jesus Christ, who redeemed mankind?
I believe and trust in him.
Do you believe and trust in his Holy Spirit, who sanctifies the people of God?
I believe and trust in him.
No, I could do with church if they won't get you saying all them things you can't credit.
Yeah, it's hypocrisy, innit?
No, I meant every word.
Oh, I mean about saying things.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of it about. I mean, you take Walton. Every cold snap, that prison chapel would be full. There'd be every villain in Merseyside there, coming out with the Ten Commandments. Get back to the cell, they'd be nicking the hairs out your comb. Mind you, some of it was good. What is thy duty towards thy neighbour? My duty towards my neighbour is to love him as myself, and do to all men as I would they should do unto me. To love, honour and obey my father and mother, and obey and honour the Queen and all who are put in authority under her. To submit myself to...
Where'd you learn all that?
Well, it's the catechism, innit? I was confirmed.
Confirmed?
Yeah, well, it was something to do 1 January.
Obey the Queen and all that are put in authority under her. Yeah, well, Sir Robert Mark that's put in authority under her, mate, and the rest of all the coppers.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. It's Hippocratic, innit?
See, you've upset him now. Big churchgoer is Mr. Baldwin.
Flaming Nora. I look a right twerp.
Albert, you look lovely now. Come on through and let's have a proper look at you.
Come on
Well, you told me you were going to get rid of all this lot.
Now, have you tried getting rid of Stan and Eddie at closing time? Any road, you deserve an audience. Have you seen yourself?
Yeah, whose idea were it, any road?
Albert, believe you me, we're on a winner. Look, we'll have the photos taken in here, all right, behind closed doors. Just you and a couple of dolly birds.
Oh, he doesn't want us.
Yeah, you can get in the picture if you like, but don't take the mickey.
As if we would.
Can I have a suit like that?
Go on, pretend you think he's sexy.
What do you mean? Pretend.
Go on, man.
I just brought you a cup of tea.
What time is it?
About 2:15.
Oh, have you had your dinner yet?
Yeah, well, I got what I wanted.
Oh, Egg. Oh, you start. Folk will be thinking things.
They will, won't they?
What's happening?
No, I think they've all gone to christening.
Oh, yeah. Little love. Hey, I hope they dry her off properly. We don't want her catching cold.
No, we don't.
Name this child.
Tracy Lynette.
Tracy Lynette. I baptize you in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. I sign you with the sign of the cross.
To show that you must not be ashamed to confess the faith of Christ crucified, and manfully to fight under his banner against sin, the world, and the devil, and to continue Christ's faithful soldier and servant unto your life's end.
I suppose you know this is a day of rest.
Yeah, sorry, Alf. A quick bottle of plonk, OK?
You have to find it yourself.
I can do.
How'd it go this afternoon? Any eruptions?
No more than usual, no. No, I think one could say it went rather well, actually. Oh, and this, by the way, is for a do at Ray's at 7 o'clock, to which I am instructed you are cordially invited.
Oh, well, that's very nice of him, Ken, but, well, I've got to get myself to work at 10 o'clock, and I don't much feel like parties anyway.
Yeah, you sound a bit rough.
I feel a bit rough and all.
Oh, there we are.
so.
That's right. And there.
Anyway, you tell him, will you?
Yes, I will, and look after yourself.
Well, I fall down there and all, don't I? I'm supposed to be looking after Reenie.
Oh, yes, of course, she's laid up, too, isn't it? Look, is there anything I can do? Or Emily, I'm sure she wouldn't mind me volunteering her
No,
services.
I'm just enjoying a bit of bad health, you know. No, I made her a bit of tea, and I'll take it up to get my head down for half an hour in chair and then take myself off to work. And don't worry, I've got some good mates. I won't overdo things.
Yeah, we'll see that you don't.
Oh, what's that, by the way? I might as well tell Reenie what I've been selling. If I don't blow my own trumpet, nobody else will.
Absolutely, yes. It's Burgoyne past 2 grand. Burgoyne past 2 grand.
I won't bother.
Right. That does it. Come on, get in here.
What are you doing?
I'm getting out of this to let you get in. Now, come on, get your clothes off and get in there.
Right, I'm all right.
You're not all right. You're as all right as me Aunt Peg. Now then, do as you're told. Get in there. And if you say it's not healthy, then neither are you.
Right, salmon sandwiches in my left hand and ham in my right.
lovely.
Deirdre, you've not put the plates round, love.
Oh, sorry.
Don't worry about plates, though. They won't be outside me that long.
Oh, Ernest, don't be such a pig.
I'm not being a pig. I'm hungry. Anyway, this is a party, and people behave like this at parties.
Not at christening parties, you don't. You behave yourself.
And you make speeches. Now, come on, Ken.
What, me? Oh, no,
Yes, come on.
not me, no. If anybody's going to make a speech tonight, it's Mrs. Sharples.
Hey.
I mean, how could I compete with such experience?
I'm making no speeches tonight.
Well, give us one of your poems then, lovey.
There's an idea.
Yes, poems?
Yes.
Well, I only know one that's suitable for this sort of an occasion, and it's not very cheerful. Well, come to think of it, it would fit with one or two families round here, though thankfully not this one. That welcome little bonny bread, but shouldn't have come just went I did, 'cause times is bad. We short to pubbies for our Joe, but that, of course, they wouldn't know, would they, lad? But though we're children 2 or 3, we's find a bit of room for thee, bless thee, lad. That prettiest breed we got it nest, so watch up closer to me breast. I'll be dad.
Oh, dear Lord.
Hey, fight anybody that says I'm not.
Ah, little thing, now. It's lovely.
Brought you a cup of tea.
Oh, what time is it?
About 7:30.
7:30? Hey, you were right. I went out like a light.
Yeah. Well, there's a cup of tea and a couple of aspirins. Try and repeat the performance.
Hey, just answer me one question. What the heck am I doing in here?
Do you know, that's a question somebody else might ask and all. What is this widower doing in this unmarried lady's bed, they might say?
What do I tell them?
Well, you tell them the truth. You tell them exactly what I told that friend of yours.
Oh, did he get on to?
Oh, Jeff somebody or other.
Jeff Turnbull. Oh, he got a right one there. He's got a vivid imagination.
Oh, well, has he? Well, if that's what he thinks, why bother? Come on, look.
Hey, off!
You see? You said to me, you said, oh, you're not scared, love. I said scared. If there's anybody scared there, it's certainly not me. Get to sleep.
Hey, you're getting very mellow in your old age.
Well, I'm a dad now, aren't I?
You're a husband as well, remember?
Oh, forget about that. You've had it now.
Oh, don't joke about it. They say that's what happens.
Yeah, well, there are some pretty horrific forecasts, I grant you. I mean, what is it the prophets of doom say? That Tracy, by the time she's 25, will have to spend £200 on a pound of butter. Can't see it myself. I think it'll end before then.
That's probably precisely what the Germans said. Look what happened to them. It took a big suitcase to carry enough money to buy a loaf of bread.
Yes, and look at them now. Well, maybe by the time Tracy's 25, we'll be as prosperous as they are.
I wish I could think so.
Oh, what's it matter? It's being happy that counts. If you read the blooming newspapers, you'd expect to find us all sitting in corners, cracking his eyes out. Look at us.
Yeah, I quite agree. And to prove your point, Mrs. Sharples, here comes another happy victim.
All in order, Mrs. Walker. Fred's holding the fort. Right then, what do I wet baby's head with? Are you asleep, love? Don't strain this out. Well, if it's any consolation to you, miss now. All I got were a couple of glasses of warm lager and a curly ham sandwich. Still, I did get to old baby, which I suppose is as near as I'll ever get. Can't wait to get undressed and get into my bed. I'll tell you something. I'm going to take it easy on that Pernod. It has some very funny side effects. I had a couple while Annie were out at work. Do you know, I even started fancying Fred. Hey, do you reckon he's still awake? Do you reckon if I went and threw pebbles up at his window, he'd get out of bed? I'm talking of fancying, Miss Bradshaw. How are you making out with Loverboy? He made a grab for you yet? 'Cause don't worry, he will. I've seen that look in his eye and he's up to no good. He's not just here to play shopping, Alf. Why don't you just tell him you fancy him? I mean, don't just tell me. Oh, please yourself. Give him a couple of days, and if he don't make a grab, get rid. But if your Auntie Bet knows out, he will. Do you know what I think I'll do? I think I'll put my black negligee on and my high-heeled slippers, nip down back entry and throw stones at Fred's window. You never know your luck.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing there?
I live here.
You live in there? Who?
Himself. Do you know
no. Alf!
Hello.
It's a bit late for flaming hellos. Why didn't you say something?
Well, you never give me a chance.
I gave you every flaming chance. What's he doing in there?
Too poorly.
That's not all he could have took, neither. Hell's bells.
What's up?
I'm just remembering some of the things I said.
I've not forgotten them neither.
All right, my darling, it's not much, but it's all. Here, will you pay the man?
Yeah.
No, I don't know what it is.
How much is it, love?
What will it please?
Right, four there.
Hey!
There you are.
Thanks, mate.
Draw.
Ta-da.
There you are, love.
Thank you, then. What do you think, then, eh?
Well, has it got a balcony and a view of the sea?
As he tell us like, but I tell you what it has got. Taps that when you turn them on, hot water comes out.
Oh.
And the lift doesn't get stuck on account of the fact that we haven't got one.
Has it got a bed?
Way.
Hey, me and 4 o'clock in the morning flights weren't made for each other.
Well, you shattered, darling. I got a bit of a snooze on the plane.
Oh, well, I never can. Still, give me 2 or 3 hours sleep and I'll look human again.
Oh, you're back then.
Observant as ever, Hilda.
Did you have a good time? Did it come up to your expectations?
Did what come up to my expectations?
Well, the holiday, the hotel.
Superb.
Oh. Only honeymoons do have a reputation for being a bit of a letdown.
Yours might have been a bit of a letdown, Hilda. Then you married Stanley.
I'm doing this in a traditional way, darling. Come on.
I married him. There's the difference.
You get your shoes off, darling. I'll put the kettle on.
Do you know, I knew there was a reason why I married you, apart from your money.
Oh, Len.
What?
When did you do this?
I didn't. Langton did on my instruction. Do you like it?
Oh, it's lovely.
I mean, is this what you would have chosen yourself? I wanted it to be a bit of a surprise, you see, but I wasn't sure whether you'd like it or not.
Well, I do like it. I approve 100%. And it saves all mess of having it done while we're still living here.
Aye. Of course, we'll have to get the rest of the house done some other time. You could only do one room at once. But you can do that in your leisure, can't you?
Len.
Eh?
Oh, just that I love you.
I'm very partial to you, I know.
Oh, them last 2 weeks have been fabulous. Better than I ever hoped for.
I had a ball as well.
I felt about 17. Honest.
You looked it.
Still, we're back home now. Back to real life.
So?
So it could be different.
Why should it be? Look, darling, I don't want to go making any long speeches, any sentimental speeches, on account of the fact that it's not my style, and on account of the fact that I'm a bit shattered. But I would like to say that my only desire is to make you happy.
That's about the most sentimental speech I've ever heard in my whole life. And the nicest.
Hello.
Oh, hello. I'm sorry, Mr. Ogden, but I can't.
You lost your tin opener?
No, it's not that. It's Mrs. Ogden. I'm afraid she's put an embargo on you.
She's done what?
Well, she says I haven't to serve you with any more snacks. Not at this time of morning. I can give you a cup of tea, but that's about all, because you're supposed to be on a diet.
I am on a diet. Do you know what I had for breakfast? An apple and a piece of cheese.
Oh, cheese is very sustaining.
Yeah, but what size? It wouldn't come with thumbnail.
You've got to think of your health there, Stanley. Every few extra pounds you carry about, the few months off your life.
I'll be dying of starvation. I'm a big lad. I need me grub.
You'll just have to put it out of your mind. It's not long till dinner time.
Dinner? Do you know what that is? Salad. Flaming rabbit food.
Oh, he just can't see that she's doing it for his good, can he?
Oh, I think he probably can, but he just likes to grumble. It's a game they play. He does something, she grumbles, and vice versa.
A lot of marriages are like that, though, aren't they? From what I see, one person always grumbling at the other.
Yeah, that's all they are, just one long running battle. I think Stan and Hilda actually enjoy it, you know. They may argue a lot, but there's a lot of affection there.
I don't think Len and Rita will argue much, do you?
I wouldn't be too sure. They're both very forceful personalities. When are they due back?
Today? Well, they should be here now if the plane was on time.
And you can't wait to see her, I expect.
No, I'm dying to hear all about it. You know, what the tower was like and the weather. And I wonder if she's got a suntan.
Oh, you don't go on honeymoon to get a tan, love. I take it you are talking about the honeymooners.
Yes, they're going to Mavis. They should be back now.
Oh, they're back at 8:15 this morning. Caught a glimpse of them, you know. Well, there's plenty of time later to welcome them back.
You were out and about very early, weren't you?
Yeah, well, I couldn't sleep very well, so I fancied a walk, you know.
Oh, you're obviously feeling better then.
Better?
Yeah, didn't you have a dose of the flu or something?
Oh, yeah, well, I had a good night's sleep.
Oh, there's nothing like a nice warm bed, I always say. When I've got a cold, I mean.
Very welcome to my blankets and letting Beck go nattering on.
Little devil, you see what happens? I leave him for 5 minutes, see what he gets up to.
You were only there because he had flu.
I believe you, love, don't we?
Oh, every word. But what puzzles me is how they expect Miss Duke Alf for you.
Yeah, I wasn't too pleased about that myself.
No.
Only light wear off and he was snuddled, you know, right under blankets.
Yes.
Anyway, that's my spicy news from Neck at Woods. What about you? Have you had a good time or is that a daft question?
It's a daft question. Anyway, thanks for bringing these around. It's a nice thought, that.
Welcome. I didn't want you to come shopping, you know, on your first morning back.
That's all right, love. What do we owe you?
Oh, no, it's a welcome home present.
Don't be daft. Come on, what is it?
Yeah, well, go on. I suppose you do have more money than me. Well, it came to £2.10p, actually. It's only the bare essentials, you know, bacon, eggs, bread, milk, that sort of thing.
Listen, love, after 2 weeks of paella and octopus, I can't think of out nicer than bacon and eggs.
You didn't eat octopus?
No, I ate the paella. I married the octopus.
Lucky you.
Yes.
Ta-ra.
See ya.
Ta-ra, love.
Well, we gave her what she came to see.
Yep, a glimpse of the Fairclough's intimate lives.
Listen, I better get myself sorted out and my unpacking done. There must be 3 machine loads of washing alone.
Oh, forget it, darling. Get your coat on. We'll go round the Rovers, have a pipe thing. I want to show you off.
Show me off? They've seen me thousands of times.
No. They've seen Rita Littlewood. They haven't seen Mrs. Fairclough.
Oh, all right. But let's not go to Rovers till tonight, eh? I'd just like a nice, quiet dinner time. Just us two, eh?
Settling in?
Beginning to feel more like home every minute.
Oh, doesn't he look cuddly?
Never mind cuddly. Do you think it'd be a good sales gimmick? I think we'd have been better off with a dolly bird.
Silly old fool making a daft show of himself.
Oh, I don't think he looks daft, Mrs. Sharples. I think he looks rather sharp. Trendy.
You may fool your customers, Mr. Baldwin, but you can't fool me. Albert Tatlock's only wearing that clown's outfit because you give it him free. And no doubt bribed him with a drink or two into bargain.
Well, it's just a sales gimmick, innit, to get the punters to come in to buy. They see the photograph in the shop, then they come in and buy something. It's business. Put it in a can't found a notice board, eh? Centre window.
Will do.
Some folk haven't got the pride they were born with.
I mean, if you were off at something for nothing, you wouldn't take it, Mrs. Sharp.
No, I wouldn't if it made a blooming peep show of me.
Talking about peep shows, I hear Bet's going into business.
Just wait till I get hold of Supermouth Bradshaw.
Oh, shocked both of us, has she?
Shocked you about what? What did you do?
He's not going into it, are you not, Alf?
Can't I?
No, because when I've made a mug of myself, I don't like it being broadcast.
Don't worry, love. Your secret is safe with me.
It better be.
You shit, tell me what you're on about.
Shut up.
How are the Mr. and Mrs. Len's texts? Has anybody seen them?
Aye, for about 2 minutes, they're fine. They're coming in tonight, you can ask them yourself.
Never mind that. What did you do?
I said shut up.
When I come back off honeymoon, I were covered in chubly.
Why, where do you go, love, Alaska?
Morecambe. Hey, it can get very chilly in Morecambe in November, even on your honeymoon.
Hello, where's the honeymooners then? I thought they'd be here showing off their tans.
Well, if they've got tans, Hilda, it can't have been a very good honeymoon.
They've got tans.
Poor Rita, and after going to all that trouble.
Really, Bet, sometimes your sense of humour does a great deal to lower the tone of this establishment.
I do my best, Mrs. Walker.
Yes, well, the point is, I wish you would be rather less vulgar and a little more delicate.
Then perhaps you should employ a more delicate barmaid. Ivy, are there any jobs going at your place? Girls there don't get offended by a bit of vulgarity, do they?
Oh, you'd feel thoroughly at home, Chuck. Mind you, only thing I know what's going is evening cleaner. Do you fancy it?
No, I've done enough for Baldwin's dirty work. No, I think I'll stop here. It's all right if I promise to watch my manners, Mrs. Walker. Only I wasn't brung up with your social advantages, you see. Only being a Lynch of Harper and not a Beaumont of Clitheroe.
Wanting a cleaner across the road then, are you?
That's right, Hilda.
Fancy.
A Littlewood special coming up, no doubt?
Hey, do you mind? Some fellow whose name escapes me at the moment has just made a very honest woman of me. Littlewood no longer.
Give us a kiss.
Settle for bacon, eggs and tomatoes.
Good old English nosh, yeah. But, por favor, no garlic.
I no give her no garlic.
Hey, that hotel was fabulous, you know, but give me these intimate little dinner times any day.
Yeah.
Well, give us a kiss.
That's the second time you've said that.
It's the second time you've refused me.
Are you going to carry on like this?
Yeah, to a randy old age. Hey, we're going to shock 'em, aren't we? Signing on the old age pension together.
Yes, but you'll be there a year or 5 before me, laddie.
With any luck, yeah. But needless to say, you will have found yourself a younger man by then.
Oh, needless to say, so you better make the most of me while you can.
I am doing it.
Oh, hello. Oh, I know I should have waited, but I was dying to see and hear all about it. I mean, if you enjoyed yourselves. And, well, I didn't think you'd have time to bother with dinner, well, with all your unpacking and that, so, welcome home.
Oh, Mavis, sure you shouldn't have. Not nice, Len.
Isn't it? Yeah.
What is it?
It's my own invention. I call it Mediterranean medley to make you feel you're still abroad. And there's lots of garlic in it. Ole!
Well, and there looks to be enough for 3, Len. Knife and fork? We have company, Ole.
Thank you. Thank you very much. But, I didn't expect you to ask me to stop. I mean, I thought you might prefer to be on your own.
Now, what makes you think that? You know you're welcome here any time you like, darling. Now, sit yourself down there. That's it. Give me that.
Thank you.
Hey, Stan, guess what I've just heard?
Peter's left him.
No. Why, have you heard something?
Have I, eh? They just got confetti out their hair, haven't they?
Oh, well, it's after the honeymoon you come down to earth with a bump, you know. A day-to-day routine. She's all for the glamour and the glitter, she soon get restless.
Elder, what have you heard?
Eh? Oh, yeah, there's an evening cleaning job going across the street.
Eh?
I'm thinking of applying.
Good idea, Chuck.
Oh, do you think so?
Yeah, should pay a bob or two, being evenings, you know.
That's what I thought. Mind you, Chuck, it'd mean you getting your own teas.
Oh, well, I don't mind getting my own teas. Not on a good cause, you know. How much do you think Bob would fork out?
Oh, well, I don't really know, Stan. But it should be enough to buy one of us a new frock.
My partner in crime.
Well, how are you this morning?
Oh, 100% better, love. Hey, I've been getting some very funny looks, though.
Me and my Mars. Honestly, I only popped in to wish Len and Rita welcome home. Seemed far too good a story not to share.
Well, no offence taken, love. Between you and me, I don't mind being thought a bit of a gay dog now and then.
Hey, I didn't paint it that colourful.
Yeah, well, as I say, there's no offence taken, love. And just to prove that, and to thank you for being such a smashing nurse last night, how about going to the pictures?
Pictures when?
Well, anytime you like. You let me know. I'll be there in my opera coat, twirling my mustachio.
Right, I'll do that.
You'll come?
I'll let you know.
Oh.
Have I come at a bad time?
No, you timed it very well. I was just having my dinner.
Oh, don't leave me stop it.
No, I won't. It's only egg and cress sandwiches, not up to Green Vale standards.
Do you know what I have for my lunch?
Oh, let's see. Roast suckling pig, boar's head, and that dolly waitress with the platinum blonde hair.
Welsh rabbit.
Oh, yeah?
No, I'm a secret Welsh rabbit addict. Listen, what are you doing tonight?
Oh, I don't know about that. I should have to consult my diary. Anyway, while you're waiting, would you like a cup of tea?
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, the girls were talking about you this morning.
Huh? Good or bad?
Oh, saying you hadn't been round for a bit.
I've been busy.
And if you say a bit of what, I'll throw a soggy tea bag at you.
You knew I'd turn up eventually.
Oh, yes, I did.
I've been busy, honestly.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm not going to blame you because you haven't got the strength to pick up the phone. You've been busy.
So, the diary. What's it say?
Oh, yes, the diary. It says you're very fortunate. I've just had a cancellation from Steve McQueen.
His loss, my gain. Well, pick you up about 6 o'clock too early?
Oh, come on, have a heart. Give me time to get away from the workhouse and make myself into a new woman.
What model am I seeing now?
Yeah, well, the in-between one.
I'll settle for that.
Well, look, then. I'll meet in the Rovers between 6:30 and 7. It'll save you messing about here being cross-questioning if I'm not on time, you see.
What do you mean, Susan Gale? Oh, I can handle those two. I get plenty of practice with Beverly.
Pardon?
The platinum blonde, the waitress.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we're Rovers 6:45, and don't eat. We'll eat up.
Hi.
Hiya.
You needn't have bothered ironing that lot now.
Oh, I'm only making a start today. I'll only have to do them tomorrow anyway. Unless you've got a resident housekeeper you haven't told me about.
What do you think he's got you for?
Now listen, Langton, it's no use trying to stir it with your little wooden spoon. This is a happy household and it's going to stay that way.
Ah, ain't love lovely?
I'll tell you what isn't lovely. That strip of wallpaper you've left off over there.
Yeah, don't miss much, does she?
Well, would Deirdre?
No.
Hey, what did you miss it for?
I forgot, didn't I?
Oh, didn't you measure up first?
Of course I did.
So what happened? Did you get your sums wrong?
Look, it were a rush job, and I did have to fit it in between all the other work I'd got, and I was single-handed.
All right, I don't plan on having a honeymoon every week.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it.
So you will get another roll and finish it off, won't you? Otherwise, she'll just nag me.
Me? I don't know first thing about nagging.
You want to go to my missus for lessons? She took a degree in it.
Shall I tell her that when I see her at Rovers tonight?
I'll do what?
I thought you might.
How's it going?
I've nearly done now.
Don't mind doing overtime, then.
If you don't mind paying for it, I don't mind doing it.
How long now, then? A couple of hours?
Oh, at most.
Good job your old man doesn't object.
I'd like to see him try.
Well, if he ever does, I want a ringside seat. Oh, hello, Mrs. Ogden. Funny time for a visit, isn't it?
Well, could I just have a word, Mr. Baldwin?
Well, I was just going. What about?
Only Mrs. Tilsley here was mentioning as how you was wanting a woman.
Oh, was she?
For night work.
Well, Mrs. Tilsley seems very well informed about my requirements.
She's talking about cleaning job.
Oh, the cleaning job?
Yeah. I do have this morning job at the Rovers, and I'm sure Mrs. Walker would give you a reference as to me testimonials.
Yeah, well, the thing is, love, it's not up to me to hire a cleaner.
Oh? Who is it up to?
Well, it's me, really, but look, why don't you have a word with Mrs. Howard? She's still in her office. Sort it out with her, why not?
Well, you're the boss, can't you say?
She may have already got someone, for all I know. Oh, go on. She won't bite you.
Yeah, well, all I know is that you promised me those appliques for today. Look, we're all on standby. Look, if you don't come tomorrow, I've got 3 girls standing idle. Yeah, all right. Well, as long as you do. Okay, bye tomorrow. Though why any girl in her right mind wants to go around with red-hot crumpets sold here on a bum, I really don't know. Yes, Hilda?
Oh, they all go in for them filthy slogans nowadays, you know. It's pure filth. Walking pornography.
Yes, well, it might be filth for you, but it's my bread and butter. Now, can we leave the Mary Whitehouse idea for a bit? I should have been home an hour ago having a red-hot bath.
Oh, no, I have to see you on business, Mr. Baldwin said. He practically insisted.
Why should she look different? Well, they do, though, don't they, married women? They lose that carefree sparkle.
What carefree sparkle?
Oh, it shows once you stop being free of care.
Well, marriage isn't some kind of slavery. I mean, a proper marriage is a partnership, mutual support.
How often do you see that, though? Usually it's one party leaning, the other one being lent on. Then before you know it, the whole thing collapses and another happy marriage bites the dust.
You're a bit young to be so cynical, aren't you?
Oh, I'm right, though, ain't I?
Well, what's your answer?
Well, I should be asking you, Mrs. Sharp, as you've lived longer than I have. You should have all the answers.
My gums, you've got a knack of putting folk on spot, hasn't she? Well, between her romanticising and your analysing, there's a middle path. And it's got a lot to do with old-fashioned words like tolerance, understanding, and seeing the other folks' point of view. Then I am old-fashioned. And they've not come up with any new-fashioned words that say it any better.
All right. Yeah. Now then, on behalf of my wife and myself, yes, we did have a smashing honeymoon. No, we don't want any more cracks because we've heard them all. And yes, we're glad to be back.
And there is no truth in the rumours. We are just good friends. Let's hope it stays that way. It will, love. All it takes is a little intelligence.
Rita, dear, do you know I never did get the chance to see your wedding ring?
Oh, charming. It's very, what's the word? Visible.
Well, now I've finally taken the plunge, I can't see any point in keeping a deep, dark secret.
Always did believe it pays to advertise, didn't you, Chuck?
Absolutely. Mind you, it depends what you want to advertise, then.
Bet. What exactly did you say to Alf Roberts the other night when you were busy turning him on? Well, he's only just asked me to the pictures out of the blue.
Well, I only told him that you madly lusted after him.
In fact, you'd always fancied him on the quiet, ever since the first time he walked into your shop and asked for a quarter of streaky bacon.
Cat, you never.
All right, I never, but you did ask me why he'd suddenly ask you out.
I'm sorry I'm late. No, all hell broke out at the last minute, and then the Hilda Ogden came in and asked me for a job. Oh, Stan, I've started your Hilda on, you'll be pleased to know.
Good. I can do with a new frock.
Well, look who's here. And how's married life then?
Hey, it's got a lot going for it. I don't have to change my own plugs now.
Usual for you, Elsie.
Yes, please.
Mr. and Mrs. Fairclough, would you have a drink with me?
Very nice of you. Thanks very much indeed. It's Len and Rita.
Are you and him...
just good friends.
Now, where have I heard that remark before?
When you saw where I lived, did you go straight home? I mean, I'm famished for tea.
Well, no, the place was a bit of a pigsty, you see, and she said she didn't mind staying, so I don't think she'll be home till, about 9 o'clock.
So, what I'm going to do is think of the money what I earn here. It's on top of my other income, you see. So I'll put it aside every week and be real selfish for once in my life. Just think about me. I'll save it up till I've got something really worth spending, and I'll go out and give myself a treat. Buy something I've always wanted.
Such as what?
Well, I don't know. There's so many things I've always wanted, I'd be hard put to choose. Hey, what happens to all these bits of material on the floor? What am I supposed to do with them?
Chuck 'em in bin, I suppose. They're only waste.
Gas, you mean? Hey, does it take long to learn how to work one of them machines?
Not if you do it simple stuff. Oh, I'm going to finish me. I'm packing it in for tonight. I'll see you.
Yeah, right, I'll Chuck. Ta-ra.
Ta-ra, love.
So why shouldn't you go to pictures with her?
Well, you know how quickly these things can become a habit.
Aren't you putting cart before horse? I mean, he's only asked you to go to pictures with him. He's not booked Ted Brownlow's place for wedding reception.
All right. Yes, yes.
Well, Elsie, if you're ready, we'll have to love and leave everybody. We've booked the table for 8.
Hey, you're dining posh these days.
You want to eat at the most exclusive eating place in town. That's number 9 Coronation Street. You know, she cooks almost as good as she looks.
Oh, I'd like that. Very pleasant.
I suppose home cooking would be a bit of a change for you, wouldn't it, eh? How about tomorrow night, eh?
Tomorrow? I'm free.
Ken, how about you coming along?
lovely,
And all I
thank
could enjoy the honeymoon pictures, eh?
Right.
Be great, eh, Mrs. F?
Mrs. Walker, you know that rocky road of matrimony that we hear so much about? I think Len's just tripped over his first rock.
Right, then, I'm ready when you are, mate.
Oh, there's no push, mate. I mean, we don't want you overdoing things, do we? Not at your age and with your commitments, like.
You are asking for a smack in the mush,
Well,
mate.
seriously, mate, are you sure you can cope? Because if you can't, I mean, just drop me the word and I can always spare a
The
few hours.
day that I can't cope will be the day they bury me.
It's a very important side of marriage, is that, you know, Len. You get that right, everything else falls into place.
How will you know?
Right, I'm off to cabin.
See you dinner time.
Well, somebody'll have to come home, won't they, love, and start getting things ready for this supper you've landed us with. Come to supper, Elsie. Bring a friend or anyone else you can think of. Doesn't matter that his wife of 2 weeks can hardly find a way round kitchen and hasn't got so much as a packet of sausage in fridge. What are you, Fairclough?
I didn't think, did I?
What are you?
Impulsive.
Thick. Morning, Mr. Langton.
Morning, Mrs. Fairclough. Isn't she a sweet person?
Ah, she had a point, though. I didn't think, did I?
Listen, women are not supposed to have points, especially wives. You want to get your foot down there, Leonard, before it's too late, if it's not too late already.
Like you did with your Deirdre.
Well, first thing when I got her home after the wedding, give her a damn good hiding, just to get things off on a proper footing. Women prefer that, you know. They like the fella to be the boss.
Langton,
What?
you are going to put on that strip of wallpaper, aren't you?
Yeah, sometime this week.
Today. Otherwise, I shall tell Deirdre that you've been buying Arlene Fish and her mate cream buns in cabin lately. Langton.
Yeah, I'll do it dinner time.
Thank you.
Come on, boss man, before I puke.
Well, you know what Deirdre's like about other lasses. No point in causing trouble deliberate. Be daft, is that? Well, it is daft, what you're laughing at.
Hey, it looks like new. You can't see a sign of a mark. It's pity you haven't got another wedding coming up.
How can it look like new when it's just come back from the cleaners?
You can't tell it's come back from the cleaners.
Of course you can.
Big mouth. Well, you can't.
Look, when you two have finished whispering, we need some up for dinner.
I'll get it.
Yes, you will, and you'll cook it and all. That is if your imagination can rise above Chinese takeaways and fish and chips.
I'll get us some proper fish.
Oh, yes, and what will you get?
I'll get us a nice piece of egg.
Oh, lovely, you need a bank loan to get egg today. No, a nice piece of finny haddock will do the 3 of us on a Friday.
Finny haddock it'll be.
Yes, and how will you cook it?
Fry it.
Oh, No, stick to Chinese takeaway, love. That's why we won't be poisoned.
I'll never learn to cook if I don't try.
Well, no one will go into mourning, kid. Hey, Elsie, you going to wear your wedding outfit for Rita's do tonight?
Well, what do you think I'm going to do? And keep your hands off it, because if you don't, I'll chop 'em off from the wrists.
You know, I think she's mellowing.
Could have fooled me. How do you cook finny haddock?
You poach it in a pan with a bit of milk and butter.
Well, even I couldn't make a mess of that.
Couldn't you?
Yeah, I could.
Do you know who I fantasise about being?
Not Raquel Welsh.
No, as well as her.
Who?
No, Jean Drummond. She went to school with me and, oh, she was a very cool person. Not beautiful, but cool and very svelte. She's got this sort of art shop now in Manchester, but, oh, she always looks like she's catching Concorde at Heathrow. She's married to a barrister or something. He's very handsome. When he's got right strong, hairy wrists. Do you know, I've never seen a man with stronger, hairier wrists. Oh, she's very lucky, is Jean. Her father were only a plate layer on the railway, but it got one arm longer than the other from carrying a big hammer.
Fancy.
Life's full of contradictions, isn't it?
It certainly is. I should have been Ted Dexter.
That should have been Jean Drummond.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, you shouldn't be here. You should be cooking your new husband his breakfast.
He made his own. And mine.
Oh, like that is it.
But of course.
Oh, by the way, I won't better make it tonight.
Eh?
You invited me for a meal, or rather Len did.
Oh, he did, didn't he? You and a dozen assorted football teams.
Yeah, well, I've forgotten. I've got something else on.
Well, never mind. Some other time, eh?
Yeah, please. Bye.
Sure. Do you know, I'll kill Len. I wonder if he invited anyone else when we weren't looking.
Oh, married bliss spraying round the edges already.
Oh, shut up, you won't get your prezi.
What present?
A little present from Tenerife, just to prove that we did something other than sit in the sun. Like shopping.
What is it?
Well, open it to the sea.
Oh, Rita. Oh, it's lovely.
And expensive.
But do you think it's me?
Of course it is. It'll do wonders for your image in summer, that.
Oh, it'll make me feel like Jean Drummond. Oh, thank you, thank you. It's ever so kind of you and Mr. Fairclough. Hey, you've not come into work, have you?
Why, is job getting too much for you?
No, it's not.
Well, I set off to come in, and then on the way I decided I'd far too much on my plate at home with this soiree we're having for Elsie and her swain.
Oh, he seems very nice. I had a few words with him at the wedding.
He's all right if you're hard up, like her.
I see. It's not in your nature to be generous in victory, then.
Look, Len had no more intention of marrying Elsie than he had of changing sex.
It's not what everybody says. Riles you, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't rile me. You rile me. Well, look, while I'm studying, I'll have a packet of them serviettes and a box of them coloured candles, which I just might get around to lighting tonight, 'cause candlelight'll suit Elsie better.
Oh, Rita.
I needed that.
Oh, me too. Do you know, I reckon I'm becoming alcoholic.
Oh, what are you talking about? I am one.
What is up with you two? Cushy jobs, good money.
What do you mean, cushy jobs? You try working for Mike Baldwin.
I did.
Oh, yes. Well, you know how he wants his pound of flesh, then?
I've still got the scars to show for it, love.
Oh, tell me more.
Oh, sorry. Hey, I'll tell you what could slow things up first. Give us a breather, you know.
No.
Another strike.
Oh, that's a good idea. Now, what reason could we give?
We don't need a reason.
It is obvious from the very first day that you can't do two jobs at once, Mrs. Ogden. You have skimped in here this morning. Skimped.
I have give it just the same attention what I give it every day, Mrs. Walker.
Exactly. You've skimped.
Oh, well, if that's going to be your attitude, I shall have to think seriously about where my best interests lie, here or across the road. Of course, I am in industry over there, aren't I? With all its attending advantages. Tea breaks, union, job security, holidays with pay. Last time I asked you for holiday with pay, you gave me a return bus ticket you hadn't used into Salford.
Could save yourself a lot of aggravation, you know, Harry Walker.
Could I, Mrs. Sharples? How?
Ask for your cards, yeah? Settle in a nice little OAP bungalow somewhere. You could get one quite easy with your connection.
And what would I do with an OAP bungalow, Mrs. Sharples? I've probably got more room in my Rover 2000.
Hey, you noticed the difference over there this morning, did you?
What difference?
Well, it weren't like a tip. Everything was nice and clean.
Oh, were it?
I didn't notice.
Oh, you must have noticed. I were there till near 10 o'clock last night getting place tidy.
Oh, I remember now. One or two were complaining they couldn't find anything.
Oh, you're just like Annie Walker, you lot. Not worth bothering about. Still, not you what pays me wages. It's Mr. Baldwin.
Not for long, love.
Eh?
They're going on strike. And if you don't come out with them...
We'll thread you through a nutmeg grater.
Twice.
Half a pound of tomatoes, 2 grapefruit, tin of sardines, jar of olives, asparagus, 2 tins of pears. Well, at least you have a starter and a pudding.
Tin pears is not a pudding. Not according to Len, anyway.
They're only tin pears when they're in tin. Out of the tin, they can be pear, bell, Ellen.
What the hell's that when it's at home?
I don't altogether know. I read it on the menu once. I've not actually had it.
Oh, you're great help, you are.
How's it going, then?
How's what going?
You know, marriage thing.
Oh, no complaints so far.
Is he...
What?
Well, very attentive.
Do you mean attentive?
No.
Well, like I said, no complaints so far. Anyway, you're flying your kite with Alf Roberts.
Don't be
Yes.
ridiculous. Me and Alf Roberts.
Yes.
Just
Right, where's me dinner then?
You must be joking. All noshing is suspended until tonight on account of I can't be the hostess with the mostest and head cook and bottle washer at one and the same time.
Come on, let's go to Rovers.
Oh, no. He can. You can't, Langton. There's still a little matter of a strip of wallpaper.
Oh, I forgot all about... Oh, I am so... Do you know, I meant to bring a roll round with me.
You did, mate. It's in the van outside.
Thanks, mate, for nothing.
Well, come on. Chop, chop. You only have an hour for your dinner, don't you?
I think I referred you when you were single, and I didn't like you then.
Why do I like upsetting Langton?
Has my hair changed colour or something?
Oh, no, sorry, I'm going now. Sorry I couldn't be more out, love, but we're not really up to catering for dinner parties.
Right.
See ya.
See ya.
Aye.
Ta.
Hey, what's up with her?
She finds you fascinating.
Naturally.
No, she wanted to know if you were attentive.
What did you tell her?
I said you were better than a hot water bottle.
I won't be any good at all if I don't get a pint inside me right now.
A pint. I'm offering you a woman's mystery.
If it doesn't come out of a pump, I'm not interested.
Shee, a pint. Well, if that's what you want, we'll flaming well get you one.
Well, we couldn't have got up to much hanky-panky with him sticking wallpaper on the wall.
Ah, excuses.
Your boy, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Walker. My word, your bitter looks in very good fettle today, don't you, Greacho?
Good fettle.
That implies that there are some days when it isn't.
Oh, no, I wasn't implying that, not at all.
I only wish that your cleaning was as consistently good as my beer is, Mrs. Alton.
Oh, me too, Mrs. Walker. But still, we can't all be perfect.
What are you calling to her for?
Well, I don't want to upset her, do I?
You don't depend on her for a job now you're working over there.
That's just it. That lot are talking about going on strike, and I've not even had my first wage packet yet.
Elsie, Hilda's glaring at you again.
So, what's new? Oh, hello. Have you come to tell me my dinner's ready?
Not exactly, no.
Have you been messing about with that outfit?
Oh, we've not touched it.
You're not thinking of wearing it for Rita's do tonight by any chance?
I might.
I'll give all my makeup to charity if you don't.
I got that fish. Finny had it, like you said.
Good. I just fancy a bit of finny.
Yeah, you might fancy it, but you can't eat it.
Why not?
Well, you see, she is the only person in the world that I know that can make a piece of fresh fish look like poached boots in a pan. Sorry, Elsie, we just stopped at Chippy.
You know, you're pretty useless, you
Oh,
are.
I would say totally useless. Yeah, but my heart's in the right place. Come on.
Poor lass. I don't know what she's worried about. I can't cook neither, but it's never held me
Yes, but it's different with you. She hasn't got your personality.
Aye. Talk about me again.
Well, however did you guess?
Oh, from the sparkle in your eyes.
Hey, give us a pint, will you, love? Elsie, Ivy, yes.
Half a bitter.
Sorry, gin and tonic, love. I can't help my champagne taste.
I remember.
Hey, you are still coming tonight, aren't you? You and,
Ted.
That's right.
Yeah, oh, I wouldn't miss it for the world.
I'll bet.
Well, I'm off, love.
I'll see you.
How long are you going to be at that?
Oh, about an hour.
Oh, you don't have to stick at it all. Now, why don't you finish it off in the morning?
I'm not doing it for you, love. Oh, Mike Baldwin, I need money.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll see you.
Hey, enjoy yourself at Rita's.
Oh, I wish it was the Midland I was going to. Ta-ra.
Stupid fault. Christina. These, I'm telling you.
Mr. Baldwin, could I have a word?
Yeah, well, yes, Mrs. Ogden.
Well, I was just wondering, is there any point in me going over there to clean tonight?
I don't follow you.
Well, in view of this strike.
Strike? What strike?
Cross at the factory.
Well, have you lost your marbles or something? There's not going to be a strike across here. They're as happy as Larry.
But she said there was going on strike. Didn't you?
What's that, Hilda?
You said there was going on strike.
It's the first I've heard of any strike.
Listen, you told me about it at dinner time. Elsie Howard and Ivy Tilsley was here and all, and they never denied it.
I think you're working too hard, Hilda. 2 jobs, it's too much for you. And you're Stanley to Bath every Friday night as well.
Oh, I see. One of your little jokes, is it? Let's have another laugh at Hilda. Well, it's a pity you've got naught better to do.
I haven't.
Bit of a practical joker, are you, bet, eh? Humorist.
I like a good laugh. And I can usually laugh at most things, except one.
And what's that?
You, love.
Oh, hello. I haven't come too early. I didn't want to catch you up to your elbows in gravy. You know Ted, don't you?
Well, we did meet at a wedding. Mine.
Yes, of course, yes.
Yes. You know, I never thank you. The room, the meal, everything, spot on.
I'm glad you were pleased. Of course, I did have Mrs. Walker at my elbow, you remember?
Sorry about that. Hey, come on, part yourselves.
Oh, I thought you'd never ask. You know, I'm jiggered. We've had a hell of a day.
Well, it doesn't show, especially in that outfit. Not seen it before, have I?
No, first time on.
Really?
No, as a matter of fact, I bought it for your wedding, but I couldn't wear it. Well, it's a long story. In fact, it's a shaggy dog story. I couldn't wear it on the day, and I was absolutely fuming.
I can imagine.
Yeah. Where's Len?
He's carrying change. Would you like a drink?
Yeah, gin and tonic, love, please.
Ted?
Oh, same for me.
Right.
How do? Hello, love. You look nice. What a lovely frock.
Len, do you like to come and do these drinks?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Hello, Hilda.
I'm not speaking to you.
Why?
Telling me you was going on strike.
Oh, we were only having a bit of fun, love. You'd get plenty of that if you worked here. They're always pulling your leg.
I do work here. Of course, only in the humble capacity of a cleaner. What are you still doing here at this time, anyway?
It's a rush order. Mark Baldwin wants it by tomorrow.
Oh. Hey, is that hard?
Hey?
What you're doing, is it hard?
Is it heck? Not if you know what you're doing. It's simply as if falling off the log.
I've got a sewing machine, you know, one of them you work by hand. Belonged to my mother, and her mother before that, I shouldn't wonder.
Well, same idea.
Oh. You know, I suppose you could make nearly anything on that.
Yeah. Whatever takes your fancy. Oh. Girls are always making something for themselves. When Baldwin's not looking.
Fancy.
Really marvellous.
Oh.
There's a job for you at the Green Veil of Lane, if that's fresh, all right?
You must be joking. What do you think I married her for?
For me looks, charm, personality, not to mention me money.
Them as well.
No, this is lovely. It really melts in your mouth, love.
Oh, thanks, Elsie.
Hey, what's for pudding?
Pudding? Don't you mean dessert?
I mean, what's for pudding?
Oh, do you get a better class of diner at your hotel?
Not really, no. Whose side are you on? Rita, she's the cook.
Oh, so the way to your heart is through your stomach, is it?
No other way.
Well, I don't stand a chance because I can hardly boil a kettle sometimes.
Still, you dress well.
Oh, true, very true.
Any more lamb, love?
Of course there is. Ted.
Love it.
Elsie?
Oh, just a sliver. I have to think of my figure.
Oh, I don't.
How long have you known Rita? Oh, 6, 7 years.
But not as long as he's known me.
Oh, I didn't know you were old friends. None older. Well, we'll have to have a chat. You can tell me what her vices are.
I haven't got any, have I?
What the hell are you kicking me for?
Come on, help yourself.
Ah, thanks, Rita. Oh, thank you, love. What is for pudding?
Gooseberry sponge, if you must know.
Great.
Or cheese and biscuits, if those among us think that sponge pudding is fattening. Oh.
I'm telling you, it's gospel truth. I'd love to go to the pictures with him, she said. In fact, I don't know why I didn't say yes there and then when he asked me.
Yeah, no, she never did.
All right, don't believe me. But if you're planning on joining the Foreign Legion because of unrequited love, don't because it's requited.
Al, fancy game?
Aye, all right. Straight up.
Cross me out and hope I get split ends down to my scalp.
Come on. Still up to your tricks, Lynch?
They don't hurt anybody.
I didn't mean to hurt you.
But you did.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And you would again. You see this smile? It reflects a fairly happy person. A couple of months back, it was glued on like my eyelashes. I can't take the risk of that happening again.
Life's not worth living if you don't take a few risks.
Hey, do you think them two are getting together again?
To a surprise. People seem to change their minds like they do their shoes these days.
Tell you what, if she does go back with him, I couldn't make same song and dance, could I, now he isn't married?
You were rather stayed with her, and with me.
Not that it did much good.
Does it ever?
Oh, I think so. A lot of folk it were I could put straight if I was given half a chance.
Mr. Baldwin, is my husband in, do you know?
Yeah, isn't it?
Oh,
Oh, wait, just a minute. Everything all right over there?
Why'd you ask?
You were the last to leave, weren't you?
Oh, yes, everything's fine. Excuse me. It's fine.
Hello, Chuck.
You'll never guess what I've just been doing over there.
Robbing the safe.
Shut up, don't be so daft. No, I've been sewing with one of them machines.
Oh, aye.
Very easy once you get the knack.
You're supposed to do cleaning over there, not machining.
Supposed to know. Do you know, I could make anything I liked over there at night on my own. There's the machinery and the materials. Could have a very nice little sideline. Oh, I'm not as daft as some folks think, you know, Sam. Not be a long choke.
Lynn, you fancy a cigar?
I don't mind.
I brought a couple. Unless, Rita, do you mind if we...
No, I like the smell of a cigar.
Thank you.
So do I. I wish you could smoke them instead of fags.
No, shouldn't smoke anything at all, really.
Ah, that's lovely, thank you. By the heck, I feel at peace with the world.
Me too.
Do you know where I often wish? That my old dad could see us now. His ambition in life was to earn 20 quid a week. He thought that were a fortune. I don't think he ever managed 10.
Aye, we're very lucky.
You've enjoyed your life up to now, Elsie?
Oh, it's had its ups and downs. There've been 2 or 3 things I could have done without.
Like 3 husbands, eh, Elsie?
Yeah.
Anybody want a drink? Brandy?
No, thanks, love.
No, thanks, no.
I'll join you, Lynn. Yes, thanks. By the way, where's the...
Upstairs, first on the right.
Thanks.
Are you sure, Elsie, love?
No, thanks.
Hey, didn't you know about your 3 marriages?
I don't know.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's not one of those things that you can keep a secret forever, is it?
Cheers.
Cheers, love.
Something wrong?
No.
Oh, Rini.
Well,
Any night you like.
pardon?
Well, you know, you can go where you want. Flicks or a meal. It's up to you, really.
That's very kind of you, Al.
No, it's you that's doing me a favour.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you when I'm free.
Yeah, I'll make it soon.
Yeah, I will.
You've got a funny look on your face, love. Like somebody's dropped hot jam down your neck.
Alf seems to have got the idea from somewhere, and I wonder where, that I'm dying to go out with him.
Has he? Fancy. And are you?
And if it proves to be a disaster, do you know who I'm going to blame?
Who?
You.
Oh, well, don't worry. I shouldn't think it will be. Because I reckon Alf Roberts is the best thing since Charlton Heston. You all right, Alf?
Anything Rini wants, love, on me.
See what I mean? You've got it made.
I could have cut my tongue down. I never should have said it.
Well, if she's serious, what's it matter how many husbands she's had?
Of course it matters. A fella can't get suspicious over somebody who's had 3 husbands. He's going to ask himself whose fault it was it didn't work.
He had to know.
Not from me.
I don't see why you're so bothered.
I'm not that much of a bitch. If he's gone off, I'll never forgive myself.
He won't have. Len Fairclough. Hello, Mavis. What can we do for you this time of night? Eh? Yeah, she is. Yeah, hang on. It's Mavis. She wants you.
What's she want?
I don't know. She sounds as if she's in a flat spin, as usual, about something.
Oh, well, I'm in no mood for Mavis's problems tonight. Tell her I've just got him bath or bed or something.
Hello, Mavis, love. I'm afraid Rita's just got in the bath this very second. Yeah, is it anything that can wait until tomorrow? Yeah, all right then. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Look after yourself.
Thanks, love.
Pleasure.
I wonder what it was she wanted. Found her upset?
I told you, yeah.
Wonder what about.
I'm wondering where the hell she is at this rate. I could be here all flaming day.
Well, that might be her now.
Cabin. Yes, it's... no, the newspapers aren't on strike again, Mr. Simpson. No, the reason your paper hasn't been delivered is the fact that it hasn't left here yet. Yes, I know. We've all got to get after work. Yeah, well, newspapers aren't exactly like homing pigeons, you know. I mean, you don't just chuck them out the window and hope they flap all the way to your house. And you.
Another dissatisfied customer?
Simpson, 15 Argyle Street.
Are they having 2 papers this morning? Atkinson, Maudsley Street. And to think, I chucked up a job in the sun in Tenerife for the sheer joy of standing next to you when you get out of bed on the wrong side.
You could ring her up.
I intend to.
When?
When the sun comes up. She might still be in bed.
Well, she'd no right to be in flipping
She
bed.
might be poorly.
And she might have run away to Rochdale and got married to a jig and tool setter. You'll never know until you ring her, will you?
Oh, give her another half hour. Why?
Why? Somebody said they'd seen you two sneaking in here at the crack of dawn, but I said no, they got their own house to go to for that.
I'll see you over there, eh?
Oh, aye. When?
When I've got these flipping papers delivered, you will leave the van, won't you?
They have little lads for this job now, you know, in most modern paper shops.
Yes, but little lads have to be at school for 9 o'clock. And if papers are not marked up, they can't wait, can they?
Oh, I see. Overslept again, have we? I don't know what's happened to you two since you got wed.
Buzz off, Langton.
I'm going.
There you are, Chuck. Don't say I never give you now.
Hey, would you mind moving your finger a bit so I can see what Tommy Doherty thought about that penalty incident on Saturday?
Yes, I do mind. If there's anything I detest, it's somebody trying to read a paper when I'm reading
Oh,
it.
grumpy this morning, aren't we?
I always have been, ever since you moved in here.
Mind you, I've got a very deep distrust of people who aren't grumpy at morning. You know, it's not natural. I mean, take me dad. He's dead easy going normally, but the morning, open seas on us kids.
Do you mind? I'm trying to read.
Oh, sorry. It does get to you, though, doesn't it?
What?
Giving up fags.
I never even thought about it until you mentioned it this minute.
Do you know, I started smoking to stop biting my nails. Now I've stopped smoking, I've started biting them again. It's not that, then.
What?
Making you grumpy.
It's you yakking on when I'm trying to read the paper.
It's him, isn't it?
Who?
Oh, you know.
No, I don't know.
Ted. He's nice, isn't he?
Do you reckon?
Hey, when are you seeing him again?
I don't know.
Did something go wrong last night?
What makes you say that?
The way you've been this morning. And don't tell me you slept, because I heard you moving round at 4 o'clock this morning.
I came down for a couple of aspirins, not that it's any of your business.
I've got a very inquiring mind, and that is a sign of intelligence. It does sometimes help to talk about it, you know.
When I need a father confessor, I'll let you know.
Some sort of row, was it?
Oh, you just never give up, do you?
Oh, was it something he said?
No.
Something you said?
No. If you must know, it was something Rita Littlewood said. Not that it's any of your business.
Why? What was it she said?
Well, she just happened to let it drop that I had 3 husbands before.
Oh, the rotten cat. Hey, what did Ted say?
Oh, nothing very much, but when it came time to say goodnight, he somehow forgot to make arrangements for next time.
Oh, Elsie, how lousy.
No. Worse things happened at sea. It's not that important.
No?
No.
Oh, I got the impression you were quite keen.
Look, when you have been married 3 times, love, you're never quite keen on anybody. It's just that I happen to like a good time, and Ted's the fella to give you a good time. Now, is there anything else you would like to know?
No.
Thank God for that, she said, with a heavy sigh.
Here, go to your dad for a bit. Give your mum a break.
What do you think of that rattle I bought her then, eh?
Not a lot. She chucked it at me, played with her fingers instead.
You ungrateful little beast, aren't you? What are you then? Hey? Hey, page 3. Read all about it.
What, Jubilee Year Baby Contest?
Ah, that's the one. Or you're going to have to get your skates on, then, aren't you?
Why?
Well, they got this photographer down at precinct, you see, and you take a little beauty down there, and she has a picture taken, and then they choose the best dozen to go to the final at the community centre. Only today's the last day they're doing it, so you're going to have to get down there today, aren't you?
You're not serious,
Of course I'm flipping serious, Tracy. She'll walk it, won't she?
Over my dead body, she will.
Hey?
I'm not taking her.
All right, I'll take her.
You will not, you know.
Well, why not, for God's sake?
Because I don't happen to agree with baby contests. That's why not.
You do know what the prizes are, don't you? There's a silver crown for the baby and a weekend in London for the parents.
I don't care if they're giving away the Kohinoor diamonds and the Queen's coach. I feel the same way about baby shows I do about beauty contests. They're degrading for the participants.
Rubbish.
And that's something else I think they are and all.
Blaming women. Anyway, you're the lucky one, aren't you? Because when you grow up, you haven't got to get wed to one of them.
Still no reply?
Perhaps she is poorly, then.
Well, her Auntie Edith should be there. Perhaps I'd better go round.
No, I mean, if it was anything important, if it was anything serious, she would have got in touch with it, wouldn't she?
Well, it's not like Mavis to let us down without some sort of explanation, is it? I wonder where she is. Hey, could you look after the shop for an hour? I'll nip round and see.
Oh, yeah, 'cause like Lansing's already playing out with me for the amount of extra work he's got to do. I'm supposed to be a plumber, not a flipping paper boy. Keep ringing the cab at the cabin, love, until somebody answers, will you?
Oh, all right. I'll ring her as soon as I get there. Hey, you won't forget to wash up, will you?
I am supposed to be working for me living, you know.
What the hell do you think I do down at cabin all day? Highland Fling?
I must be the only plumber I know with wash day red hands.
Well, think how well they'll go, love, with your wash day red eyes.
There you go.
Oh, that's fine.
Ta, Fred.
Thank you. Doesn't seem like 25 years, though, does it?
What doesn't?
Well, since the coronation.
You've had 50 years of life I've led.
Oh, what a day that was, eh, Stan? In spite of the weather.
My old man decided to have a party, you know, in the backyard. And we didn't have a table big enough. So he cut the door off the lav and stuck it on 2 dolly tubs.
Yeah, then he chucked it down and you all got drowned, right?
Ah, it didn't matter, though. We just sat there in the rain, scoffing the jellies me man made.
There were beacons the length of England that night, weren't there?
Yeah, we went to one, didn't we, Stan?
Staggered, you mean?
Oh, yeah, that's more like.
Say it again, please, love.
Right.
Doreen Slater of Rosamond Street had Weatherfield's first coronation day baby. He was born 10 minutes after midnight. She called him Philip.
I was in London, me, for the lights, just like the illuminations.
Did you see the procession?
I just caught a glimpse of the top of old Winnie's head. I'd have seen more on telly.
Oh, if it had one, there weren't many around in them days.
No, there weren't.
Oh, there were a full-length film all about it, though. It were on the pictures the next week in Technicolor.
A Queen's crown?
That's it, yeah. Oh, you had to queue to get in.
I bet you wouldn't have to queue today.
No way, Mrs. Sharples. Kids don't bother about the country like we did, you know.
Of course they do. Half a shandy, Fred.
Did you eckers like Gail? Listen, Gail, when did you last stand in the pictures for God Save the Queen,
It's
love?
got nothing to do with it.
Well, of course it has. We always stood still till it were finished.
Kids care about the country as much as they ever did. They just don't get any encouragement, do they? Everybody's too busy knocking it, aren't they?
She's right, you know. Oh, she's right. It's a dirty word in this country is patriotism. Heaven knows why, because we've less to be ashamed of than the rest of them. If it hadn't been for what this country did in 1939, they'd all have been goose-stepping it to China.
Right, Mrs. Sharples, we showed them, me and the lads.
Aye, that's right. You fought them Nazis in every pub from here to Catterick Camp, didn't you, Stan?
Well, he fought more than you did, Annie Road.
Aye, well, when I was coming of age, you see, Hilda, the Germans and the Japs was busy taking over the world economy, having lost the war, like.
Our cat had kittens.
Come again.
On Coronation Day, our cat had kittens. There were one black, one tortoise shell and one bar in my mum's hat box. Isn't it funny that all them different colours from same mother?
It'd solve the colour problem if all you lot did the same.
Ah, true, Fred, true.
Mrs. Merrifield, the Blackpool poisoner. She reminds me of the coronation. She came to Manchester Friday before, you know, to stand trial.
I know a cat, all them kittens.
Oh, well. Where's Tracy?
Oh, I've left her at Midlet Road where she can get knocked over. No, Emily's taking her for an hour.
Give us a gin and tonic for Mother Earth here, will you?
Hey, Deirdre. Have you entered her yet?
Who?
Tracy for the Jubilee Year Baby Contest.
Hey, have you been getting at her?
No, honest.
You're going to, aren't you?
No.
Oh, you must.
Why must I?
She's a dead cert, I'd say.
Of course she is.
I'll be a cruelty with that, stopping her having a go.
Hilda, she's got no feelings about it either way. I've asked her.
Ah, not now, but later on.
Hey, it'll make a nice keepsake, that crown piece, you know. Solid silver. Something for her to pawn later on, you know, she's a bit older.
Are you not sure you've not been got at by my husband?
I never said a dicky bit, have I?
Not to me, he hasn't, no.
What do you mean, fooling?
What's the matter, Deirdre? Are you scared she won't come nowhere? Look, just hand me the blind darts, will you? Thank you. How are we doing, kid?
Keep it going. You're doing great.
That's just £2. Sorry, I can't make it any less. Oh, and talking about being sorry.
Yeah?
About last night. If I say it wrong thing, I am sorry.
Oh, that's all right, love. If Ted Brownlow's put off by a little thing like 3 husbands, then he's not worth bothering about, is he? See you, kid.
See you. Hello, is that Mrs. Kenyon? Oh, it's Rita Fairclough here. Littlewood as was. From cabin. Is Mavis there? That were Auntie Edie.
All right.
Well, you heard what I said. All she said was, don't talk to me about Mavis. I haven't seen her since last night. And put the phone down.
Have you gone on?
Shh, I've just got her off. She screamed solid all afternoon.
But you did take her to have her photo taken.
Oh, yes. I took her. Put her best frock on her. She was promptly sick down it. So I changed her, put her in her pram and wheeled her down there. And I'm sure there couldn't have been more than a couple of 100 other mothers, all with their eyes dead set on a weekend in London.
Hey, she'd knock 'em dead.
Are you absolutely sure of that, Ray?
Well, are you?
No, not altogether. Not the way things worked out.
Oh. Well, what went wrong?
Well, for a start off, she fell asleep in her pram. And she likes her sleep, does our Tracy. So when it came time to wake her up for the photograph being taken, she wasn't very pleased about it. In fact, she screamed solid the entire time.
But they did take the photo.
Oh, yes, they took it. And very lovely it'll be. That angry little face with those 2 red little eyes peeping out of it like bullet holes in the snow. No, I wouldn't go packing any bags for London yet, Ray. Oh, and another thing.
What?
Next time you enter your daughter in something, arrange to have a day off work and take her yourself. Now look what you've done.
On your own today, are you?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Is she not well then, Mavis?
Well, if you promise not to let her go any further, I'll tell you something, love.
Yeah.
You know how mad keen she is on swimming?
Yeah.
Well, it seems that she went for a swim last night in the Manchester Ship Canal, with all her clothes on. They fished her out of the Mersey this morning, just off Birkenhead, about 5:30.
Oh, it's not something to joke about, isn't death?
Oh, she isn't dead, love. When she was coming round, she said I must have taken a wrong turning at Gladstone Dock.
Oh, hello. We was just talking about you.
All right, thank you very much, Hilda. Shut the door behind you. Good night.
Hello, Mr. Fairclough.
Hello, Mavis. Overslept, did you?
No. It's a long story, actually.
And I've had a very long day.
So have I. The longest day of my life.
You know, I think I'll write a book about it when it's all over.
And what's all over?
How I gave up fags by sheer willpower. I think I'll call it 3 Weeks in Hell. I know just how I'll go about it. I'll go straight in, no messing. I'll say, there I was on my Todd in Elsie's living room, and all I could see stretching in front of me were grey days without fags, and this craving getting stronger and stronger.
Will you? Shut up, you'll have me as bad as yourself.
Yeah, but just think what lovely clean lungs you'll have. You could leave them to science. They could put them in a bottle and exhibit them as an example of what willpower can do. I can see the label. She wasn't much copper, much wasn't our Susie, but she had the loveliest lungs in Lancashire.
Ah, well, it's all right for you, but you're not going through what we're going through.
Do you know something? I think I'm going through too much. Hey, should we pack it in, Elsie?
No, we won't. We started this and we're going to finish it. If it kills us both, we are.
Any chance of that?
There's a very strong chance of you getting killed if you don't shut your face.
I'll second that. Sorry.
If you only knew what I've had to put up with from her over the years.
Who?
Auntie Edie.
I thought you got on well with her.
Oh, yes, as long as it's on her terms.
You've had a row, right?
If I never speak to her again, it'll still be too soon.
Well, what the heck happened?
Well, you know that I was seeing Derek last night?
Yeah.
Well, we went to the picture scene and we were a few minutes later than usual, actually, only when I got home, there she was, sitting there.
And she started a row?
Oh, no, that's not her way, isn't that? She just sat there staring at news at 10. So I thought, keep cool, Mary, take no notice. I took my coat off and I sat down. She still sat there. It was a good film, I said. Oh, she said, oh, well, that did it. I mean, there's just so much flesh and blood can stand, and I just saw red.
Well, what did you do then?
Well, for a start, I turned the television off. Now, I said, how'd you like that? I said.
What did she do?
She turned it on again.
And then you switched it off again?
No, I did better than that. I unplugged it.
Hey, Mavis, you don't take prisoners when you lose your temper, do you?
Are you going to give me that plug back, or are you not? She said, because I haven't seen the weather forecast yet. No, I'm not. I said, not until you've heard what I've got to say.
Oh, what did you have to say?
Oh, well, I mean, then it just all came pouring out, you know. What I thought about her and the long face that's always waiting for me when I get in late from work, or even if I'm in after 10. And, well, I mean, the way, if I'm ill, she's always got to be ill. And the migraine she has, if I so much as mention going away on holiday by myself. Oh, the way that we always end up doing what she wants to do. I mean, honestly, Rita, people think that she's a sweet little old lady, and she's a tyrant, an out-and-out tyrant.
She?
Yes. Anyway, I said there's got to be some changes round here. I said, I've got my own life to lead, so... I said, from now on, I'm going to come in when I like, and I'm going to go out with who I like, or else I'm going.
Good for you. What did she say to that?
You better go then, hadn't you?
Oh, so you went?
Yeah. Of course, when I got outside, I realised I didn't have anywhere to go, so I rang you.
Well, why didn't you come straight to us?
Well, I didn't like to, not when Len said that you're in the bath, so... Well, then I just walked around till nearly midnight, and then I found a hotel. Pretty seedy hotel.
Oh, now, Mavis. You know, there's nothing like a good screaming row for clearing the air.
Oh, no, Rita, it's not as simple as that. I mean, things were said last night that can't be unsaid, and I'm never going back to live there again, ever.
Well, where are you going to live?
Don't know. Just have to find somewhere. A flat.
Hey, well, you're sitting on top of one, aren't you? Or rather underneath one.
You mean the cabin flat?
Yeah. It's empty. It's convenient. I've no more use for it. Oh, what do you say to that?
Yes, but what about Len?
Listen, after palaver with this morning's paper, that's one person who'd greet you with open arms. Play your cards right, he'd probably carry over at threshold.
Well, it would solve everything.
Right, settle then.
Well, yeah.
Oh, right, hey. And I don't want you having any orgies up there, lady.
You never know what happens, do you?
Do you know, I'm beginning to think that row with your Aunt Edie's done you some good.
You know what they say about the quiet ones?
Oh, my back's breaking. You know what, Chuck? I'm beginning to think it's time you traded me in for a new model.
Get her that bottle, Bert.
Hey, you know them two machinists from Sebastopol Street? They've never stopped going on about this float they're getting up.
What float's that then, Mrs. O?
Oh, they're getting up a float to go in the Jubilee procession.
Hey, be a laugh, that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, it's more than we're doing round here, any road.
I thought Mrs. Bishop was supposed to be doing something.
Like what?
Well, I don't know. Her and Mrs. Walker haven't decided yet.
Flipping heck, why is it always them what has to decide?
Well, usually, because nobody else is bothering.
Hey, we could have an ale-supping contest out there in the street, couldn't we?
Oh, that would be very uplifting.
Well, we'll drink out of Jubilee mugs.
I say, why don't we get a float of our own up?
Yeah, why not? It'd shut them two at work up at least.
Yeah, we could depict the 8 wives of Henry VIII. Back to me being Henry.
Not somebody the royals would have wanted reminding of, I wouldn't have thought, old Henry.
Yeah, there's only one snag, though.
What?
To have a float, you got to have a lorry, haven't you?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's no sweat. Surely we'll find somebody to lend us a flipping lorry.
Yeah, and Stan could drive it, couldn't you, John?
Oh, yeah.
Always providing you can squeeze behind the lorry.
Me and the lorry will make you stand up and beg.
Oh, that would be lovely for them in the back.
Elsie, can I buy you a drink before I go?
No, thanks, love, I've got one.
Did Rita come round and see you about last night?
Yeah.
Did she louse things up for you?
Well, yeah, but it don't matter, does it?
Sorry about that.
Well, what are you sorry for? You didn't say anything.
Can't buy you a drink then?
Some other time.
See you then,
Ta-ra.
What were all that about?
Oh, now that matters, love.
Naughty.
Oh!
You told Mavis she could have that flat.
That's right.
Well, was that very clever, do you think?
Yeah?
Well, supposing her and her Auntie Edie don't kiss and make up then.
Well, I don't think they will.
So where does that leave us?
I'm not with you.
Well, if she moves into that flat and settles down, she's not going to want to leave it, is she?
Well, why should she want to leave?
I had plans for that flat, didn't I?
What plan?
Yeah, I was going to build an outside entrance to it. I was going to do up the bathroom and the kitchen. Then I was going to let it off.
Well, no problem. Carry on with your plans and then let it to Mavis.
I can't, can I?
Why not?
Because she isn't going to be able to afford the price that I want for that flat.
You don't know that.
Of course I do. I pay her flipping wages, don't I?
Oh, yeah. Still, all this could only happen if you did it up, right?
Right.
Oh, well, then, love, I mean, you're always talking about doing up alterations and extension and that sort of thing, but you never do them. I mean, not to your own property. Look at cabin. When was the last time anything was done there?
That is not the point.
Of course it's the point.
It isn't. The point is that you've made a pig's ear of thing for the second time in 2 days. You know, Mrs. Fairclough, I'm beginning to think that you are accident-prone.
I'm lovely with it.
What's to do?
Oh, they're only shut, aren't they? Hey, is it today Gazette comes out, or is it Thursdays?
What about my breaker? Open up in there, will you?
Well, it's not there.
Come on, open up!
Carry on like that, you'll have that door off its hinges.
What about my bacon butty?
Don't you ever think of nothing but your stomach, Stanley? Any road, I thought your elder had banned you from eating here.
Only me breaks, not me breakfast. Cafe open 8 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. It's nearly 8:30 now.
You're in for a new sensation then, aren't you, old lad? It's called hunger.
This is Mavis we're talking about, you know. Not a load of hippie squatters.
It's my flat you were talking about here. The one that you unwittingly left behind my back.
Listen, flat were empty. You needed a tenant, she needed a roof over her head. Seems to me like I've done all concerned a great favour, only you're too pig-headed to admit it.
What you have done, love, is landed me with a sitting tenant on a fixed rent. That is what you have done, my darling.
Mavis?
Exactly.
Ah, come on.
She's not altogether stupid, you know. I mean, she knows how much you were forking out for that rent. And as no one told her any different, she thought that she was going to pay the same. I was hoping to get another £4 a week out of that place, you know. That's the chance I've got now.
Could you really have got that?
Of course, a lick of paint here and there. Of course I could.
Well, we'll just have to put it to her. And if she still likes the place enough, she'll have to pay extra.
She can't, can she?
Well, she's got no flipping choice, has she?
It's the law that gives her the choice, not me. I'm only the flipping landlord. Anyway, I know how much she gets paid every week because I make her wages up, don't I? There's only one way she could afford that place, and that's if I was to give her a rise, and even you must see that that'd defeat the object.
Oh, all right. Don't drop the eyes. I've got the message.
Hooray.
We'll just have to talk to her, that's all. We'll talk her out of it.
We?
You, then.
You got us into this mess, darling. If there's any talking round to be done, you're the one who's going to do it.
As you like.
You think you could?
Me against Mavis. Hardly a contest, is it? It's more of a pushover. Any road, until you get your millionaire tenant, it's going to be very useful having Mavis living there. Something which my lord and master seem to have overlooked.
How?
Like her being on hand to do the papers in the morning while certain folk lie warm in bed.
You got a thought there, you know.
I know. Oh, walk in, it's open now.
Don't you ever flip in knock, Langton?
That's what I have been doing.
Well, knock a bit harder next time.
It's cabin door I've been knocking at, trying to get somebody to flaming answer.
Cabin?
Well, Mavis there.
Well, if she is, she's playing hide and seek. Place is locked up like Fort Knox.
Oh, silly cow, I've overslept.
Well, you better get round there and wake her up, hadn't you?
Good morning.
Oh, is that what you call it?
Oh, it's getting 2, is it?
And how?
Yes, well, never mind, Chuck. You and I'll drown our sorrows together.
I can't.
Oh, don't tell me you're giving up drinking tea as well as fags.
Look, every time I have a cup of tea, I want a fag. So I reckon if I don't have the tea, I won't want the fag. But I still want one.
Yeah, well, I suppose there must be some sense in that somewhere.
Oh, come on, face sake. If Elsie can do it, you can.
Of course you can.
It's not human. It is not human for a hardened smoker like you to go without a cigarettes in the morning. It is not human.
It's just simply a matter of willpower, that's all.
So you keep telling me.
Look, it's just a matter of digging your heels in, putting your back up, and come what may, refusing to give in. That's all there is. It's that simple.
Well said, Elsie. I do it all the time with fellas.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, cigarettes are finished, kaput, gone. As easy as that.
For you, maybe. For us lesser mortals, it is a different story.
Look, I thought you had more stamina than that. You were made as stern as... What's that?
Yogurt, wheat jam, honey.
Where is my egg and bacon?
Elsie, if you knew how much saturated fat and cholesterol there was in one rasher of bacon, let alone...
Gail, I don't know, and I don't want to know. All I care about is having a decent breakfast and getting to work on time. Now, where is it?
Elsie, there's no point in giving up smoking to save your lungs if you're going to ruin your digestive system by eating all the wrong food.
Now, you're a smug little devil, you are.
Only trying to look after your health, Elsie.
Look, I'll make a deal with you. You look after your health and I'll look after mine. And if I see any more of this muck on the table, you'll be in jeopardy. So be warned.
It's 9 o'clock, do you realise?
You've told me 6
9
times.
o'clock, which is 2 hours after these have been marked up and sorted and delivered.
Oh, it's nervous strain.
What is?
Why I overslept. It must be after all the aggravation yesterday. It's the only explanation.
Well, it's a pretty feeble explanation. I have just passed a deeply grieving Stan Ogden out there who said he'd been hammering on that door for 20 minutes. Didn't you hear him or what?
Yes, I thought I heard something.
I thought I heard something. Well, why didn't you stir your stumps and come down and let him in?
It sort of merged in with what I was dreaming, you know, the knocking sound. Do you ever have that, where reality kind of merges in with what you're dreaming?
You wish you were dreaming if you don't hurry up and get dressed and help me deliver these. That is, if anybody still wants them.
Do you know, I dreamt I was living on this caravan site and it was all run down and grotty and it were raining all the time. And all I could hear was the thump, thump, thump of the rain on the caravan roof.
It's a bit pipes.
Pardon?
Pipes in bathroom. They always make that noise.
Can't something be done to stop them?
Well, no, not unless you change the entire plumbing system.
Oh, well, I suppose I'll just have to get used to it then.
And damp.
Damp?
In kitchen. Hadn't you noticed? Oh, walls pour with it sometimes. Oh, it's a regular little Niagara sometimes.
I haven't seen any damp.
Electrics. Lethal. That's the only word for it.
Why?
Well, I don't know. But if you go and plug summit in, make sure you're earthed. Otherwise, you'll go up in a puff of smoke. I kid you not.
Dear.
Oh, it's a death trap. I would like to get out of it. I mean, it's all right for a night or two as a stopgap, you know, like you want. But permanently, I wouldn't dream of letting my best friend stay there. No way.
You're not trying to put me off it, are you, Rita?
Hey, wasn't it me that offered it to you in the first place?
Well, yes.
Well, then, I tell you what. You go and get dressed, and we'll have a look in Gazette at flats to let and see if we can find you something better. Well, go on before I change my mind and let you risk life and limb up there.
Hello, love. Oh, you're looking very pleased with yourself.
Well, without wishing to appear smug, I've every reason to be. Oh, ain't she a little poppet? Why do they have to grow up?
To help support their old mums, that's why. Has the Gazette come in yet?
Gazette? No, love.
No. It does come in Wednesday, doesn't it?
Well, strikes and weather permitting. It should be in later today if you want to call for it.
We might just do that small thing, might we?
Hey! Don't you have it delivered?
Well, we do, but as I was passing,
This wouldn't have anything to do with that baby competition, would it?
Baby competition?
The one with a weekend for two in London as first prize.
Oh, that one?
That one?
No, nothing to do with it at
course
all.
not,
No,
no.
as a matter of fact, we only entered her for a laugh, didn't we?
Of course you did.
If you want to know the truth, we don't even agree with baby contests, do we?
And do you always agree with everything your mother says?
Anyhow, what can judges tell from flipping photographs?
Did you not photograph well, then?
Oh, photogenic's not in it, Mrs. Sharples. There's some focus the camera loves and them it don't. Tracy just happens to be one of them it does.
That's a fact.
Yeah, except when she's bawling her eyes out, that is.
Well, you've got eyes, haven't you? What do you think it is?
I dread to think.
Oh, it's a cleaning mitten. For polishing.
Well, it still looks like a boxing glove to me, Hilda. I'd watch myself if I were you, Stanley. I definitely would. Mind you, if Hilda puts as much power behind a cleaning elbow as she does behind a left hook, you won't feel a thing.
Well, can you or can't you?
And I can't say what?
Oh, it's like talking to the flipping wall. Get us that curtain material.
Oh, consider it got, Mrs. O.
Oh. Gingham.
Hey?
I've thought it over and I want gingham to go on my mural. Or failing that, polka dots.
You're jumping the gun, aren't you? You can hardly use a machine. And you haven't got permission from Mike Baldwin to make curtains.
Look, I made this, didn't I? And as for permission, Stanley, well, you of all people should know. Them what ask don't get.
Can't you get the council to help to pay for these here Jubilee celebrations?
It's a very good question, that, Mrs. Sharples.
Which is no answer, then, Fairclough.
Ah, now, you know it's a good idea, and I know it's a good idea, but for every one of us, there's a loudmouth somewhere who's going to send, why don't you spend it on improving the streets or cleaning up the streets?
And it's the loudmouths that gets listened to, Len.
Every time, mate.
Has anybody bothered listening to Emily Bishop's idea as to what to put on a float for the Jubilee procession?
Ken Barlow did, Mrs. Sharples. As the organiser, I went over to the centre this morning to have a word with him about it.
What were it again?
It's a float bet showing Britain throughout history, you know. Ken's got it on the shortlist for the organising committee.
Short list, long list. When we have a street party, we organise it for ourselves. We don't get a committee to do it for us.
You know, Fred, I rather fancy myself up on that float.
Why? What else?
Eh?
Well, you've got to go dressed up as somebody from history bet, haven't you?
Or undressed, as the case may be. Like Lady Godiva.
You wouldn't. Would you?
Patience, Frederick, patience. All shall be revealed in time.
How's it going then, your no-smoking campaign?
Don't ask.
Bad as that, eh?
Hell is the word for it, I think. Hey, by the way, Susie's not been in here getting fags on the QT, has he?
Shame on you, Howard. Whatever happened to your faith in human nature?
The same as yours. It died of natural causes.
Are you going home for your dinner? Because I've got 2 chops upstairs if you want one.
No, thanks, love. I better make tracks, or else Len will have given me up as a bad job. That is, if he hasn't already.
You're moving in upstairs, then?
Well, I was planning on it, yeah.
Only for a couple of nights, you know. That right, maybe, till she finds something better.
Better?
Well, Rita seems to think it's not right for me. It's got rising damp, apparently.
Yeah, but it's cheap enough, isn't it?
Oh, yes, but...
Well, yes, love. Never mind the rising damp, think of the rising rates. You'll find nowhere else as cheap, you mark my words.
Do you think so?
Oh, look at the times I was looking for a flat for months, if you remember. And the girls are still looking and they've not found anything, or so they say. Oh, no, love, you stick where you... Was it your Auntie Edie's cooking or something?
Amongst other things. Hey, perhaps Elsie's right, Rita, and perhaps I would be better off stopping here after all.
Well, you don't have to decide this minute, do you?
No. In fact, I'm sure she's right. I mean, when all's said and done, you are happy enough here, and what's good enough for you is certainly good enough for me. So let's call it settled then, and I will be staying here after all, eh?
What did I say? Too flaming much, if you must know.
Me against Mavis, she says. No contest, she says. It'll be a pushover.
We're
she
doing
says.
all right, Elsie. Howard shoved her 2 penn'orth in.
And what do you propose we do now, then?
Give in gracefully?
And miss out on an extra £4 a week? No chance.
Oh, I'm sick of talking about it. Finish your tea.
Perhaps she'll start pining after Auntie Edie and go back after her own accord, eh?
Well, I wouldn't count on it.
You never know, you look.
Listen, she's just severed the umbilical what's-it, hasn't she? Belatedly, perhaps. But she won't be going back to Auntie Edie, unless it's for some homemade jam. No, we're stuck with her, and we'll just have to get used to the idea.
Not me.
Oh, come on, Len, you said yourself. You can't throw her out, you can't put rent up, you can't set foot in the place without her say-so. Face facts, we have tried and we have failed.
Correction. You have tried and failed.
Do you think you can do any better?
She shall be putty in my hands, darling.
You just listen to your old mum, sweetheart. It's not prettiness in this life that counts. It's character. So even if you did get in the finals of that baby competition, it wouldn't mean out. Anyway, be better off if you don't win. Them folks won't be thinking you're just a pretty face. Anyway, who wants to go to London? Horrible, noisy, crowded place. Oh, we're better off here. Much better off.
Mavis, where art thou? In the back. Off you go, and no rough stuff.
Would I?
It has been, no.
Not this time. This time I'm going to treat her with loving kindness.
Hello, Mr. Fairclough.
Hard at it.
Oh, yes, it's this floor. Do you know, it just seems to attract the dirt. And if I don't do it, nobody else will. You can be sure of that. Not that Rita need... Well, I mean, there's no reason why she should clean... It's just that somebody has to do it, so it might as well be me.
And you make a marvellous job of it as well, love.
Well, we aim to please.
Now, just sit down a minute, will you, love? I'd like a bit of a chat about the flat.
Oh, yes, well, I suppose it is time we ironed out the details.
Well, it's
isn't
actually the details I want to talk about, you see.
Oh.
I mean, you know what Rita's like. She jumps in with both feet, never thinks about anything, does she? Never asks advice. Because if she asked advice, we wouldn't be in this mess now, would we?
Mess?
About the flat.
Well, are we in a mess?
Yeah, well, let's just say we got a couple of wires crossed, eh? And we need them uncrossing. Like the rent, for a start.
What about the rent?
Well, I don't think you're going to be able to afford it, love. And when you've thought about it, I think you might agree.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Fairclough, but I have thought about it, and, well, £6 a week's fine, just fine.
That's the point, love. It isn't £6 a week anymore. It's 10.
I wonder if she'll win it.
Oh, what?
Tracy, win the Jubilee Year Baby contest.
Yeah, well, she has to get into the finals first, hasn't she?
Gazette are running another competition as well.
Oh?
Glamorous Granny competition.
So?
Just thought you'd be interested, that's all.
Yeah, well, you thought wrong, didn't you?
Like, Grandma.
But it was £6 a week when Rita lived here.
Ah, yes, love, but that was then.
Oh, you mean that was Rita and she gets special treatment?
I mean what I say, no more, no less. No, you better go in back to your aunties, love. Forgive and forget, eh? I mean, she can't be all that bad.
Oh, you don't know her. She treats me like a helpless child in what time I should get up, what I should eat and what I shouldn't eat. Well, if you treat it like a child for long enough, you'll behave like one. And the only way I can prove that I'm not one is by leaving her, but by being independent before it's too late.
She's not going to think much of you taking on a place you can't afford and having to go back to her with your tail between your legs, saying you can't cope. Cut your losses, love. Forgive and forget, eh? I'll tell you what, I'll drive you around there myself. Give us a ring at the yard.
Mr. Fairclough, I don't think I've made myself clear. I don't want to go back to me Auntie Edith. I want to stay here.
But I've just explained,
Yes,
love.
and I've just listened. And, well, it seems to me, when I come to think of it, I spend my whole life listening to other people's points of view. Well, I've got a point of view of my own, and, well, I know I haven't got anything in writing, and that might go against me, but, well, it seems to me that I've got a perfect right to stay here in the flat at the present rent for as long as I want.
Supposing I say you can't?
I just have to take you to the rent people. Oh, look, couldn't we say £8 a week as a compromise?
That flat is worth a tenner a week, and there's no point in kidding yourself otherwise.
Well, the flat might be, but what about all the inconvenience that goes with it?
Like what?
Like the noisy pipes and the rising damp.
Rising damp? What rising damp?
Not to mention the faulty electrics. Oh, Rita's told me all about it. According to her, the place is an absolute death trap.
Oh, no. Not more rabbit food.
No, they keep the fags at bay. Try one.
No, thanks. I prefer marmite tips. Put that kettle on, will you, love? I'm parched.
How did it go, then?
How did what go?
Day 2 without a dragon a cough.
Oh, fine, I think. I hardly noticed it. And you?
Oh, push over. You know, honestly, I think I've got it licked now.
How do you make that out?
Well, all you've got to do is think of all the sordid bits about smoking, like all them dirty ashtrays.
And smelly breath.
And nicotine-stained fingers.
And smelly breath.
Are you trying to make a point, Potter? Do you know, if someone walked through that door now and offered me a fag, I'd tell them what to do with it, honest.
I see. And I was the one that wasn't supposed to be human.
No, as you say, it's all a question of willpower, isn't it?
See? Gail, I think I'll have that cup of tea in my room. I've gone right off her since she's taken the veil.
Naughty.
Just looking.
8 flaming quid.
Well, you didn't have to accept it. You could have held out for more.
And you didn't have to tell her the place was damp.
I was trying to help.
With that sort of help, I could go bust, darling.
It's not just the money, is it? It's the fact that I did something off my own bat without consulting you first.
It might have helped if you had done.
Well, just bear this in mind. The reason Mavis is so anxious to get shut of that auntie of hers is because she never trusted her. Not even to put out empty milk bottles at night, let alone make a decision on her own. And it finally wore her down so much that she finally packed her little skip and left. And right at this moment in time, I know exactly how she feels. So let's just close the subject, okay?
Who's the most beautiful girl in all Weatherfield, then, eh? Who's going to win a nice little holiday for a month?
Did it ever occur to you, Ray, that Tracy might not be as perfect as you'd have the rest of the world believe?
Do you hear that, Tracy? That's your man talking. Her what's supposed to be loyal in word and deed.
I'm not saying I'm not. But you are blind to her faults, love, you are really.
What faults?
Well, her runny nose and the rash on her arms, to name but 2.
All babies have them.
Not perfect type babies, Ray. Not cherubic babies who model for rusks and talcum powder and get into the finals of baby contests.
Do you not want her to win, then?
Well, of course I want her to win, but I also don't want to be disappointed, which in this case is practically a guarantee. Now, stop messing about. Come and get your tea.
You do realise it's our daughter you're running down, left, right and centre?
I am trying to be sensible. One of us has to be. She's got a lot of qualities. I'm not saying she's not. But getting into the finals of baby contests is not one of them.
Is that?
So?
Oh, come on, Deirdre.
Come and get your tea.
Oh, this is daft.
Stop faffing about and come and get your tea.
Well, I'm going to check.
Not without me, you're not.
Come on.
Right. I don't believe it. I do not flaming believe it.
Well, if you don't believe me, see for yourself.
Give it us, then.
Well, he actually has, you know. Only got herself into finals.
And last but not least, contestant number 10, looking none too happy in this photograph, is Tracy Lynette Langton of 5 Coronation Street.
Oh, I'd like to see Deirdre's face now.
Not to mention the proud father. We'll not hear the last of that. You realise that?
Hey, let's have a shove here, then.
Hey, maybe they don't know. I mean, maybe they haven't seen paper
Are
yet.
you joking? The way them two have carried on today, they were probably at the printers waiting for it to come off press.
Well, there's somebody else got herself into the finals here. And she's kept quiet about it, hasn't she?
What final, where?
Oh, glamorous grandmother competition.
Let me have a look at that. The sly cat, would you credit it?
Who is it?
See for yourself.
Ooh, some folk never give up.
Back the Hector, back the good life.
Oh, I know, you can't beat it. Trouble is, scenery doesn't change much. I mean, you never see the sun going down behind this freezer, for instance.
Did you always fancy a shop?
It's funny you should ask me that. Do you know, when I was at school, they always used to ask me what I wanted to do when I left, and I always said travel. You know, I must have been between here and that bacon slicer. Half a dozen times this morning.
You seen it then?
Wasn't I supposed to?
Yeah, of course. Well?
Well, what?
What do you reckon?
I reckon price of coffee's too high and so are my rates.
Elsie, a chances like.
Hey, how the heck do I know? I don't know any glamorous grannies. I know a few unglamorous ones, like Mrs. Clayton of Canal Street. She's still in her balaclava and it's nearly June. Ask him, he's the expert.
And what?
Elsie, a chances in the glamorous granny competition.
You'll have to ask Elsie about that. That's if she's come down out of orbit.
Orbit?
Well, if Elsie sent that picture into the Gazette, then it's not the Elsie that I know.
Why, what's up with it? I reckon it's a good picture.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with the picture, love. It's just that some subjects aren't worth talking about. You know, like Clive Jenkins. As far as Elsie's concerned, grannies is one of them.
You don't reckon she sent it in then?
I'd bet on it.
I'll see you.
Hang on. What did you want?
Oh, nothing has can't wait. I'll pop back later.
Where's she off to?
To confess?
Oh, to get a passport.
Elsie!
What?
It's 1:15.
I know, I heard. I'm already rubbing myself to death without you dinging the alarm every flaming 2 minutes.
Where is it?
In a sack on Cludgy Roof. Where else?
Look, if you don't want to be separate from your bride.
If you tell me what you're going on about.
Gazette, that's what I'm on about. She hasn't seen it yet, has she?
All she's seen up to now is a sticky end of a toothpaste tube. Now, what are you going on about?
You didn't hear Mr. Fairclough in the shop just now.
Well, seeing as how I am here and the shop is half a street away, that is hardly surprising. Now, will you stop wittering and spit it out?
He only reckons she'll go spare, that's all. I knew we shouldn't have sent it in.
Oh, you lying toad.
I had a feeling she'll kill us.
Oh, don't be so daft.
She will. She can't stand being called a granny, Mr. Fairclough says.
Well, I can't think why. I mean, if I look like that, well, I've got my third generation on me pin. Gail, what are you doing?
She's not going to see it. Not while I'm in sicklier distance. There, that's better.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it is, isn't it? I mean, just look.
Shut up, she's coming.
Oh, flaming alarm.
It went off because I heard it.
I know, I heard it. I was having a smashing dream. Oh, now that's better. More like what I'm used to. Burnt toast and tea. Better than the stuff you gave me yesterday. Anyway, what was it? Dried fruit and nuts or something? Pass us the paper, will you, love?
Paper?
That thing over there with all the words and photos in it.
Oh, that paper.
Oh, by gum, you do twig on quick, you, don't you?
Oh, was it anything special?
What?
You were looking for?
Well, I only wanted to see if little, whatchamacallit had got into the baby finals competition.
Oh, yes, she did.
Oh, good. Well, let's have a look. Come on, give it here. Oh, yeah. You know, this may be stupid of me to ask, but I'm sure there must be a reason.
Ask her. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Elsie, but you see, it was a coupon for a free sample. A free sample of shampoo. I cut it out.
Cut it out. Thank you very much. You know, you two have the happy knack of ruining my day before it starts. Yesterday it was no breakfast, and today my paper's butchered.
And you're 10 minutes late for work.
I'm not. Oh, flipping it. Oh, I'll have to dash. See you later. Ta-ra.
Ta-ra, Elsie. Ta-ra, Elsie.
Hey, aren't you going to have a busy morning?
You what?
Well, I do take you're going to cut that photo out of every copy of the Gazette.
I never thought of that.
No.
Someone's bound to show her, aren't they?
Like the lady said, you do twig quick.
Stan, got a minute, Chuck? Stanley!
What?
Come here.
Now what?
Well,
What?
what do you reckon?
Reckon?
My new curtains, do you like them?
Oh, aye, yeah.
I'm not so sure. I'm just wondering if they clash like with my Muriel.
Yeah.
They do.
What?
Clash with me Muriel. You said yeah.
Yeah, what?
Oh, Luke, I'm asking you, do they clash with me Muriel?
How the heck do I know?
Come here.
Now what?
Come over here and hold it up.
I've got work to do, haven't I?
Yeah, I can see you have. Cop hold of that. Now then.
These aren't curtains.
No, not yet, they're not. But they will be tonight when I've run them up on the machine at the factory.
Me arm's aching.
Oh, all right, you can put it down.
That's it then.
Yeah, if you're sure.
How do you say?
Oh, thanks, Chuck. Nice to have a man what takes a bit of interest.
If you want a flaming photograph, why don't you just say so? You two have been gawping at me as if I've got two heads ever since I came in this morning.
Do you know, I reckon you're going to have your work cut out there, Vera. Mind you might have the edge in a bikini.
What are you on about?
I've got to hand it to you, though, Elsie. I never thought you'd have guts to do it, kid.
Of course it were different with me, you see. Well, my son, he sent it.
Sent in what?
Hey, kid, dear, don't you do that? Tell you what, you'll show her and I'll watch your face. I reckon it is news to her, Vera.
Glamorous grandmother? Glamorous grandmother? All right, which one of you? Who sent this in?
It wasn't any of us, Elsie. I mean, what are you getting upset for anyway? It was a lovely picture, is that?
Of course, photographs taken outside. They do tend to cast shadows under the eyes. Still, I suppose they were the best one you had.
You don't suppose I sent this in, do you?
Supposed to think,
I'll tell you what you're supposed to think. This is somebody's idea of a joke. And if I find out who sent it in, they'll wish they'd never been born.
Can I have a word with you, Earl?
Oh, you got your money on them, Mr. Baldwin?
Eh?
Glamorous granny competition. Haven't you backed anybody?
Oh, that, yeah.
Oh, you must be very proud. You've got two finalists working here.
Well, it shows I can pick on this one.
Oh, you can.
I'm talking to Mr. Baldwin, Vera. Who do you reckon then, Mr. Baldwin?
Well, I reckon I'm not getting the work out of you girls that I'm paying you for. Anyway, I'm not one of the judges, thank God. Come on in, Elsie. I want to show you these new samples I've got. Elsie, come on. Hold on. Hey, congratulations. You know, getting through to the final. What did I say?
The wrong thing, Ernie, as per usual.
There you are. So, Mr. Walker.
Tom, Mr. Y, it's your shout.
What we through for it?
I know, and I won.
Ah, yeah, first leg. Best of three, innit?
Pay the lady.
You'll only have to pay it back when I hammer you.
I will when you win.
I don't like that new dartboard, Mr. Walker. I'm used to me best opponent's darts falling out.
Ah, well, there may be one or two more changes made for the better around here before long, Mr.
What
Yates.
changes are they, love?
Well, I've been having a word with Mr. Cresswell at the brewery. Now, I've pointed out to him the significance of the Rover's return in Jubilee year, situated as it is in Coronation Street, and he's agreed that a coat of paint wouldn't come amiss, inside and out.
Hey, you don't want to make it too posh, you know, Mrs. Walker. Some of your customers like drinking in a low dive.
Why aren't you in one now, then?
Touche, as the Albanians say, Mrs. Walker. Touche.
Are they going to paint it themselves in the brewery, love?
Well, they do have their own contractors. Why?
Well, I was thinking a job like that would come in very handy for us now.
I'll mention it to them. I don't think there's much chance.
No.
Come on, Squire, middle for diddle.
You can't wait to have your nose rubbed in it, can you?
You were saying?
Is that you, Elsie?
It is.
Oh, I beat the chippy. I know it's a bit of a luxury these days, but it's quick, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Got the coupon out, did she? Pity she had to cut the other side out with my photograph in, isn't it?
Oh, did she? Oh, I don't suppose she noticed. Why was your picture in the paper?
Because you sent it in, you or your mate.
Eh?
Well, didn't you? It's got your trademark all over it, this has. Well, did you or didn't you?
Yes.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, what's wrong with it? It's a smashing photo. You'll knock 'em sideways.
What's wrong with it? I'll tell you what's wrong with it. It's my photo in the first place and not yours. In the second place, I hate being laughed at behind my back. And in the third place, I am sick up to here of interference from other people with things that don't concern them.
Oh, we thought you'd be pleased. I mean, didn't we, Gail? Huh? Oh, yeah, we did.
Oh, yes, I'm delirious. How could you send me down the river into that cattle market without asking me? What else have you been up to behind my back, or is that a surprise and all?
Nothing.
The whole flaming world knew about it, except Muggins here.
You must be a bit pleased.
Oh, I'm sure you really believe that.
Well, yes, else we wouldn't have...
What have I got to be pleased about?
The judges thought you were good enough to get into the final. They must have had a lot of entries.
A glamorous grandmother competition?
Well, that is what you are. You're a granny and you're very... well, glamorous.
Now, listen to me, Susie Birchall, and this goes for your mate as well. What I am is my business and nobody else's. It doesn't concern you. You are just the lodgers in this house. I am fed up to the back teeth with your antics like a couple of school kids. And if there's one more stunt pulled by you like that, just one, yet for the high road, the pair of you. Phew. Keep thee young, they said when I took you in. You put flaming years on me.
Phone's
What?
ringing. She said the phone's ringing.
Oh, shit. Hello. Oh, hello, Ted. No, I didn't know he was. Oh, I'm fine. Yes, it is a long time. The girls? Oh, they're fine. Oh? Oh, you saw it, did you? My photo in the Gazette. Hmm? Oh, it's nice of you to say so. Oh, it's not a bad picture. It was taken at Len and Rita's wedding outside the Green Veil. Yeah. Tonight? Well, yes, Ted, that'll be fine. Okay. Okay. I'll see you then. Goodbye, Ted. That was Ted.
We gathered. It's been a long time since you've seen him, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Of course, you know what it is, don't you?
Surprise me.
Well, he's seen your photo in the Gazette and realised what he's been missing.
Get the vinegar.
Coming up.
Tea bags.
Is that the lot then?
There better be. You know, it's one of them days. I'm glad there's only me to shop for.
That's 1.45 left, please.
Oh, I say. It goes nowhere, does it?
I know.
Tied up.
By the way, do you ever see anything of that friend of Mike Baldwin's? You know, the one he had supper with at Bet's.
Oh, yes, he did write once after he got back to London to say how he'd enjoyed it, you know, and he hoped to see me again someday.
Oh.
But, well, that was all. As far as I know, he's not been back here since. Well, it's confession hour. What about you?
What about me?
Well, the last I heard, I mean, you were playing postman's not with a real postman.
You mean Alf?
Are you off out again with him?
Well, it's usual to be us first.
Yeah, I suppose it is. Oh, I nearly forgot. Give us £half of bacon, love. Just reminded me then, speaking about Alf.
Do you really reckon she's in with a chance, then?
Oh, yes, she'll walk it.
Have you seen the opposition?
Opposition? Oh, yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, there's one or two not bad looking there. Not bad looking at all.
Have you seen what the first prize is?
Oh, yeah, weekend for two in London.
I wonder who she'll take.
Oh, not one of us, that's for certain.
Oh, I don't know. If she did win, she might be that grateful.
You two are dicing with death. I might be smiling on the surface, but underneath I'm seething.
I'll go.
I'll go.
Wonder why he's popped up again.
Well, perhaps he fancies a woman who's had 3 husbands.
Come right in.
Evening, Mr. Brownlow.
Like a couple of trained seals, aren't they? I'm surprised you're still stuck with them. I thought they'd be down the road by now.
Oh, you don't know how near the truth that is.
But on the off chance you weren't, I thought you might be able to use this.
Pizza!
Oh, great.
We've not had a decent meal since last time you were in.
Why have you left us here to starve?
Busy. You know, spring weddings, all that.
Well, thanks, miss. We'll take it upstairs to eat it.
Upstairs?
Yeah, come on.
Oh, yeah. We won't get any crumbs in the bed.
Well, you'll be sleeping on them. They'll still be the death of me.
They keep you young.
Oh,
I say something funny.
private joke, that's all. Well, then.
Well, it's nice to see you again. Sorry it's been so long.
Yeah, me too.
Excuse me, I just came in for a knife. Knife.
Do you fancy a drink? I haven't got much in.
Oh, I thought we might get on the road for once.
Smashing idea. I'll need 2 minutes.
Oh, I don't see why.
Oh, you're a smoothie.
Oh, you after Mr. Baldwin?
Yeah, that's right.
No, only I thought I'd do in your office while I'm waiting for these two to finish here.
It's all yours.
Night,
Night, Mr. Baldwin.
Good night, ladies.
Night.
Night.
How long you two going to be then?
Why, do you want shutters?
I'm just asking.
You know what I think? I think she has a gentleman caller coming in when we're both on home.
Get off, chance would be a fine thing. No, it's just the longer you are, the longer I am. So get your skates on, eh?
Oh. Yeah, she's here till all hours.
Do you know, Molly was telling me she saw lights on after 10 o'clock last night.
She must like it here.
You know why, don't you?
Why?
It's posher than her house.
Come on, Stan, you've only got to get the plates out the oven.
The plates, all it's put them in my hangers. I'm going to get a clout.
Look, just get the dinners on the table, will you? I'm starving.
Ah, that's better. Oh, flipping it. Look at that.
What's up?
Burned a flipping frazzle. Been on all flipping day.
What are you on about? That's lovely, that is. Well, just a little bit well done, that's all. This is good grub compared to what Monkey's missus saves up. You'd walk around there, shepherd's pie, if you saw it in the road.
You know, your belly must be like the inside of a blast furnace.
Listen, you talking.
I told her what time I was coming home.
Yeah, 5:30. That was 2 hours ago. You don't want to be so ungrateful, you know. Just think of that poor little woman over there, working at the factory, working her fingers to the bone to keep your fat gutter bolstered.
I'm hungry.
We're off then, Hilda.
Oh, right, yeah.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, ta-ra.
Ta-ra.
Don't tell us, let's guess. Medium sherry and a snowball.
Correct, in pint pots. Give her the money, Stanley. She's got it right again.
Boy, I could murder them pies.
You should have had your tea when you had the chance.
I know I should. I can afford one.
One's no good to a growing lad. Look, leave it to your Uncle Eddie. Betty?
Yeah?
You know them 2 pies?
Well, not personally, love. Here, they come from a very nice family, though.
Oh, very good. Listen, how would you like me to do you a favour and take them off your hands?
Oh, yeah.
Say half price. Well, nobody buys pies this time of night, do they?
Is that your best offer?
It's one you can't refuse. What do you say?
It's not up to me, lovey. I'll have to ask Mrs. Walker.
Just leave it to me, Stan.
I tell you don't know you've been born.
You better have a word with my bank manager, mate.
Come off it. That cabin must be a little gold mine.
I'm not talking about the cabin, I'm talking about Fairclough and Langton. With the councils cutting back as if money was going out of fashion tomorrow. Everybody else on the do-it-yourself kick to make a few quid.
Well, I'm not crying for you, mate. For a start, I can't stand water in me whiskey, and for every sad story you tell me, I can match it twice over. Bet when you got a minute.
No, it's my shout, Ray.
Thought you were pleading poverty.
Well, I am, but one of these days, just somebody might believe me. Like the taxman.
You got out.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I sort of got the impression back there at the house that you thought, well, there was some other reason that I hadn't been seeing you recently. I mean, apart from pressure of work.
Oh, no other reason.
Elsie.
Oh, well, you know, that night at Rita's when she said about me being married 3 times, I thought it might have put you off.
And that?
Yeah, that. I should have said something, I suppose.
Why, it's nothing to be ashamed of.
I know, that's why I should have said something, but I didn't know how you'd take it.
Well, I'll admit it was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, more than a bit of a surprise.
Well, rather a surprise.
Yeah, I suppose so. Do you want to know facts and figures?
Up to you.
Well, I've been married 3 times. The first one I divorced. I was wed when I was 16, a daft 16. Second one was an American. He's dead. And the third, you know about. Alan. He's out there somewhere in limbo.
A lot of tears there?
A few laughs.
Well, I was married just the once. It was a good marriage till the day she died. Not all the time, but for the most part. It worked out. I was one of the lucky ones. A lot aren't.
I can say that again.
Anyway, good or bad, it's all in the past now, for both of us.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Well, look, just one'll do for now.
Look, don't start weakening, Stanley. They'll be so glad to get rid of them pies, they'll chuck in a pint and all.
You think so?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Elsie, I had to come. You got a visitor.
Who?
A woman, a young woman.
Oh, what does she want?
She won't tell us.
Oh, 2 can play at that game. Go back and tell her you can't find
She
us.
pushed away into the house. She said she won't go till she's seen you.
Oh, really? Well, I'll come back and deal with her. Don't you worry. Never mind, Ted. You stop there.
No,
I'll
I'll
be a
come
minute.
with you. I can't stay long tonight anyway.
Come on, love.
You want me to organise the float? Oh, I thought you were doing all that.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Anne. It's no can do. I've got more than enough on my plate with everything else the committee have lined up. Well, look, if you can't do it, I'll just have to scout around.
No, that's all right. I'll do it gladly, but I just don't want you to think I'm muscling in on your patch.
No, you're doing me a favour.
Mr. Walker? Just another half, please.
Yes.
Ken?
No, not for me, thanks. I just popped in on the off chance, Mr. Walker, you might have a couple of pies left.
You know, I think you're in luck.
Oh, thanks.
Mrs. Walker, just a minute, love. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. Thank you. All right, I'll see you later, Anna.
Yeah, OK, Ken. Bye-bye.
Yes, what was it, love? Oh, it doesn't matter, Mrs. Walker. You just solved a problem. Oh.
Got any more bright ideas?
Oh. Oh, yes.
Edelweiss, Edelweiss, la-da-dee-da-da-dee-dee, la-da-dee-dee-dee-dee,
Oh! Well, we're not dead sure she's gone. I mean, she could be anywhere.
I'm in no hurry.
Look, couldn't you phone her in the morning?
I'd rather wait.
Oh, suit yourself. Gail, have you found her?
She's coming. This is her, Elsie.
Oh, you do? I understand you want to see me.
Mrs. Howard?
I am, but what's more to the point, who are you?
Elaine Dennett.
I don't know you, do I?
No.
Come on, what's all this about?
I've come from Newcastle.
That's not exactly the next street, is it?
I've got to talk to you, Mrs. Howard. About Alan.
It really is time I was off, Elsie. I'll give you a ring in the morning.
Yeah, I think we'll go to a pub, eh?
Oh, yeah, we will.
Come on.
Night.
I'm sorry, Ted.
No. Like I said, I couldn't have stayed long anyway.
Well, Miss Dennett, you want to talk to me about my husband?
Yes.
I'm listening.
Sorry. Feeling a bit fragile, the journey.
Yeah, well, it's not easy, is it, getting here from Newcastle? I know, I've had some.
I suppose I should have warned you I was coming, really. I should have written, phoned or something.
Yeah, that might have been an idea.
I'm sorry, a friend had to go.
Well, he could have hardly have stayed under the circumstances.
I've messed up your evening, obviously.
Yeah, well, there's not much we can do about that, but suppose you get round to telling me why you're here. Alan isn't ill or anything, is he?
Oh, no.
No, I thought not. I would have heard. Bad news travels fast. Well?
I didn't tell you I was coming because I was afraid you wouldn't see me.
Why? Have you got something contagious?
I'm serious, Mrs. Howard. You could easily refuse to discuss it with me. I couldn't take that chance.
Discuss what? What is this mystery? You're not having an affair with Alan by any chance? I see. Well, I can hardly say I'm surprised. We've seen very little of each other lately. Well, what is it you want me to do about it? Tell you how he likes his eggs boiled?
I work for him at the office at the garage. At first it was just a job, then gradually...
Yeah, I know. Your eyes met over a pile of reconditioned tyres and bingo. Does Alan know you're here?
Oh, no, he's no idea.
You don't think he'd approve?
I doubt it.
Well, look, what is all this beating about bush? Would you mind getting down to facts? What do you want me to do?
I want you to give him a divorce.
Oh.
Hello, pussycat. Come to keep me company, have you? Hey, what about that, then? Not bad for a beginner, eh? Look at that, Anne. Straight as a die. My mum always wanted me to take up sewing, you know. Who knows? Could have finished up working for Norman Hartnell. Oh, I should have listened to my mum more, you know. She never wanted me to marry Stan, neither.
He never mentioned you to me. I'd no idea, honest. Still, it's not surprising. We never write. We never see each other by mutual agreement.
You're still friendly, though, aren't you?
Oh, yes, if you mean we don't throw carving knives at one another every time we meet, yeah.
I don't get the impression there's much bitterness between you.
No, there isn't very much of anything, I'm afraid. I take it Alan feels the same way about you as you do about him.
Oh, yes.
So, I'm the only stumbling block. Funny. I've never been one of them before. It's a new experience.
Well, not exactly. There are my parents.
Your parents? What have they got to do with it?
I still live with them. Oh, I know I should have cut loose, made my own life. I just never did.
You've not been married before?
I was engaged twice when I was younger. It never worked out.
Younger. You can't be so very ancient now. How old are you? 29, 30?
32.
Oh, yes, smashing. Young enough for it all to happen and old enough to have a bit of sense.
I wish my mother agreed with you on that last point.
Oh, I take it she doesn't approve.
Oh, she's not possessive, I mean. She'd be very glad to see me married, but... Well, it's Alan. Firstly, he does happen to be a married man.
Separated?
No difference in my mother's eyes. She's got a very strict moral code.
Oh, something which I've never suffered from, thankfully.
Then there's the age difference. She thinks there's too big a gap, even if he was free.
Well, that's her opinion, and she's entitled to it, just as much as you're entitled to tell her to go and get lost.
You're very blunt.
I'll have to be, love. It's a case of survival. And now I'm going to be even more blunt. I know you've got problems, but
Look,
I think...
as you suggested, I've already decided I'm going to tell my mother I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to marry Alan whether she likes it or not. I love him and he loves me. I don't give a damn about the age difference. Neither of us do.
Well, when is this happy event to take place?
Please don't be sarcastic. You've been very understanding up till now. You've been easier to talk to than I dared hope.
Lovely, I'm not being sarcastic, honest. Just practical.
We can't get married till you get divorced, can we?
No, well, that is a complication.
Well, will you give him one? That's what I've come to ask you, Mrs. Howard. If the marriage is really over, well, that's the impression you're giving me. Will you give Alan a divorce, please? Think again, please.
What do you mean? Think again?
Say yes, or at least discuss it with him. Oh, I realise while you're still married, you might think there's some chance of a reconciliation, but I doubt it, Mrs. Howard. If I thought there was the slightest chance of your marriage working again, I'd walk out of his life tomorrow. But we love each other. We want to be with each other. Will you let us, please?
And it's me that's stopping you?
Well, yes.
Well, who's got a very talented wife, then?
You can make me a pair of pants.
Pants? Oh, pants is flipping tailoring, you great banana.
Hilda can't make pants, Stan, not without tailoring experience.
He thinks I'm a flipping miracle, you know. Mind you, I must be to a survive being married to him for all these years.
Well, it's not his fault, Hilda. You make everything look so easy, he expects too much of you, you see.
Yeah. Well, next time I come back on this earth, I'm coming back as one of the helpless kind. One of them what gets everything done for them. There's no percentage in being capable.
Oh, yes, there is, a big percentage. How would you like a new three-piece suite? Or a new coat and matching hat?
Who's Larry the fella?
Yours, Duchess. Well, yours and mine. What with your talents and my looks, we're in business.
What sort of business?
Ready-made curtain business.
Where are you going to get customers?
Ah, well, that's where you come in handy, Stan. Who better to tout for business than a window cleaner on his round? Look, you don't actually insult them. You just happen to mention that you notice their curtains are ready to make good dusters. Then you happen to drop in that you know where you can get new ones at less than cost price.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Of course it is. I've got it all worked out. You get the customers, I get the schmatter. Hilda runs them up. We can't miss.
Yeah, but I mean, would people want to buy curtains what I've made? Am I good enough?
Good enough? You're good enough to eat, Duchess. Come here.
You've been very understanding. More so than I'd any right to expect. Thanks. But you've still not given me an answer, have you? Will you let him go? You've said yourself there's nothing left between you. You've been very frank about it. Please, Mrs. Howard, let me go back and tell Alan you've agreed to give him a divorce. You'll make him the happiest man in the world, I'm sure.
Now, look, love, let's get this straight, because it's very important. I take it that Alan's told you that I'm not keen on a divorce.
Yes.
And he is.
Yes.
I take it you're not going back to Newcastle tonight?
No, I've booked in at that hotel by the station.
Yeah, well, let me sleep on it, love. And I'll give you my answer tomorrow dinner, promise.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Howard. I said you'd make Alan the happiest man in the world. You'd also make me the happiest woman.
I hope so, love.
Well, now, what do you think of that, then?
Not a lot, Tiny, mate.
You know Buckingham Palace?
Ah, well, I don't get there as often as I used to, you know.
They've got the exact same pattern curtains in one of their drawing rooms. I saw it on telly. When they did that programme showing the royal family at home. Beautiful, wasn't it?
That was a couple of years back.
So?
So, it's out of date, isn't it?
Out of date? Out of date? I suppose you'd say Chippendale was out of date. I suppose you'd say Applewhite was out of date.
What race are they running in?
I'm talking, Eddie, mate, about antiques, priceless heirlooms. They don't have any old rubbish in those palaces, you know.
Since when were you an expert on antiques?
I've got this mate of mine who knocks out genuine 18th century Windsor chairs in his garage. Wormholes are so realistic, even the worms don't know the difference.
How many colours he got it in?
Just the 3, and everyone's a winner. I'm telling you, the women on the market are going screaming mad for it. You're dead lucky you happened to bump into me on my way down there and not on my way back.
What's so special? It's only milk clearance, end of range, substandards. You can't con me, Tiny, mate. I'm not one of you can't spend the old man's money fast enough housewives, you know.
Now, would I try and con you, Eddie? Mate?
Not if you got the sense you were born with, you wouldn't. How much the lot? Not forgetting the discount.
You slay me.
I might.
You'll be having me paying you for taking it off my hands next.
Now, that is the first sensible thing you've said yet.
What will you wear for competition?
I thought I'd wear my brown and gold Laureate's top with my brown pleated skirt.
Ooh.
Or I could wear my pink floral alternate with my diamante earrings. She'd go better with that than Laureate's.
Oh.
Or I could wear my lime green nylon chiffon. You know that one I got for Aaron's wedding? Mind you, I'd have to lose a few pounds to get into it. Hey, kid, what do you think?
Have you got no tells?
What's wrong with them? Do you know I've always had no but compliments when I've worn them?
But they're a bit showy, aren't they?
I have to be noticed. I have to catch the judge's eye.
Oh, I'm only trying to advise you in your best interest, Chuck. I mean, you did ask me. You don't want them thinking you're dead flash, do you?
Oh, it's supposed to be a glamorous granny competition, haven't you heard? I mean, Elsie Howard's not going to turn up in a flaming nun's habit, is she?
Your thing, ladies. Your ill-gotten gains.
Thank you, Ernest.
You've got to sign.
Goody, goody. Hey, I'll be able to buy myself a fancy pair of knickers now to go with it.
With what?
My competition outfit.
Oh, don't you want your money?
Who's going to see your knickers?
Morning, Mr. Baldwin.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Duncan. Now, what is this, a tea break or an early lunch?
We're discussing factory business, Mr. Baldwin.
Oh, yeah? What business?
Glamorous granny competition, what Varia's entering.
Do you see any connection between that and us, eh?
No, but undoubtedly they will.
But it's obvious, isn't it, if Varia wins as one of your senior employees to fetch you a lot of publicity. Which is why she was thinking of asking you to sponsor her for the event.
Oh, yeah? House sponsor?
Treat her to a new outfit.
Hey, yeah, why not?
Well, I can think of a million reasons why not. You give me one reason why.
Because otherwise she'll not stand a chance. All she's got to wear is a load of her own old tat.
Yeah.
You rustle them up on these tea breaks, will you, Elsie? Otherwise they'll turn into meal breaks.
Oh, look, I try to keep them in line, but they've got 1,000,001 excuses. Either the tea's too hot, or they've got indigestion, or they're entitled to 2 minutes extra because the clock's slow.
Yeah, I know. When it comes to spinning the yarn, they knock Agatha Christie into a cocked hat.
Hello. Could I speak to Mr. Brownlow, please? Yes. Hello, Ted. Oh, just phoning about last night. Yeah, just to say I'm sorry. Yeah, you were very understanding. Well, that's really what I want to talk about. I want to see about that woman that turned up. Yeah, well, I've got a bit of a problem, Ted. I wondered if you could come round this dinner time. We'll say about 1 o'clock. Well, I could do with a bit of advice, really. Thanks. You're a pal. Bye, Ted.
Well, what do you think?
It's not bad, is it? Is it legitimate?
Do you want to see its birth certificate, Hilda?
You know what I mean. I'm not getting mixed up in none of your funny business. I'm not being no successory after the fact.
Look, it's straight on my granny's grave. Look, how many curtains do you think you'll get out of that lot, then?
Oh, well. If there's the yardage in and what it says on the tickets. Now, let's see. Rough guess, standard sizes. Ooh, say 20 pair?
You reckon you get 5 at a time?
No danger. 10 quid a pair in the shops. Identical thing, I've looked.
20 times 5. 5. What's 20 times 5?
100 quid. Hey, 100 quid?
You're right, Chuck. Hang about now, it's not all profit, you know. I mean, there's certain costs to be taken into account.
What costs?
Well, the cost of this for a start. I didn't get it for nothing, you know.
Oh, yeah, but apart from that, what costs? I mean, I'm doing all the work, aren't I? You're getting all your labour free.
Yeah, but I've got overheads, haven't I? I mean, there's, like, contacts, travel, distribution, that sort of thing.
Can you thread an automatic needle?
No.
Or operate an automatic sewing machine?
No.
Or gain legal and legitimate access to factory?
No.
Then shut up now, Puddinhead, with his sums. Work out the profit and split it 4 ways.
4 ways?
That's right, yeah. 1 quarter each for you and him, and 2 quarters, or if you prefer, 1/2, for me. Because let's face it, without me, all you'd have is a load of fence and a great big headache, right?
Do you know, I don't know why she isn't running a flaming country.
Sometimes it feels as if she is.
Alan's obviously told her, but he's asked me for a divorce, and I refused.
Has he ever asked for one?
Oh, of course not. He never even mentioned it. Well, the odd line in a letter like, we've got to get our affairs sorted out someday, that sort of thing.
So what's he up to?
It's obvious, isn't it? He doesn't want to get penned down, and he's using me as a neat little excuse, that's all. You know the sort of thing. I would marry you, darling, but my bitch of a wife won't let me. That's the idea. It's not exactly new.
Bit tough on the girl.
Yeah, she's been conned all right. Aren't men swines?
What, all of us?
No, only the ones I marry.
What time's she coming back?
Well, she's coming back at dinner time. She's going back today, so I've got to get this lot sorted out.
What are you going to tell her?
I don't know. I was hoping you'd help me with that. You see, she's a nice enough girl, but she's a bit dim. Oh, I don't mean it that way. I just mean that she's not worldly where fellas are concerned. It's obvious that Alan is the great big love of her life.
So if you tell her the truth, that he's never even mentioned a divorce, that he's probably just stringing her along, you're likely to really upset her.
Yeah, you can say that again. You see, I tell her that he can have the divorce. She goes back to Newcastle and tells him that, and he's lumbered, isn't he?
Unless he gives her the push anyway.
Yeah, oh, well, why not? Then she'll have to face up to real life. We've all got to do it sometime. God knows I have to.
Yeah, but there's a difference between taking knocks and handing them out.
He hasn't given me any choice, has he? We could kill him for putting me on the spot with his lousy, rotten lies. I didn't ask to get involved in his love life.
Your Rhoda really made these?
With her own fair hands.
And a sewing machine. No, I didn't know she could use one. Been hiding a light under a bushel all these years. I want some sheets turning sides to middle. I'll have a word with her.
She's not an alteration now, Mrs. Walker. She's a professional.
Professional what?
Curtain maker. And I'm in the job of selling curtains at £5 a time. A choice of 3 colours. Guaranteed satisfaction.
Hey, do you think she could make one of them peasant skirts? I've got one of them very small ones that you wear over a petticoat and itch it up at the side. They're dead sexy.
She's a curtain maker, not a dressmaker, or a tea cosy maker. Now, anybody interested in curtains?
Yeah, I might be standing.
In the craftsmanship, seeing your authority on the subject.
No, in the thread, chum. He's an authority on the subject.
Honestly, he's never mentioned a divorce.
Seriously, no.
But he told me he'd spoken to you about it, written to you.
Well, he hasn't, love. Oh, look. Why don't you get on that train and go home? Tell him that you've seen me and that I've agreed to a divorce.
Which you have, virtually.
Which I have.
What then, according to you, will just run for cover?
Well, that's not 100% certain, is it? Oh, look, he might be quite serious underneath. He might mean every word of it. But he's just frightened of being tied down, so he's hanging on to me as a sort of defence. Then, on the other hand, he mightn't have meant it as anything serious, just, well, a bit of fun. Well, something a bit more serious than that, but nothing permanent. And then again, he might be worried about the age gap, like your mum and dad.
You're just making excuses for him, aren't you?
Well, maybe I am and maybe I'm not, but you'll just have to work it out for yourself.
I feel such a fool.
Because you fell for Alan's charm. Oh, you needn't, love. I've been that road myself once. He can be very charming if he wants to be, Alan.
I should have known.
No, you can only believe what you've been told. You can't work on the assumption that everybody's a liar. Look, you've got to find out the hard way.
I have.
I don't know what to say to you, love, except to wish you luck, and I don't quite know what I mean when I say that. I don't know whether you'll be better off with him or without him.
I know you'll think I'm mad, but Well, if he does still want to marry me, if he starts to do something about a divorce, I'll say yes.
Of course you will, love. Just as I did years ago when I was in your shoes.
Oh, hello, push you back, are you? Hey, hang on, I've got something for you. Nice bit of corned beef fritter what Stan didn't eat. And I'll tell you something, Puss. If this lot really works out, I'm going to buy you a nice collar, red with a bell on. You like that, won't you? Because, you know, I reckon it were you what brought me my first bit of luck. Yeah, where have you gone? Puss, puss, puss. Go.
Good evening, Mrs. Ogden.
Oh, Mr. Baldwin. Oh, you did give me a fright.
Guilty conscience?
Well, I didn't think there was anybody else in the building. Why should I have a guilty conscience?
Well, this should do for a start, shouldn't it?
Oh, it's my material, bought and paid for.
It's my time, my machine, my electricity and my thread.
Oh, well, I'll pay you for the thread if that's what you're worried about. And I thought industrial electricity come free.
Nothing comes free in this world, like.
Oh. Well, it's not really your time, Mr. Baldwin. It is my time. I mean, I've done all my work. I'm most particular about that. I don't scard it and check if you want.
Oh, I can see the place looks nice and tidy.
Well, then.
Only 8 o'clock.
Oh, I don't hang about.
Obviously not, but you started at 6 and it's now 8. That's 2 hours in my book. I'll pay you for 3. Or at least I had been paying you for 3.
Oh, I am here for 3 hours, Mr. Baldwin. I don't leave while 9 o'clock.
But you don't work for 3 hours, do you, Mrs. Ogden? You get it done in 2. And the 3rd hour, my hour, which I'm paying you for, you set up business for yourself.
Oh, I never thought of it like that.
Well, I did. It's a good job. So there won't be any problem, will there?
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, some people could have been quite nasty.
Nasty? Me, no, never nasty. Reasonable. So I'll tell you what arrangement we've come to.
Oh, I knew we'd be able to come to some arrangement.
In future, there'll be no curtain making. You get paid for 2 hours instead of 3.
Well, that's not an arrangement.
Oh, yes, it is, and a very fair one, too. You get something out of it as well.
Like what?
Your job, Mrs. Ogden. Like you said, you could have ended up with a sack. It's a good job I'm a reasonable man.
What are you looking so smug about? It's to right of your collar and all.
Elizabeth? Yes? When Len comes in, tell him I'll have a drink, will you, on me? Oh, what's he done to deserve that? Brought me luck. After a chat with him, I rang up my dear friend Douglas Cresswell again. Oh, the brewery boss. He has finally agreed to refurbish me. Has he? Complete overhaul from top to bottom, inside and out. Oh, well, it won't do either of us any harm. I hope he's going to do something about the pub and all.
It's curtains for your curtains.
Well, he's put a stop to it, Mike Baldwin.
He can't do that.
Oh, he can, and he has. I'm lucky I didn't lose my job and all.
What about all that material? I had to pay cash on the nose for that.
That's your problem.
My problem?
Yeah. The whole thing was your idea in the first place. It was you what suggested it. With your looks and my talent, we could go into business, Duchess. Duchess.
You know what your trouble is, don't you, Edward? Too many bright ideas.
Yeah, well, I wish you'd siphon a few of them over here. We could do with them. Item 1 pig's bladder. For inflation thereof. Court jester, royal...
Ah, you mean the Jubilee float?
Yeah, correct. We need attendant courtiers, ladies in waiting, and all that for Her Regal Majesty, Queen Elizabeth I, who will be the centre of the feast. Pardon?
You're not playing Queen, are you?
Who else?
Well, I mean, I thought... Well, Ernest was just saying that Emily was rather interested.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure that Emily will understand. After all, I've already ordered my costume. You will explain to her, won't you? No problem. Oh, I see. All right.
Correct. With Queen Elizabeth I sitting on it.
And what's on that over there?
Well, over there, I thought we'd have something that represents the present Queen, you know, like a big coat of arms or something like that. And on the side of the float, over the wheel arches, we'll have Queen Elizabeth I and Queen Elizabeth II, and in between, oh, 2 glorious reigns or something equally heart-stirring.
What's this waste paper basket?
Ah, well, I thought either end we'd have a tableau. So over there, with Lizzie the First, we'll have a form full of assorted Elizabethans, and in the front, Sir Francis Drake playing bowls.
Yeah? You're going to have backache.
Yeah, well, it's all in a good cause, isn't
Yeah,
it?
well, what's the waste paper basket? The jack?
No, not exactly, no. That is Mount Everest, or to be more precise, the top of Mount Everest.
So we stick Hillary and Tenzing on top, right?
You're way ahead.
Is that it then?
No, not quite. I thought that in front of Britannia there, we'd have something that epitomises Britain's progress over the last 25 years. And I can't think what.
Harold Wilson.
Just a thought. Hey, how about a footballer? Well, we did win the World Cup, you know.
The least said about football in England at the moment, the better.
About your superior knowledge. Well, come on, there must be something. Well, what has happened in the last 25 years?
Inflation.
Unemployment.
Industrial collapse.
Yeah, perhaps we'd better forget it.
I think perhaps we better had.
Anyway, I'll get on to Charlie Green. I'll see about this lorry. It's not a flat
Right.
top, you know, but he won't have any trouble whipping the sides off.
Well, have I got it all right then? It's one throne, two platforms, a cut-out coat of arms, and an Elizabethan form.
Yeah, I think so. I've got a list in the office. Come and have a look.
Hey, they've got some Elizabethan forms in Queen's Park. They're getting on a bit, though. One collapsed under me the other day.
That wasn't the Elizabethan form. That was the Henry VIII figure.
Oh, thank you, Leonard. Hey, you get your priorities right. Never mind who's going to stand for England. Who is going to sit in that throne?
Oh, don't mention it.
Well, is it right what I hear, that your Emily's got an eye on being Queen Elizabeth I?
She is the irresistible force. Annie Walker is the immovable object. And I'm Piggy in the middle.
Yes, Miss
Oh,
Eldon.
very nice. Oh, didn't they have some lovely fashions in them days? All them jewels and velvets and big skirts.
Not terribly comfortable, I'm afraid, as anyone who's worn the costume will tell you. And, of course, one has to have the deportment.
Oh, definitely.
Was there something, Mr. Elton?
Yeah. Do you know who I wouldn't mind going as? I wouldn't mind going as Cleopatra.
Hardly a figure in British history.
Oh, wasn't she the one that used to ride round in a chariot with knives sticking out the sides?
No, that was Boadicea. Now, what was it, Mr. Eldon?
Boadicea, yeah, I'm getting mixed up. Of course, Cleopatra was Elizabeth Taylor, wasn't she?
In a manner of speaking, yes. What is it?
That's where they met, you know, her and Richard Burton. Yeah, well, it's them scratches on the bar top. I just thought you should come and have a look at them, so as you know it wasn't me.
Yes.
I should get overtime for this, you know. I said I should get overtime for this.
Did you say something, Uncle Albert?
I did. This doesn't come under the heading of normal work, you know. I ought to get something extra.
Uncle Albert, it's 12 o'clock. Now, if it's your lunch hour, break off, and if it isn't, carry on. But under no stretch of the imagination does anyone qualify for overtime at 12 o'clock on a weekday morning.
Well, if I were in Scanlon's lot, I would.
Yeah, well, you're not in Scanlon's lot, and you should be pleased about it. I've no doubt he is.
Shouldn't be working at all at my age.
Hey, has Len been in?
Probably being later on this afternoon. Yes, have you seen about that lorry yet?
I'm going down in 5 minutes.
Oh, what do you want Len for, anyway?
Oh, well, Talia's managed to bend a trident.
That's very symbolic, isn't it? Put it in the committee room. Ray said he'd pick up anything like that, but put a label on it, will you?
Right. What are you having on here?
Oh, absolute minimum. A few chairs for the finalists and one banner across the top.
Oh, glamorous grannies and bonny babies.
Correct.
Yeah.
I could be kitchener for you.
Pardon?
I said I could be kitchener for you. You know, on the float. Your country needs you.
Well, it's not having me. Not again.
Yeah, and how much will that cost us?
Cost no. It's just being patriotic. Which is more you can say for a lot of dressed-up women and an handful of squawking kids.
Oh, Uncle Albert, you do paint a pretty picture.
Oh, Elsie, it's lovely.
Well, would I bring you anything that wasn't? And if you don't like this colour, she's got another colours, sort of sugar pink and lilac-y blue.
No, that'll be smashing. Hey, it'll suit you that, won't it? Being beautiful on your mother's side.
Oh, bless her.
Yeah, mind you, bless her. She'll want new socks and shoes to match.
Well, you can't spoil the ship for ape of the tar, can you? Look, she's got a lovely stock there. She'll fix you up all right.
How did you meet her?
Well, she used to work at Miami Modes and then she got this little business of her own and she made it pay. Look, I tell you what, I haven't paid her any money yet, so why don't you go round there, pick what you want and pay at the same time. It'll save me bothering. You tell her Elsie sent you and she won't overcharge you. Well, not much.
All right, I'll do that. Hey, I want some more money off you.
Yeah. I was wondering when I'd join in this conversation.
You've joined. Give us another £5.
Another what?
A fiver, go on, be a devil, open your wallet and give the master a treat.
Who invited her in?
She's doing us a favour.
Oh, how come favours always cost me money?
Oh, if it's any consolation to you, love, they're all the same. I've had 3 just like that.
Have you any ideas how to get rid when I've had enough?
Oh, now, it's easier.
Don't worry, I could just walk out.
Well, open the door on your way.
I have to say, love, for a young one, you certainly know how to handle him.
Well, coming from you, Elsie, that's praise indeed. Hello, love.
Hello. Oh, 2 birds with 1 stone.
By gum, it's a long time since I've been called a bird.
Oh, what's an old boiler if it's not a bird?
Can I hit him now?
Any time. The hammer's in the kitchen drawer.
Well, I'm sorry if I started all this. It was only about tomorrow. 2 o'clock for the glamorous grannies.
Oh, kid, I wish you wouldn't.
And 2:30 for the beautiful babies. And isn't she just...
There we go. How's your busy Lizzie's going on?
Pardon? Oh, that's next week. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Next week? Have you heard about this one? Standing up there is good old Queen Bess.
Who hasn't?
I don't know. Standing up there in a royal purple for all the world to see.
Oh, I think that'll be Mrs. Walker.
Oh, rubbish. Ernie's got a bit between his teeth and I don't blame him. After all, it was your idea. Why should she have all the limelight?
If you want any help clobbering Annie Walker, just let me know.
Now let me enjoy a gorgeous half hour looking at these patterns.
I don't think it'll take you that long, Mrs. Walker. There's only 4 to choose from, them with slips of paper in.
That's penny pinching, isn't it?
Well, they buy 'em bulk.
Oh, I'm sure they do. What about the outside? I suppose I've no choice there at all.
No, not really. It's brewery colours, isn't it? You know, each one has its own, like horse races.
Have to be ready by June the 7th.
June the 7th? That's pushing it a bit, isn't it?
Well, unless you can persuade our dear Queen to postpone her jubilee, I'm afraid you will just have to push it a bit.
Well, we better make a start this after. Come on then, super lad.
Right.
Ready for a good day's work, are you?
Yeah.
By heck, we get some rubbish these days. Take this lad. Ask him the top 20, he'll read them off in one breath. Painting and decorating, he knows about as much as that bar top. And he'll know twice as much in 10 years' time. Come on, let's be having you.
Now, here's where the barmaid comes into her own, giving spiritual aid to mithered fellas.
It's spiritual ale that we won't give us a couple of pints, though.
No extra charge for comfort, you know.
Well, you won't have such a thing as a flat-top lorry.
Not about me person, no.
What about Charlie Greeno?
Well, he forgot, didn't he? It's halfway up to Scott's Corner now. We'll be back for a fortnight.
Nobody else?
Not a sausage. We're not the only street in the possession, you know. Everybody wants floats. They're all after them.
Charlie. Hey, give the girls a drink as well, will you, love?
Oh, you just don't know, do you? The gentleman at the other end of the bar wants to know if you'd like a drink with him, but watch him, he's married. Well, married or not, I'm going to have a vodka and lime.
Yeah, and I'll have a gin and tonic.
No sooner said than done. Now, there's a picture you don't often see. A couple of glamorous grannies and a super grandpa in between.
Oh, for heaven's sake, shut up, will you?
All ready for tomorrow, then, are you?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Are you in bathing suits?
It's birthday suits, isn't it, Vera?
So I understood. I'm not wearing out. A dab of eau de cologne out, no else.
You're kidding.
Are you going, Stan?
Well, I wasn't, but...
Well, you'll never know then, will you?
No. And if you do go, don't complain, because there's nothing wrong with the unclothed human body.
Definitely.
Oh, nobody complains these days, and I'm damn sure Stan won't, will you?
You'd never.
Your Majesty.
Well, at least that's got us onto the subject.
Oh, don't worry, love. The arrangements couldn't be in better hands. Your throne will be a thing of beauty. Your courtiers will be hand-picked. We've got Laurence Olivier playing Sir Francis Drake.
Ernest, I don't want to do it.
Don't want to do what?
I don't want to play Queen Elizabeth. Ernest, I've never sought the limelight. I don't revel in it like Mrs. Walker.
Well, you've been in enough plays.
Oh, not for pleasure, Ernest. I've always seen it more as a public duty, and you know I'm always ill afterwards.
What exactly are you trying to say, Emily?
I'm saying, tell Mrs. Walker she can play the part.
No. No, Emily, I'm not going to back down to that woman. That's exactly what she's expecting. It's exactly what she's not going to get. If I back down to her, well, she'll just think I'm frightened of her.
You are frightened.
I'm not frightened of her. You may be, but I certainly am not.
Oh, it's not a question of that, and please don't get angry. I mean, Mrs. Walker is a good friend of mine and has been for a long time.
Well, she's not behaving like a good friend, and I'm not the only one that thinks so either. Oh, love, it was your idea in the first place.
Oh, I know. It's not the first mistake I've made, and it won't be the last.
It is not a mistake. The whole street's behind you. They're all looking to you. Can't you see that?
And can't you see that that's precisely what I don't want?
Emily, there comes a time when you've got to stand up and be counted.
But I know what I add up to, Ernest. A half. And I'm perfectly happy being a half.
Not anymore. That's a thing of the past. From now on, you're going to be as tough as the rest of them. You are going to play Queen Elizabeth. And you're going to do it beautifully. And what's more, you're going to enjoy it.
Thirsty work this, our kid. Nip in and see if they'll put the kettle on for us.
Right.
Hello there.
Did my ears deceive me? Or did this young man really ask me to put the kettle on for a cup of tea?
That's right.
May I point out that you only started work a quarter of an hour ago?
Well, we wouldn't have started it all if you hadn't have been in a hurry.
Well, as you have started, may I suggest that you continue work for a little while longer?
Sorry, love. You see, we've got to get us dinner break in before 2 o'clock. It's one of the rules. And it's 1 o'clock now.
Yes. I do trust that this isn't going to be a typical example of British industry, where work is just a series of brief interludes between tea breaks.
No, no. Nothing like that. Now, look, I'll tell you what our main problem is. Interruptions. Like this. Now, we're going to have to go beyond our normal meal break to make up for the time we've lost talking to you. Silly, I know, but that's the rules.
I thought your break had to finish at 2 o'clock.
Except in such circumstances as the employee is prevented from enjoying the full benefits of a meal break or liquid refreshment due to circumstances beyond his control.
Ask the young lady behind the bar to put the kettle on for you.
These firms round here, they charge half what you are for doing this.
Meaning you?
Yeah, meaning me.
No chance.
You know what you're doing, don't you? You're taking the bread out of the mouths of local labour.
Listen, Jack, you can come to my seat any time you want and pick us up as much work as you like. As I'm tied to the brewery, so it cuts both ways, doesn't it? We're doing all right here, lad. We don't pick them things up till 2:15.
Right. Oh, they're getting me with them blokes. They're right cowboys.
That's funny now, that's what he calls you.
Oh. Mrs. Walker, please.
She's not in.
Oh, well, half a bitter, please. Hey, would you mind just keep on pouring beer over me or kicking me ankle just to keep the old adrenaline pumping, eh?
Oh, you're keeping up for a row, are you?
Yes, and I don't want it to cool off.
Yeah, you and me both. Here, I'll tell you what. I'll kick you and you kick me, right?
Right.
You think you're in with a chance?
You cheeky devil. Go to him with a chance. Who can beat me?
Well, there's Elsie Tannehill, bit of a hot one. And she wears posh clothes.
Ah, not this time. You know what we told you?
You didn't mean it.
Stan, love, why don't you come? You'd never forgive yourself if you missed it.
Oh, Mrs. Walker,
Please,
may I have a word?
I'm in a dreadful hurry.
Thanks.
What did you do that for?
Well, you've got to help a mate, haven't you?
Oh, Ernest, has it got to be now?
Yes, Mrs. Walker, I'm afraid it does. It's about the pageant.
Oh, surely we can discuss the arrangements later.
That's the whole point, Mrs. Walker. There are no arrangements to discuss. Emily is playing Queen Elizabeth.
I beg your pardon?
I said Emily's playing Queen Elizabeth. It was her idea in the first place. She was earmarked for the part, and she is playing it.
I don't think you can have heard what I said.
Oh, yes, I heard you, Mrs. Walker. I also heard you put a deposit down on the costume, but let me stress, that was entirely on your own initiative. Didn't stem from anything I said or any other member of the committee.
I see. Well, Emily, of course, is a very dear friend of mine. But does it occur to you that she may not possess the personality, the charisma that is so necessary for the part?
All being taken into consideration, Mrs. Walker.
I see. And the fact that she is your choice, and however coincidentally, she happens to be your wife, that doesn't embarrass you?
No.
I see. Well, nothing remains for me to do but to abdicate.
Ray, stop it, will you? You only get Jubilee year once every Preston Guild. It's a time to be happy.
Now, you're spending my money for me. How does that make me happy?
I could have got less and spent more, that's how. She was very nice, this woman Elsie recommended. Very interesting. She turned the shop upside down looking for these.
You needn't have bothered.
Oh, you can be right in misery sometimes, you. I don't mind you begrudging me. I'm your wife. But how can you begrudge her? She's your only daughter.
Yeah, I know she is. And I've got a question for her.
What?
You mind your own business. I'm talking to her. Hey, now, listen. Listen. You're supposed to be one of the best things in life, so now how come you're not free like the song says, eh? How come you cost a flipping much?
Go on, tell him, Chuck, 'cause you're a woman.
Yeah, I knew there'd be a simple answer.
Anything we can do for you, Betty?
No, love, that's all right. No, just pop round to see what kind of a mess you were getting into.
Oh, well, it's very good of you to show an interest, anyway.
That's the least I can do.
Would you mind just sit down, Betty?
Oh, thank you. Have you got a cup of tea made?
No. If you wouldn't mind holding that.
Certainly.
What do you think?
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
What's perfect? Oh, no, wait.
No, come on, Betty. You are Britannia to a T.
Oh, no, you're not having me making a fool of myself. Now, go on. Oh, I say, things that have you do. Ooh.
Oh, hello, love.
Hello.
Oh, yes, yes, I'm sorry. I must be off. It's all right, Emily. It isn't anything you've said.
Well,
Sit down, Your Majesty.
You told her then?
Yes, I told her.
Ernest, I hope you noticed what Betty said just now. I mean, it isn't just me. She didn't want to make a fool of herself either.
You won't make a fool of yourself.
Oh, yes, I will, and it worries me dreadfully. I mean, Mrs. Walker doesn't mind.
Because she's a fool already.
Oh, now, Ernest, that kind of silly remark doesn't help.
Nor, if I may say so, does your obstinacy. There's no performance as such. You don't have to learn any lines. You don't even have to move around. You just have to sit there looking regal. And you can do it beautifully.
Well, if you're so concerned about me, why can't you see?
Well, I could say the same thing. Why can't you see what I feel about backing down?
You've started out by wanting to help me.
Yes, I know, but because that stupid woman, it's all turned round the other way now. I want you to help me.
I don't want to do it, Ernest.
I'm sorry, Emily, you're going to have to. Because Mrs. Walker certainly isn't.
I think I'll go and have a little lie down. We're not terribly busy. I feel I've got a dreadful migraine coming on.
Dear. Mrs. Walker, if there's anything we can do to help, perhaps I could take your costume back for you when it arrives. Or better still, I could take it round to Emily Bishop's. I'm sure she could get it to fit her.
Don't worry, I'll see to it. If it's any consolation to you, I mean, they're having their troubles over there as well. Aren't they?
Have they?
Well, I mean, it was you that told me that they couldn't get a lorry or a float or anything.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear. That will spoil things.
She's on the phone, isn't she?
Who to?
I don't know to. You can bet your life she's sticking her oar in and making things worse, you and your big gob.
Now then.
Give us a pint, will you, love? Vodka and lime and a gin and tonic.
Do you know I couldn't have done better myself? Go on, you were saying?
Well, she just said that she'd back down, that's all.
Do you know that's the third today? Edith Pillins dropped out, and just before I closed, Mary Crocker walked in, and she's done the same.
You're talking about glamorous grannies? Some of her backed out.
Yeah, we were just saying.
What's that, do you know?
I should think it's obvious. They took one look at me and decided not to bother.
I can't see it myself.
Well, you wouldn't. Not with your short-sightedness, as well as...
As well as what?
all your other shortcomings.
I'll give you a run for your money.
And may the best man win.
Oh, Len, that's not fair. You know, she makes a far better fella than I do.
Don't you get some insults?
Excuse me, I couldn't help overhearing, but does that mean they're still taking entries?
Well, who had you got in mind, Elsa?
Well, me, who else? I'm a grandma. And I can make myself just as glamorous as the next woman.
It's tomorrow, Hilda, not next year. You haven't got that much time.
Sticks and stones may break my bones. You was thinking of going anyway, weren't you, Chuck? What do you say I come along and participate, eh?
Aye, yes.
But has he told you why he's thinking of going, Hilda?
Don't start that again.
Don't start what?
Well, we live in a permissive society, Hilda, and I don't mind telling you it makes my hair curl sometimes.
What are you on about?
Well, let's just say if I was a granny, I wouldn't go near the place. Some of us still have a shred of dignity left, even if others haven't.
Don't be such a flaming hypocrite.
Look, what's all this about?
Note.
Oh, aye, I know your note. Don't worry, I'll get it out of you when I get you home.
Oh, yeah, I can appreciate the problem. Yeah, I mean, if you don't do the maintenance in holiday time, when do you do it? Yeah, well, I thought there was no harm in asking anyway. Bye. OK, ta-ra, see ya. No go.
Oh, I do hope I'm not interrupting.
No, not at all, Mrs. Walker.
Only, when I heard that you were without a lorry for the procession, I thought, what can I do to help? So, I rang up the transport manager of the brewery, who's a dear, dear friend of mine, and he has gladly consented to lend me a dray.
Oh, great. Well, I suppose it's up to me to thank you, Mrs. Walker, especially in the circumstances.
What circumstances those, Ernest?
Well, I mean, Emily playing Queen Elizabeth.
Oh, you mean the circumstances that did apply? Well, of course, they can be easily altered, can't they? You did hear what I said, didn't you? They are lending me a dray. Well, now, naturally, the brewery couldn't be so magnanimous if the leading character were not being played by one of their, I nearly said employees, one of their good friends. And I'm certainly one of those. So let me know the arrangements in due course, will you, Ernest? What a good thing I didn't cancel the costume. I must rush. Bye.
It makes you realise, doesn't it? The Spanish Armada never stood a dog's chance.
Oh, God, what are you doing here this morning?
I work here.
Is that what you call it? I doubt anybody else would. You're not even disturbing the dust you didn't disturb yesterday or the day before that.
You know, I got a theory about dust. I reckon there's just so much of it, and folk like me just keep moving it round and round from one place to another. It's another con trick on the working class.
You're getting paid for it.
Do you call what I get getting paid? Listen, do you know what a cleaner in America gets? $25 a day. Now that's... what did it say in the paper now? 15 quid. That's right, yeah, 15 quid a day. I hardly get that in a week.
Off with you to America, then.
I just might. After all, Dick Whittington managed it.
Dick Whittington made his fortune in London.
Same thing.
Yes, Hilda. Anyway, shouldn't you be tarting yourself up for the glamorous granny contest this aft?
Well, I've not entered, have I?
I heard you had. In fact, I heard you'd been sponsored by Yves Saint Laurent, and he put his entire Paris salon at your disposal.
Well, actually, it were Ozzie Clark, clever clogs.
Mind you, I think you stand a good chance of winning, Hilda. Competition's very thin. Most of them have dropped out. Of course, there is still Elsie.
I could go on me muck and beat her.
Who's arguing, Hilda?
Elsie Tanner. Take all them fancy clothes off her, she'd be like a plucked chicken.
I'll tell you said that, Hilda.
You do. See if I care.
She'll look 'em cold in that outfit. It's beautiful.
I'm cheap, thanks to you.
Cheap? You call half a week's wages cheap?
It were nothing like half a week's wages.
Will be by the time I've finished bribing the judges.
There's no need to bribe anyone. It's a well-known fact that Tracy is the most beautiful baby in Weatherfield.
In the world?
Oh, sorry, love, sorry.
That's what I thought, till yesterday, when somebody said she looked like the mother. So I thought I'd better start greasing a few pounds.
I'll thump you in a minute, Langton.
So, Elsie, what are you going to wear for the glamorous granny contest? A mask?
Ray!
I'll think of something. There's plenty of time yet.
Hey, is it true Mrs. Walker's written to Glenda Jackson asking if she can give her a few hints on how to play good Queen
Wouldn't be
Bess?
surprised.
Now, this is the famous one. I know I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king, and of a king of England, too. And think foul scorn that Palmer, Spain, or any prince of Europe should dare invade the borders of my realm. Oh, what a woman, eh?
What a woman.
Mrs. Walker.
Is it?
Well, you'll just be sitting on a brewery lorry dressed as Elizabeth. You won't have to do any acting or talking or anything like that.
Oh, that's not the point, dear, is it? If I'm to look like her, then I must feel like her, here, inside. I remember reading somewhere that Glenda steeped herself in the literature of the age before tackling the TV part.
Did you?
Hope she's in the country, then she can reply to my letter.
Well, come on, Ernest. I mean, you must have some ideas. We still need a Britannia, a Sir Francis Drake, and a Sherpa Tenzing. If we don't get one, it's going to be the Annie Walker show.
Well, isn't it going to be that anyway?
That's not the spirit they want the Northwest Frontier, are. Ernest!
Oh, look, I'm sorry. I just don't see any point in making suggestions that are just going to be chucked out like an old sock.
Oh, Ernest, how many times do I have to say it? I'm glad that Mrs. Walker is representing Elizabeth, none more so.
Nothing less than extortion the way she got that job, and the way you lot caved in, it was just despicable.
Look, without her help, we would not have got afloat.
There was a principle at stake. You should have told her quite politely what to do with her float, or better still, impolitely.
Talk to him, Emily.
Love, I know you'd set your heart on me being Elizabeth, but it wasn't me, really. I'd have probably run away to sea or hid in the attic next Tuesday morning. I'd have been in a state of shock from embarrassment.
Hey, I've just thought what we can get for Francis Drake, seeing Ken won't do it. Eddie Yates.
Much as I like Eddie, I don't think even his best friend could describe him as a distinguished old sea dog.
No. More undistinguished young layabout.
Hey, I suppose Fred would make quite a good Sir Francis. No, well, he's tall, he's ruddy, with a little beard.
I agree, love. He
Right.
would.
Right. Now, what about Britannia?
Oh, there's only one obvious choice there, isn't there?
Oh.
Oh, Bet.
Bet? Well, Bet's a bit... Well, Bet, isn't she? I mean, she's more your Delilah than your Britannia.
No, wait a minute. No, I think Ernest has got a point. I mean, she's got quite a presence as our Bet, hasn't she? And she'd look very formidable in the gear.
Oh, you can say that again. Sorry, Emily.
OK, well, that just leaves with Sherpa Tenzing.
Old Albert. Yeah.
Uncle Albert?
Yes.
It's not a bad idea, that, you know. I mean, he looks a bit of a mountain man, doesn't he? All right, but who's going to persuade him to do it?
I don't want to feel constricted. I want to have room to expand.
I think you'll find there's plenty of room on the float, Annie.
Yes, but you'll only be one of umpteen floats, you know. I mean, our streets and the organisations in town, they've got enough floats in that procession.
Not one of umpteen floats, Mr. Tatlock. The float.
Yeah, but nobody will be looking at you. Especially if you're following Greenwood's float. You know, some at Lassie's there, they're going to do 25 years of fashion. And they've got the lot. Mini skirts, baby doll nighties, topless...
That'll be quite enough, thank you.
Well, I'm not but warning you.
Thanks for warning me, Albert.
Don't encourage him, Len.
Uncle Albert, do we have a word?
And one for yourself.
My, is it me body you're after?
Oh?
Liar.
Albert, I've just got your rum in, all right?
All right, what do you want?
Diet. Can nobody make a friendly gesture without everybody getting suspicious?
Not since Adam were a lad.
What a world.
Well, as a matter of fact, Uncle Albert, we did have an ulterior motive. Not for buying you a drink, but for coming in here.
Yeah, you want me to be Sherpa Tenzing, not float, don't you?
Pardon?
How did he guess?
Well, it's not a matter of guessing. I mean, he's only a little chap, isn't he? Well, who's the local dwarf? Me. I knew you'd get round to asking me sooner or later.
Oh, and will you?
No, I won't.
Uncle Albert, please.
Yeah? I got myself a whiskey and coke. Is that all right?
Yeah, fine, love. Come on, Albert, be a sport, eh?
No, I won't, and you can take your rum back if you want.
What are they trying to get you to do, Albert?
They're just trying to bribe me to be Sherpa Tenzing, not float, with a flipping lousy rum.
What are you trying to bribe me into doing with a flipping lousy whiskey?
Alf?
Ken?
Chicken. We were hoping that you would be our Britannia.
Britannia?
Will you?
Well, I'd have to have the proper gear. I mean, shield and helmet and robes, a bit figure-hugging round the top.
Yeah, well, within reason. We don't want locking up, do we?
Well, will you?
Yes. Why not? Yeah, I'd be delighted. Just to help you out, of course.
Great, great.
Now, come on, Albert, be a sport.
It's only a bit of fun, Albert. I mean, he were a big hero, weren't he, Sherpa Tenzing? He'd have got a VC if he'd have done what he did in a war.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
And I'll hold your hand if you're Larry sick.
All right, go on then, but I'm
Good.
not dressing up in out fancy.
Attaboy. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Okay. Come on, come and talk about it. Tell you what you got.
The first time I put the costume on for the fancy dress ball, I felt an immediate affinity with that woman. If only I'd lived in a bygone age, when, breeding counted for something.
Mrs. Walker,
See,
you'll never guess what's just happened.
surprise me.
Ken and Alf have just asked me to be Britannia, so we'll be on the float together. Isn't that nice?
Nice isn't the word I'd have used, Bet. More, what shall I say, incongruous?
What's incongruous mean?
I don't know, love, but I don't think it's very complimentary.
Well, never mind. She's a lot less puffed up than she would have been otherwise, and that's what matters. Yes, Hey, do you know I ought to take exception to you spending half your time talking to Bucks and blonde barmaids? We're all friends. That's what worries me.
What are you having?
The usual, because I can't think of anything else.
Me too.
So that's a vodka and lime and a gin and tonic.
Stanley? Yeah, right, gentlemen.
A pint of wallop. Hey, are we going to these various competitions across at Centre this afternoon?
I'm not. I don't know about you.
Do you know, only a few weeks ago it would have said, it's up to you, love. Whatever your pleasure, my darling. I've only been put on earth to please you.
Yeah, don't they turn into slobs quickly? I've had some experience of that, you know.
Hey, shouldn't you be getting ready to be a glamorous granny?
Oh, I could win just as I am.
There's one or two who've hardly turned 40, you know.
So?
So there's one or two who've hardly turned 40, you know.
I know one who has.
Who's that, Stan?
Our elder.
Oh.
She's entered.
Blimey, I were only kidding when I suggested it to her this morning.
Never kid her elder. I know what it cost.
Well, there's not much competition there, is there? Are there over there? You walk it.
You reckon?
Oh, doesn't she look a picture?
Yeah, I say it myself. She's a credit to me.
What about me?
It's the male genes what decide beauty, you know. And intelligence and charm.
And what about the female genes?
I think they're superfluous.
You pig.
Filling up nicely, eh?
Yes, indeed.
Hey, and I thought this sort of a do was out of date these days, you know?
Not for the ladies. They love it. They'll soon be hearing the stage whispers. There's old Nellie Fishwick. She's 60 if she's a day. How did she get that dress on? You know,
There's no they like better than tear each other to pieces, is
the
there?
favourite sport.
Right, well, we've got about a dozen entrants.
Oh, that's not too bad.
And there'll be one or two latecomers, I think.
Like Elsie.
Or Hilda.
Oh, no, she'll be deciding whether it's Miss Chick today or outdoor girl.
Let's not be naughty to Hilda.
Well, everybody else is.
I'll send Emily to find out where Elsie's got to.
Oh, good, good. I'll tell you something. The atmosphere in that committee room is pretty malevolent. There's no love lost between that lot, I'll tell you.
You wait till I start judging the babies. Honestly, it's literally daggers drawn. I've had some.
I never knew you were a mother.
When I was a photographer...
Oh, here comes our celebrity judge, Miss Weatherfield.
Oh, hello, Liz.
Hello,
Nice to see you again.
Miss Aspin, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, Elsie were in here, what, about an hour since? Maybe she's nipped round to the cabin for a pair of tights. You know, a last-minute job.
Oh, yes, I suppose that's possible.
How's it going across there?
Looks like being a huge success.
Sharp going.
Our employer's going, Betty. We must remain on duty.
Yeah, but look at the place. I mean, there's no more than half a dozen in. It's not going to take two of us to serve this lot.
But supposing a coachload of Americans pulls up outside?
Hey? We've never had a coachload of America. We've never had a coachload of anybody, come to think of it.
That's what she said when I asked if one of us could go with her. Bet, dear, supposing a coachload of Americans pulls up outside, she said.
No answer to that.
I couldn't think of one neither.
Oh. Well, I'm off. Oh, Emily, dear. I'm so glad that we solved our little misunderstanding about who was to play Elizabeth. And so they don't feel too deprived, why don't you consider yourself my understudy? Bye.
Bye. I never even wanted to be Elizabeth.
She wouldn't believe you if you told her, love. Getting her own way isn't good enough. She's got to stick the boot in.
You're a student of human nature. Do you know that, Bet?
That's just what a fella said to me last night when I told him that a wife who works in a chippy and has 2 fur coats in her wardrobe wanted watching.
Hey, look who's here.
Hilda, what have you done to yourself?
Why don't you like it?
Well, I think you look great.
Very smart, lovey.
$1 million, Mrs. Ogden.
Thank you very much. I just come in for a drop of Dutch courage, actually.
Don't you think you're cutting it a bit fine, love? I mean, the contest starts at 2, you know.
I thought it were 1:30.
2, Mrs. Ogden.
Oh, heck, I'd better get across there right away, hadn't I? Are you sure I look all right?
You never look better, love.
Come along, Mrs. Ogden. It's a shame if you were too late.
Yeah.
Good luck, Hilda.
Hey, same here, kid.
Great.
Stanley, do you know who that very attractive woman was, what's just left?
Hey?
It were your wife.
Oh, what I want, 16.
16.
Why, Why do we bother?
I don't know. I'm not going to bother him.
It's not worth it.
No. Fellas.
Phew.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And now, may I introduce you to our contestants. Number 1 is Mrs. Eileen Jones. Oh, just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. We seem to have a late entry.
I'm sorry I'm late, but I got the time wrong.
Well, that's right, Hilda. You've just made it. Would you come up on the stage?
Yes.
Hey, this way, Hilda.
Oh.
I didn't know Mrs. Ogden was going to enter. Impulse, really. A rather endearing human quality. Optimism, don't you think?
And anyway, it's number 13, I'm afraid.
Oh, heck. And mine can't be helped.
Right, OK. Well, if you just stand at the end of the line, then. Right, ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying before I was so happily interrupted, number 1 is Mrs. Eileen Jones. Now, thank you. She lives at number 27 Milton Avenue. Mrs. Jones.
Where's Elsie Howard got to do now? Search me. Probably got cold feet when she heard I'd entered.
Mark 3, and Darren, 1 year old tomorrow. So a big hand for Mrs. Jones, please. Thank you. Now, contestant number 2.
Is number 6, Dot Baker from Thard Workshop in Bessie Street.
Number 10,
How the hell did she get in that from?
Housewife.
I don't know, but I wouldn't mind helping her out of it.
4 years since her grandson Peter was born. So a big hand and applause to Mrs. Rowe, please. Thank you.
Oh, that's better.
It's not you's in the bonny baby contest, Raymond. You'd be in the ugly baby contest.
I'm nervous for her, aren't I?
Where is your Deirdre?
She's across with Tracy at the committee room.
Oh.
One with the other mums. It's terrible. Nobody's talking. They're all just eyeing one another.
You see her, Hilda?
No, mate.
Making a fool of herself, no doubt.
She might feel better if you were over there rooting for her.
I don't want my wife labelling a grandmother, do I? It means I'm a granddad.
But you are.
I don't want that going around.
Why? Would her at 19 Inkerman Street not like it?
She's not the only fish in the sea.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, we have number 13, Mrs. Hilda Ogden. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I don't actually have any written details about Mrs. Ogden, but I think I know her well enough to give a thumbnail sketch.
Well, I should hope so, Kenneth.
Now, Mrs. Ogden lives just across the street at number 13. Number 13. Is 13 your lucky number, Hilda?
Oh, it's not been, no.
Hey, did he marry your Stanley on the 13th, Hilda?
The 4th, actually.
In that case, that's your unlucky number.
Don't make it an exhibition of this.
That's only a joke.
Marriage hasn't exactly refined him, has it?
I never thought it would.
Mrs. Ogden is a housewife and also a cleaner, or, as you might like to say, a daily help. She keeps our local pub all bright and shiny.
That'll be the day.
And she has 2 grandchildren, I believe, a boy called...
Damien and a girl, Jane.
So a big hand for Mrs. Ogden. Thank you. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that is all the contestants duly introduced, and now it is up to our judges. I wonder if they've reached a decision yet.
I do feel nervous.
I feel quite confident myself. Fella at middle keeps winking at me.
Well, at least we didn't turn yellow like Elsie Tanner.
Hey, there's a quid on Dot, whatever her name is, to win.
Oh, well, she set a stall out, hasn't she?
That's one way of putting it.
Are you a sex maniac, Virgil?
Yeah.
Right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our judges have reached their decision. They have selected the 3 lucky winners, which they tell me they did with the greatest difficulty as the competition was so keen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to present them with their prizes, we have our celebrity judge, Miss Weatherfield. Or, better known to her friends, of whom I hope I'm one, as Liz Aspin. Thank you. Now, wait for it. Third is number 1, Mrs. Eileen Jones. And she wins a bottle of sherry. And second is number 2, Mrs. Roma Hartley, who wins a cosmetic set. Congratulations. And our winner is number 6, Mrs. Dorothy Baker. And she wins a weekend in London for 2. So a big hand for all the winners, please.
Glad you're satisfied.
I am. Great, darling, great.
She's dead common, you know, that Dot Baker.
Yeah, well, so am I, but I didn't win.
And now the next event, of course, is our beautiful Jubilee Baby Contest, which will be held in approximately 15 minutes, we hope, depending upon the humour of the contestants.
I just lost interest. There's no law against that, is there?
Well, you know what they're going to say, don't you?
Yeah, that I chickened out, that I was frightened of losing.
Yeah.
Well, who'd say a thing like that? I mean, nobody is matters. It's not as if you entered yourself now, is it? I mean, it was Gail and Susie.
Oh, Aunt Betty, stop making excuses for me.
Well, I'm not.
Oh, yeah, you know. You know, time ago I would have walked in there with my 38 chest stuck out and enjoyed every minute of it. And if I'd have won, I'd have felt 6 foot tall. Daft as a brush, in fact. But now, well, don't see any point in it. Nobody to impress anymore. Not even my grandchildren, who I never see. And anyway, what would I have done for a weekend in London for 2? No point. See ya.
Darling. Oh, she's down in the dumps, isn't she?
Shh. Well, Hilda, how did you go on?
Oh, I didn't. Well, at least I entered, not like some.
Yeah, well, I would have done, but I read the posters wrong. I thought it was for great-grandmothers. See ya.
Double whiskey, Hilda.
Hey, look at Deirdre's face.
I don't know what she's worried about. It's a foregone conclusion. I mean, my daughter.
Well, she's a bit young, Ray.
I was talking at her age, you know. I were.
I know, you've not stopped shooting your mouth off since.
Well, you don't when you got good cause.
She's not by any means the biggest baby, is she?
Oh, size isn't as important as it used to be in baby contests anymore, Mrs. Walker.
I thought it was.
Oh, no. In fact, they shouldn't be overweight for their age. And the judges will also take temperament into consideration, you know, whether they're happy or not. Tracy'll definitely score there. She's very alert. Takes after Deirdre.
Think Deirdre alert, do you?
Oh, yes, don't you?
Well, it's not something I would have associated with her age group, actually.
Hey, you seem to know a lot about babies.
Only from hearsay, Mr. Tatlock.
Have you never thought about having one of your own? I'll put a word in with your Ernie if you like.
Right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We now have the winner of our beautiful Jubilee Baby Contest. Thank you. Now, as I explained earlier, we've decided just to have an outright winner, not to have a second best beautiful baby or a third best beautiful baby. I mean, how do you tell a mum that her baby's second best? I'm certainly not brave enough to do it. So, without further ado, the winner is Tracy Langton.
How about that then, mate? How about that?
Cost you that, mate.
I'll stand you half a bit any day, thank you.
Thank you. So if the proud mum and her baby will step forward, well, the proud mum stepped forward anyway, our celebrity will present them with their prizes. Now, the prize is for Mrs. Langton, a weekend in London for 2.
Thank you.
And for Tracy, a Jubilee crown, which we hope will remind her of this triumph for the rest of her life. Congratulations.
I can't believe it. I'm over the moon.
Hey, that's my daughter, that, you know.
I know.
My daughter, that. Yeah. Well, here's to our Tracy.
Our beautiful Tracy. Hey, who's babysitting, by the way?
Oh, Mrs. Shambles.
Hey, you wanted to get her to do some of those adverts on telly like they do with the winner of Crufts.
She's not a dog, Len.
No, hang about, though. She could advertise nappies or something like that.
No, I'm not telling her about all this. I don't want to get him big-headed.
Penny for her, Mrs. Walker.
I was just thinking, dear, she might have been my grandchild if Billy had married Deirdre.
Ah, she might. She might have been my daughter if I'd have had a husband.
Hey, if the father bought the first round, I think the second
don't
round
tell
should be
me the Godfather. Right, say him again, please, Betty, all around.
Right.
For everyone.
Hey, Britannia, come on, help me pull some ale.
Aren't the working classes coarse, Your Majesty?
Remind me to shorten her by the head, as Elizabeth was rather fond of saying.
I will.
Well, let's hope next week's procession will be as successful as today.
Oh, I think it will be.
Oh, me too. I mean to say, we're in good hands.
Mind where that goes.
Feel like giving us a hand, Stanley?
Look, I'm occupied, otherwise occupied, see?
You could have fooled me.
You load it, I'll drive it, right?
Hey, looks good that, ain't you?
Where the heck did you get that? It must have been used at Mafeking.
Is there another bit to go with this? Come on!
Hang on, we're coming.
How do I fix it, though, Stan?
Drop the window on it.
Oh, right. No, it doesn't look very joyful like that, Chuck.
You what?
I say it doesn't look very joyful. It's all droopy.
Well, pull it in and put the end under the bed.
Oh, yeah.
Gets us to stand up.
Yeah, I mean, it's all right, though, isn't it?
So, yeah, if I hold it, yeah, where is everybody?
Hang on. You've got it in the wrong place.
Well, where should it go?
No, fix it there.
Oh, Cloyd, is there another bit down there?
Well, that's not a bit of ship. There's all the rest castle.
Marvellous, isn't it? The parade tomorrow, nowhere near ready.
Very appropriate, that, when you think about it.
What is?
Well, Britain through the ages. I mean, we never was ready, was we?
Well, we'll just have to ask Ray how it goes together.
Well, where is he? Where is he?
Very appropriate, if you ask me.
Did anybody?
Well, you're not, are you?
Yeah, I want to go and see it.
It's just for tourists, is that?
Well, we will be tourists, won't we? Anyway, it's not just there for an attraction, you know. It's part of history, is that?
Well, I don't want to go to Tower of London. No more them other blokes did.
What other blokes?
Them blokes what got their heads chopped off. We want to go for the high life, down Soho.
Now, that is for the mugs.
Well, we're going to be a couple of mugs, then, aren't we? We're going to spend a load of brass. We're going to have a whale of a time. We're going to come back skint. If that makes me a mug, fine.
Why have we got to come back skint?
Oh, come on, love. How often do we go down London? If we're going to do the place, well, let's do it proper.
Oh, I wish we'd never won it now. Free weekend in London, it's supposed to be. Free. And you want to blow every penny we've got.
That's not what I said, is it?
Yes.
No, it is not. Oh, Deirdre.
Anyway, it's all very well you going on about nightclubs. It'll be day most at time with her.
Stop at the hotel. Let them send some champagne up to the bedroom.
All right.
Too true.
Why is it only London that has this effect on you? Why can't you be like this here?
Huh. Who's going to send the champagne up?
We could find somebody to do that a damn sight easier than finding somebody to look after Tracy, so we most likely won't be going anyway.
Do you not want to go?
Well, of course I do, but honestly, who's going to look after her? I know you. You'd dump her down at Rover's bar and say, look after this for us while Monday.
Work that and all. No problem.
Aye.
Oh, Betty Turpin. She'd love it. Betty Lynch, there's a frustrated mother for you.
If I never set foot outside this house again, I'm not leaving her with Bet Lynch.
Must be somebody.
Yeah, all right, but not the likes of Bet Lynch. I mean, she's OK, but...
And I'm not kidding you, Corona Street. Do you know what they're doing, their float? Britain at work. Corona Street's best laugh ever.
Oh, no, be fair. They said the rest of Britain at work.
Oh, that's good, though. You got something good there, haven't you?
Oh, and you'll be with them, will you, Stan?
Me, love. I'm only working tomorrow.
Every 25 years, Stan has a ceremonial day of work. We're just lucky it coincides with the Jubilee.
Well, seeing it like that, then I'll drive the lorry, but you've got to pay me.
Fear not, Mr. Ogden. A foaming tankard will be waiting on this bar for you.
It's double time on bank holidays. 8-hour day and a meal allowance, right?
You and your big mouth.
Oh, I'm sorry. I take it all back, Stan. I think you're ever so
It's not
sexy.
you, love. You'll give and take. It's him.
What?
Never seen him do a day's work in his life. Carries his hat down the sorting hours, and that's all. Then he's got his union, a town hall, 2 good seats. He's got more places with his backside than Mickey Flynn. And you keep them warm too, don't you?
Now you've been told.
Take it lying down, Alf. Take it lying down, because this man is the kingpin of the whole operation.
Right.
Oh, by the way, Stan, the heavy goods licence is still valid, isn't it? I mean, I don't know about these things, but don't you have to renew it or
Don't you start.
something? Only asking, Stan.
Well, I'm telling you.
Aren't you in it, Mrs. Sharples? Oh, you should be in it. You should be the star turn.
What, going round on the back of a lorry like a bag of coal? No, I don't think so.
But they could tie some knives to wheels and you could go as bold as see her.
Hey, I could stick a few knives in a few wheels, do the tyres.
What do you want to do that for? Because they're not going to let you be in it, you know.
Not our tyres, their tyres. We want to win the best float, don't we?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I couldn't be less bothered.
I wonder if anybody's ever asked her she wants all this fuss. Because if she's out like me, she don't want to be reminded. 25 years. It's just gone like that, hasn't it?
Oh, and all downhill.
Yes, Mr. Baldwin.
Oh, give us a scotch, Mrs. Walkaway.
No sooner said.
Make it a large one, will you?
You're feeling sorry for yourself, aren't you? Oh. Doubles on your own.
Just been one of those days.
Problems?
Who'll be a capitalist? No. Roll on the revolution. Let the workers see what it's like.
And he went off at the Abbey.
Who?
The eldest lad, the Prince of Wales.
Oh, aye.
Look at him now. He's done well, hasn't he?
Same age as me, you know, Prince Charles. Well, practically the same birthday.
Oh, aye. Have you hotel scene coming?
I don't know. I don't know what he's been done for. Mind you, their girls known to the police for their speeding activities.
Hey, can we have a bit of respect? An 10-year-old, she's expecting her own now.
And what sort of a world is it coming into?
Isn't she absolutely? Yes, you are, aren't you?
Is she talking yet?
Oh, don't be silly.
No, I don't mean holding a conversation or cracking jokes. I mean, dada, isn't that the first thing they say? Dada?
Well, I don't think she's said out yet.
Yeah, I mean, it was not so much a word as a noise they make, like dada.
Well, she may not talk, but she knows what she thinks, don't you? And you think Ernest very silly, don't you?
Yeah, Ernest felt pretty silly trying to get that castle thing to fit together.
Yeah, well, it is a bit complicated, Ernie. You need 4 nails and a big hammer.
Well, it didn't make any sense to me at all. I'm sorry to butt in and...
Well, I
but
quite
if you could
understand, no. So Einstein had exactly the same problem, you know. Folk couldn't follow the ingenuity of his mind.
Ah.
You're going to be very clever, aren't you? I can tell.
Well, come on, then. I'll have a look at it with you.
Great, come on.
Would you take her for a bit, Emily?
Oh, I'd be delighted.
You better let her kick bottle, because otherwise she makes a racket. Only I had to bring her because Deirdre's gone to keep fit classes, try and get a figure back, you know.
Oh, any time you want someone to babysit, you've only to ask.
You'd be sorry you said that.
Oh, I mean it.
What are you doing next weekend?
What day next weekend?
Oh, yeah, you see, you're trying to get out of it already. I said next weekend.
All weekend?
Yeah, well, you know we won this prize, a free weekend in London. Well, I can't see us taking it, not with Tracy.
Oh, I'd love to have her for a weekend. You go.
Are you serious?
Well, of course I'm serious. You've only to bring a cot round with plenty of room for it.
Yeah, not to mention nappies and bedding in a rubber sheet, of course.
Well, it's all easy enough to bring round. I do know what I'm letting myself in for, and I'd be only too happy.
Well, that's great.
Fine by me if Emily's happy.
Oh, what can I say? That's terrific, Tar. Hey, wait till I tell Deirdre.
Yeah. Well, come on and show us how this thing fits together, eh?
Yes, you go. Go on.
Senior residents should be in it, definitely.
Do you fancy doing it, Mr. Sharples?
Do I, heck? He's just pulling everybody's leg.
All right, I'll go as Queen Victoria, then.
Well, we haven't got a Queen Victoria, and Britain, through the ages, now come to think of it, is it complete without her?
Ridiculous. Where could I get a costume from?
A black shawl and beads, and there you are. The widow of Windsor.
Oh, no, I still think she should go as Queen Victoria.
What she said? I will be good. Well, all I can say is, I'll do my best.
Oh, great. All right, Mr. Sharples, I'll send someone over tomorrow morning to help you out.
I think you've got it wrong there, Squire.
What?
Are you thinking of the Merry Widow?
No. You mean the Merry Wives of Windsor.
No, I don't. Do I?
I don't know they did it in them days, you know, Mrs. Walker, all this gear. Like wearing a flipping 3-piece suite, it must have been.
Oh, well, this would have been a gown for state occasions.
Oh, aye, they did have all them dudes. Sort of went in for it, didn't they?
Well, it was a very formal age.
All them jewels and that all over the dress, even the men as well. Don't you think they were a bit overdressed?
They were a different breed, Fred. They knew how to carry it off. They knew the meaning of magnificence.
Aye. They had the brass to spend on it and all.
Magnificence. That's something the modern world doesn't know a thing about.
We sort of go more in for comfort, don't we?
I'm not sure that that's true. I think that I, for one, would have been much more comfortable in Elizabeth's reign. Much.
Well, you would, Mrs. Walker. You know, I think I'd have been more of a serf.
Do you know when I think the decline started? When they invented concrete, including comfort. Come in.
Well, I'm chucking him out if you want to cash up, Mrs. Walker.
Very well, dear.
Ah, didn't know you were a dab hand with a needle and thread, Fred.
I could surprise you in lots of ways, Sunshine.
It's very good, though. It'll look cracking tomorrow.
If it's finished.
Well, Drake had time to finish his game of bowls and then do the Armada, you know what I mean?
All right, I'll be through to give you a hand in a minute. I'll just put this pearl on.
Very good, Sir Francis. Fred,
Will you be taking bowls for the character?
Oh, yeah, Sir Francis Drake. I was thinking of taking one of my own woods.
I wonder, could I ask you, would you take one of Jack's?
Oh, I'll be honoured, Mrs. Walker.
Thank you. They're rather nice.
Right, well, I'll just pop through and give Bet a hand.
Well, I think that's everything. It's all ready.
Are you taking your cocoa up with you?
Yes, all right. You don't mind, do you?
You mean about the baby?
Do you?
Well, if you're sure you know how to handle it, I don't mind in the least.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
I mean, they are known to cry and things in the middle of the night.
Yeah, yes, babies, yes, they have been described to me.
And you don't mind?
How many more times?
Well, I'm glad you don't, because, I mean, from their point of view, there can't be many people they'd, well, trust leaving the baby with.
No. You put the light out, will you?
Yes.
Are you sure these tights are going to be dry for tomorrow?
They'll be dry.
Nothing worse than damp tights.
What's up? What's up?
Is this your vehicle, Alfred?
Oh, I'm running away, yeah.
Aye, would you mind moving it?
Move it?
You're parked wrong way around. You should be facing the other way at night, so the oncoming traffic can see your reflectors.
Nobody comes down this road at night.
Do you want to argue that with my inspector? He's told me to tell you to shift it. And now I've told you. Now turn it round or move it across the street.
You want me out in my pyjamas?
You can take your pyjamas off if you like, as long as you shift it.
Police, that's all it is.
I'll give you some bleeding welly in a minute.
Right.
Right.
Oh.
Got a day for it, haven't they?
Yeah. Is she open yet?
Oh, she's open, yeah. Nothing will come between her and her profits. Jubilee or naught else.
Yeah, well, nobody's going to start this jubilee till I've had my pot of tea. Hello, Chuck.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I've got some nice oranges in at the moment, just suit you.
Oh, sorry, Reen, I don't want no oranges as it happens.
Oh, not you, love. Nell Gwynther.
Well, you don't want no oranges, do you? You'll be getting it free. Well, orange juice, like.
Oh, no, you don't get free orange juice anymore, Hilda.
Don't you? Oh, I did with our Trevor. It was very nice and all. Wasn't it nice, the National Health orange juice?
Was she talking about Nell Gwyn?
I thought you were Nell Gwyn.
She's had her head fast in the mango.
No, I'm doing, you know. Thought.
Who told you that?
I don't know. Somebody did.
I'll tell you what I'll be doing. Sitting with my feet up in front of the telly, that's what I'll be doing.
Can I have my biscuits, if you don't mind? Oh, yes. Anything else, love? No.
Who's put that about? The thought never even crossed my mind.
Oh, I don't know why you don't do it. I mean, you've got the colouring for it.
Nell Gwyn, yeah, I've heard of her. Did she invent marmalade?
No, that was Marie Antoinette's.
Oh, yeah. Sounds like somebody out of a silent picture.
She's out of history.
Oh, well, everything's history.
Where Britannia, any road?
Britannia weren't anybody.
Well, she got to have a picture on back of old pennies. Used to have.
Well, she was like the spirit of Britain, you know, the British Isles.
Oh. Is there a British race?
Yeah, all the races in the British Isles, you know.
Oh, no. No, I don't hold with that. I reckon she was English, definitely.
What makes you say she was English?
Well, it's Britannia rules the waves, innit? Yeah. And it's the English who are the sailors.
Hmm?
Any road, you can tell by the way she holds her nose in the air, like Mrs. Thatcher. Enter.
Is everybody decent?
Well, you'd have copped an eyeful by now if they weren't.
It's you I wanted to see, actually.
Well, you and thousands of others, darling. They're lining the streets to see me. Dearie me, let me guess. Roger Bannister.
No, wrong. Sir Edmund Hillary. You don't happen to have any instant tan makeup, do you?
Just as if. That'd be cheating, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and you wouldn't do that, would you? Can I borrow it?
What do you want it for?
For, Sherpa tensing.
Oh.
Aren't they a bit more yellowish, Sherpas?
Well, they get very weather-beaten, you know.
Well, you look well in that, Albert.
Feel right daft.
Bet, dear,
Mrs. Walker?
could you give me a hand? I don't want to come in before I'm laced up.
Here, kid.
Thank you. Right, come on, Albert. Sit down. Take your glasses off. And stick your chin out.
You know, this is going a bit too far.
Hey, you look right cracking in that, Mrs. Walker.
It is customary to kneel.
Some people get right into the part, don't they?
Well, she's been rehearsing all her life.
You can't rehearse Majesty, Mr. Tetlock. It's either something you've got or you haven't.
Watch what you're saying, Albert. You'll get your head chopped off.
Yes, and all my work will be wasted.
Oh, give all that.
Oh, look at that. Just look at it.
I've been telling you about that chair for months. Now do you see what I mean?
It's only a little jagged bit of wood on the edge of there. Why does it have to wait for me to deal with it?
It probably needs a plane or something. That's your department.
Well, you're the one that's always getting her tight snagged.
Well, now you have, and I hope you like it.
It would be more constructive if you got a needle and thread instead of scoring debating points.
I forgive you your ill temper, and it's only because I know how infuriating it is.
That is a very provoking attitude. Oh, good heavens, it doesn't need a plane. Just a bit of sandpaper. Honest, if you can do something as complicated as looking after a baby, surely it's within your powers to go out the
I
back
must
and...
go round and see Deirdre after if I've got time. Shall we put the cot in our bedroom with us or in the spare?
We'll have plenty of time to think about that.
In with us, I think. As it would be best.
Needle, thread.
It's coming. Unless she really does cry all the time, but I don't think so. Not Tracy. Can't remember hearing her.
Oh, come on, love, you know I can't sew to save my life.
You don't expect me to do it. I mean, I'm the carpenter round here.
Careful.
And if she does cry, well, I'll be up to see to her. Perhaps you'd prefer to sleep in the spare.
Hey up.
Hiya.
Chance of a cup of tea?
Yeah, kettle's on. Is it all finished?
Aye, already. 0 hour coming up.
Hey, anybody want to stand up?
But 11:15, even Stanley ought to be out of bed.
She worth checking.
What time are we setting off?
Well, main parade like starts about 12 o'clock, but if we get him aboard about 11:30, that's plenty of time.
We're going along to watch it?
Oh, I don't know.
Do you not want to?
Yeah, I do, but it'll be a big crush, won't it?
That's what it's all about, though, isn't it?
Oh, no, I'm not taking Tracy in a crowd like that.
Well, you want to get one of them papoose things, you know, where you put it on your back and baby sits in it. You've seen them.
Yeah, not at her age. No, I'll just watch our lot set off, that's all.
Ah, well, they'll just about be starting off soon.
Well, there's not like a good wood, Mrs. Walker. I'll look after it for you.
I know you will, Fred.
Do you ever play? Lots of ladies do, you know.
No, never. It's a complete mystery to me. Mind you, I think it looks very nice when the sun's shining. Very English scene, isn't it?
Oh, I suppose it is, yeah.
You know, I say it quite unashamedly, Fred, but I'm a great lover of everything English.
Well, you've certainly got the regalia for it today, Mrs. Walker.
Come in.
Well, we best get out there.
Already?
Have you seen the time?
We're ready, aren't we?
Do you know, it's silly, isn't it? I feel just a little bit nervous, as if I were going on stage.
Well, it's only on the back of a lorry and we'll all be with you.
Yes, I know. It's not the people. It's It's as though Elizabeth herself were watching me.
I think they've done really well, though, don't you?
Oh, aye. Give them a chance to show off and there's no holding them.
No, they have.
Hey, somebody's looking for you.
Oh, let it look. When I'm closed, I'm closed. She must try knocking up supermarket.
That's terrific, Mrs. Sharples. Terrific.
Good Lord, it's Ina.
Oh, you look lovely, Mrs. Sharples. I didn't know that you...
We persuaded her.
We twisted you round, didn't we, Mrs. Sharples?
I know I'm not supposed to be amused, but I took one look at myself in the mirror this morning and I was tickled pink.
Well, Kenneth, here I am.
Oh, fine, fine.
Oh, look, we're going out now.
Yeah, all right. She's asleep, isn't she?
Oh, and I've said we'll take that free weekend in London next weekend.
You've what?
It's a Jubilee surprise, isn't it?
But how? I mean, we can't
I've
just...
got somebody to look after Tracy.
Somebody? Who?
Yeah. Emily and Ernie Bishop. They'd love to have her.
Emily Bishop?
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Couldn't be better.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What?
Well, I mean, that's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Oh, come on, Deirdre.
Oh, come on, nothing. She's never even had a baby of her own, come to that.
Well, neither have we, not till now.
Look, Ray, I'm not leaving her with the Bishops, and that's final.
For 2 days?
There's only me mother I'd trust her with for that long, and if she can't come, she can't come, and we don't go. Full stop.
But I've fixed it up and everything with them now.
Well, I'm sorry. You'll just have to tell them.
Come on, Stan. Now, let me know when you're ready.
All right. All right, we're just about there, Stanley. It won't be a minute. Right, everybody. I want you to look this way. Now, all look jubilant. OK, Flintstone, let's see you. Good. All right, Uncle Albert, let's have one of those famous smiles. Marvellous. All right, everyone, just one over this way. All look over here. Good, good. Right, come on, Britannia, big smile. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, Stanley, you know the way.
Roger. The battery's flat.
Come on, Stan.
Why are we waiting? Come on, Stan.
What on earth is Mr. Ogden playing at?
Sounds as if the battery's gone flat, Mrs. Walker.
It was OK yesterday.
Yeah.
So were a lot of things, love. There's folk who were okay yesterday will be dead today.
Have you got the choke out, Stanley?
It's not the joke. It's the battery. It's flat as a pancake.
You'll have to give me a shove.
I can't keep getting on and off lorries.
What, you're supposed to be shepherd sensing and you can't climb off a lorry?
Oh.
Right, let me give you a hand down, Mrs. Walker.
Well, this sort of thing completely destroys the dignity of the occasion.
Can I give you a hand to get down, Mrs. Sharples?
I'm not shifting. If and when I get off this lorry, I am not coming back.
We are not amused, eh, Mrs. Sharples?
We're going to miss a parade. You do realise that?
It does seem as if the fates are against you, Mrs. Walker.
Right, get shoving.
Well, take the handbrake off, Stanley.
It is off.
There's no good getting worked up about it. Que sera, sera.
Yeah, that's what I always say. Least said, soonest mended.
You do realise, I hope, that we shall be the laughing stock of all Weatherfield?
Hey, we'll let her wrap this in, lads. We're getting exactly nowhere here.
Yeah, well, let's not panic.
We're not panicking, Alf. Well, not much, anyway.
Hey, I know. Why didn't I think of it before? Annie, love, where's your car?
Hey, you want to see Annie Walker's face? Talk about thunder. Hey, and there's your great Auntie Ina, look. Yes, and there's your Uncle Ernest and your Auntie Emily. You like them, don't you? Hey, you wouldn't mind stopping with them for the weekend while your mum and dad go down London, would you?
Give it a rest, straight.
What?
We're not leaving with the bishops, so stop prattling on about it.
Well, what have you got against them? You don't mind them when they babysit for us?
Well, that's only for a couple of hours, isn't it? I've got nothing against them, honestly. It's just that I couldn't leave Tracy with him for the weekend. I just couldn't. There's only me mum. I trust with her for that length of time.
Yeah, well, we haven't got your mum, have we? What we have got is a couple of tickets for a free weekend in London. Don't you fancy it?
Well, of course I fancy it.
Well, then let Emily have Tracy. Flipping heck, they're on the telephone. You can keep in touch all the time.
No!
Look, now go along, the lot of you. Go on. Get off my coach, but go on. Every one of you. Do be careful, Mr. Ogden.
There's no danger, Mrs. Walker. I can't get a shock of a car battery.
I was thinking more of my coach work.
I could, you'd think it were flipping Coronation coach, not just her old banger.
Oh, Hilda, you do love to flirt with death.
Well, where's all this going to get us, anyway?
Well, according to Alf, Annie's battery should feed the lorry's battery and start it.
Oh, I see, said the blind man.
Try it now, Stan.
Fingers crossed.
Well, nothing seems to be happening.
I should think that's obvious to everyone.
Afraid there's been a bit of a complication, Annie. We seem to have flattened your battery as well. The lorry's taken all your juice.
You mean that you've managed to flatten my battery as well? My car won't start now.
No.
I've seen that before. I knew that was going to happen.
Then why on earth didn't you say so?
Well, it's not my place, is it? Anyway, you don't like people interfering, do you?
Hey, when you've all finished, why don't you come along here and give me a hand to get down off this float? I can see we're not going to join that Jubilee procession, not today, any road.
We're not beaten yet, Mrs. Sharples.
We are, you know.
Look, Fred G's going to see if he can raise a garage. He might be able to help.
Well, on Jubilee Day, it'd take hours to find anybody.
Perhaps we could walk into town. If we set off now...
I have no intention of striding through the streets like this. Out of the question.
Mrs. Walker, shall I open up?
Now, that's the best suggestion I've heard yet.
He I could murder a pint.
Oh, yeah, you deserve one, Chuck, all the hard work you've put in.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. I can hear a band. The parade must have started.
Right, well, that puts a lid on it. We never make it now, anyway.
You've made a right muck of this. Here, get me down off this lorry before it turns into a pumpkin.
All right, Britannia. See as you're not ruling the waves, how about pulling us a pint?
Hang on while I part my trident.
You're nothing but moan all the time.
What would you like, Mrs. Howard? I'm going to treat you.
Why?
Just so that you know that I'm generous as well as good-looking.
Once you get on a lorry, then you get off lorry, and then naught happens. I haven't been mucked about like this since I reached down here.
Oh, well, nobody can blame the Ogdens this time, like they're fond of doing when anything goes wrong round here. I just hope them what's responsible feel ashamed of themselves, that's all. They say pride goes before a fall, don't they?
It's no good. I've tried every garage there is round here. There's nobody can promise nothing.
Well, I think it's disgraceful. Just because it's a public holiday, everybody thinks they can take the day off.
Well, I thought that was what public holidays were for, Mrs. Walker.
The wheels have to keep turning. Civilization must go on. For goodness sake, the protest there'd be if the licensed trade put up its shutters for the day.
Oh, you're quite right there, Mrs. Walker. No, I think they've got the right idea down the cemetery, you know. When they go on holiday, they leave a skeleton staff on.
I think that remark is in the worst possible taste and totally unfunny. But it's obvious that nobody else cares that we've let everybody down.
Oh, yes, they do. Some people are very upset. Some people think that them whose fault it is what we're in this mess ought to have the decency to apologise.
Mrs. Ogden, you seem to be insinuating that somehow it's my fault we're not taking part in the parade.
I don't have to insinuate anything. I mean, everybody knows it were you what asked the brewery to lend us a lorry. You should have asked them for a good one instead of a dud.
Well, Hilda, you've finally done it. Left Annie Walker speechless.
Now, you could say, really, was there?
Large scotch.
Sorry, I don't happen to be working at the moment. I only came behind this bar to serve a few friends who also happen to have some manners.
Large scotch, you say, Squire?
Yeah.
I didn't think you'd be here. I thought you'd be in the smoke, whooping it up with your chummies.
Not in the mood, mate.
Hello, Britannia.
Oh, get you.
Not bad, eh?
Oh, wonderful. Always assuming you want to look like the backside of an old penny.
Charming, and to think I've come in here with charity in my bosom.
Oh, that's what it is. Do you know I always use cotton wool myself?
Of course you do, dear. Now, come on, Reenie, get that shop shut. It's Jubilee Day, and we're going to have a few laughs.
I can't shut shop. People are expecting me to be open.
See? If folk haven't managed to buy enough to last them till tomorrow, then they deserve to starve. We're going down to the park and having a bit of fun.
I suppose I come close for once.
There's no suppose about it. Get your best knickers on. We're going where the action is.
Oh, just called me before I shop.
Not shopping, I'm socialising. Thought I'd run you down to the park.
No, thanks. I'm going with Reenie.
Well, I'll take you both then.
Oh, good.
We don't want to put you to any trouble.
No trouble, I promise you.
Happen not, but it might be to me.
Suit yourself then. Give us a bottle of scotch, will you?
Hitting the bottle a bit lately, don't you think?
I haven't bothered to notice.
Is there something wrong, Ernest?
No.
Only you seem a bit dubious about your potatoes.
No, I just think they didn't have them in those days, did they? Potatoes in Elizabeth's time.
Oh, yes, I did know that, Ernest. I remember learning that at school. Sir Walter Raleigh brought them back from America, didn't he, along with tobacco?
Yeah, that makes you think, doesn't it? I mean, how did somebody like Stan Ogden get on in those days? I mean, he spent half his time eating chips, the other half dragging on a cigarette.
Oh, I don't suppose people felt deprived, Ernest. After all, not having had those things, they wouldn't know they were missing anything.
How did they manage, Emily? No chips, no mash, no new potatoes with butter and a bit of mint, no roast potatoes for the Sunday lunch. Poor devils.
Oh, I think you're worrying too much about it, Ernest. It was supposed to be Merry England, after all.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your dinner.
Oh, it's all right. Ernest was interrupting himself. But we thought we'd have an early lunch. I mean, what with the parade having to pass by without us, well, we felt rather at a loose end.
Yeah, I think most of them do. In fact, most of them are in the Rovers. Hard at it already.
Oh, I'm afraid there'll be a lot of drunkenness all over the country before the day is out. I wonder if the Queen worries about it.
I hardly think so, Emily. I mean, I know it's her Jubilee, but she's not to blame for what people make of it.
Anyway, look, the reason I popped in, you remember me asking you if you'd have Tracy while we went down to London for the weekend? Yeah. Well, we won't be needing you to look after her now.
Oh, and we were so looking forward to having her.
You're not going to London?
Well, it's just that Deirdre doesn't want to be parted from her. You know how it is.
Well, we're not exactly without experience with children, you know. I mean, we've had those foster children, and Emily's very dependable.
Oh, I know. It's not that. It's just that, well, she thinks she might miss her too much, you know. Anyway, thanks all the same.
Oh, OK. Ta-ra.
Ta-ra.
She'll take. Oh, you will.
Hey, come on. Let's have your... I know you're afraid what you want. I'll be round at your house, don't worry. Come on.
Guess we'll eat that stuff away one of these days, Hilda.
Oh, well, at least your part of the pavement's not in no danger of that.
Let me tell you something. Half the rubbish on this side belongs to your Stan. Look, your Stan's dog ends. Every night when he comes home, fag ends on my side.
Oh, that's right. Go on, blame it on the Ogdens, same as everything else.
And why not? It was him that put the muckers on that lorry this morning.
Now, you can't blame Stan for that. Definitely not.
What's up, Hilda?
I'm just saying, he took a great deal of trouble over that lorry, did Stan. Got no thanks for it and no pay neither. He even got up in the night to shift it. Parked it dead careful and even had the sense to leave the lights on. I suppose if he hadn't done, folk would have gone blundering into it and blamed him for that and all.
What was that you just said?
Eh?
That bit about leaving the lights on all night.
Well, he did do, and you can't say different because I seen him. Oh, he thinks of everything, does Stan.
Well, no wonder the flaming lorry wouldn't start then. No wonder the battery was flat if he left the flaming lights on all night. He wants shooting, does your Stanley. He's responsible for this disaster.
I just thought I'd drop in and see how you were feeling, Mrs. Walker. I know you were disappointed this morning.
Rather more than a disappointment, Ken.
It's a shame, isn't it, after all the trouble we've gone to?
Of course. Not all of them went to enough trouble. That's the crux of the problem.
Still, I don't suppose our absence in the parade was even noticed.
Sorry. I can't see it in that easygoing, don't-care attitude. I'm surprised to hear it from you. That's one of the things that's wrong with the country today. And when things went wrong, people just accepted it, drifted away. Wow.
Yeah, well, there wasn't a great deal we could do in the circumstances.
Oh, Ken. There's been such a national decline since the days of the Queen Elizabeth. Where would we be today if the Armada suddenly came sailing up the Channel?
Well, I haven't really thought about it.
Taking the day off, I suppose.
Yeah. So we were pretty relaxed even in those days, weren't we? I mean, Sir Francis did finish off his game of bowls.
There's a difference between being relaxed and being flat out, which is what we are today. Nobody tries hard enough anymore. And when things go wrong, nobody seems to care anymore.
I don't think what happened this morning was quite as symbolic as that, Mrs. Walker. I think it's a bit of bad luck, really. Well, if you want to put the blame anywhere, I suppose we could say the brewery ought to maintain their wagons a bit better.
I see. So, you share Hilda Ogden's viewpoint, do you?
Well, what viewpoint is that?
Well, she thinks it's all my fault because I'm the one who asked the brewery to lend us a lorry, and you agree?
Oh, no, not at all. No, I didn't mean that.
Sorry about bursting in, Annie, but you ought to hear this. Hello, Ken. You'll want to hear this as well. It's about the lorry.
I suppose you think I'm to blame as well?
No, I've just found out why the battery was flat. Stan Ogden left the lights on all night.
Are you sure?
I'm damn sure. Sorry, Annie. No, Hilda's just let it drop. Apparently a bobby came across and asked him to move the lorry across the road last thing last night, and he left the lights on.
And that woman had the nerve to blame me.
Well, that's human error, I suppose, Mrs. Walker.
Error, certainly, but whether human or not is open to doubt. Where is Stan Ogden now?
I tell you, it was a waste of time and effort getting dressed up like this.
What trouble have you gone to? You got my jacket on, your old hiking gear, and you haven't had a wash, that's all.
Oh, you cheeky beggar. Hey, tell me something. You're supposed to be a caveman. What's that got to do with Britain's heritage?
We used to live in caves, didn't we?
Yeah, but some folk don't still live there.
Oh, I don't know where everybody's going now. If we got a lorry, it wouldn't start. It's better this way.
How do you make that out?
Well, I'd have been driving, wouldn't I? And I couldn't have had a drink driving you lot. No good for me, that.
You've let us all down, Stanley.
Why didn't you tell us about it first thing this morning? Then we might have been able to do something about it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You left the lights on the lorry all night.
Who said?
Your Hilda said that too.
And what does she know about it?
Well, she knows when she sees lights on.
Hey, I nearly did myself a mischief this morning, even in straining at that flipping lorry. You want locking up, Hoggy?
You've ruined our Jubilee Day, mate. That's what you've done.
You can't condemn a man for that.
You know, in First World War, you'd have been court-martialed for that. You would, court-martialed.
Hey, why don't we have a court-martial? Kangaroo court, they call it, in the pool.
I won't waste my breath on you.
How about it, Stan? Have you got the guts to answer the charge?
Of course I have. I want legal aid.
Legal aid? I thought you said lemonade.
None of them really care, of course. Just welcome the chance to indulge in drunken horseplay.
Listen, I've got an idea now.
No. On top of Jubilee Day being ruined, my car battery is completely useless.
Yeah, well, it was unfortunate about that. You know, you look tremendous in that outfit. You know, they really ought to have a chance to see you in the park.
Too late, love. The day's been ruined.
No, it's not. I've got my car outside. Now, I insist on taking you down there myself. I shall be your escort. Now, come on, Your Majesty. I insist.
Hey, look, Tracy. There's the Queen.
Well, you know what Deirdre's like. She won't let nobody look after the kid, except you. Says you're the only one she can trust, like. Well, she's looking a bit peaky, that's all. Well, still, that's the way it goes, isn't it? I mean, if we can't go, we can't go. You what, mother-in-law? Hey, Hey, what a good idea.
Right, Stanley Ogden. You know what you're accused of? What do you say?
You've got to ask him how he pleads first.
Thirsty. I want a pint before it starts.
Objection.
Why?
Because I'm the one that'll have to go and pull it.
Well, objection overruled. Go and get him a pint. And while you're at it, I'll have a rum.
May I compliment Your Honour on a very sound ruling and submit that while he's there, I wouldn't mind partaking of the same.
Well, that's hard luck on you, isn't it?
Thank you, Your Honour. For nothing.
Hey, you've got it at fingertips, haven't you? This legal stuff.
Don't worry, Stan. Your defence couldn't be in better hands. If the worst comes to the worst, I'll plead guilty but insane.
Hey?
Fellas, give them a day off and extended licensing hours like a bunch of little lads.
Well, keeps them off the street, doesn't it? Mind you, I reckon if they weren't in such a good humour, this could turn into a lynching party.
So long been dangling from a lamppost.
Oh, hardly that. More like tar and feathers. He seems to be enjoying himself.
But of course he is. Now, Stan Ogden likes better than me, the centre of attention. There's nothing any chap likes better.
Very true.
Aye, Your Honour. Come on, let's get on with it.
Right, well, order in court.
I thought you'd never ask, Your Honour. I'll have a pint, please.
Get on with it.
Right, now then. Are you Stanley Ogden of 13 Coronation Street?
Of course I am.
Now then, were you on Jubilee Day put in charge of the transport arrangements to wit one lorry?
They begged me to drive it because I was the only one got a heavy goods licence.
Exactly. Now then, did you demand payment for driving the said lorry?
Well, when I mentioned it.
Thank you. And was this demand turned down with cries of derision?
Aye.
Aye. But why did you want paying?
Well, compensation, you know. I mean, I couldn't drink and drive. It's only fair.
I submit, Your Honour, that here we have the motive for this man's crime. It is obvious to everyone that he is a slave of the demon drink.
Objection, Your Honour. My learned friend here is calling my client a drunkard.
Tell him, Eddie.
He is not a drunkard. I admit he helps them out when they're busy, but he is not a drunkard.
Objection overruled.
Thank you, Your Honour. Now then, knowing that if he was driving he couldn't or shouldn't be drinking, he deliberately made sure that he wouldn't be driving. He let the battery of the lorry go flat.
I never did.
Mrs. Howard, will you please tell the court what Mrs. Hilda Ogden, the wife of the accused, said to you?
She said that Erstan left the lights on all night. She saw he left them on all night when he went out to shift the lorry later that evening.
Objection, Your Honour. That is what we in the trade call hearsay evidence, and you can't allow it.
Oh, yes, I can.
Oh, no, you can't.
Who's the flipping judge here?
He couldn't judge a crumpet in the cake shop.
And I shall remember it when I'm passing sentence.
By heck, Albert Tatlock. It's a good job you're not a proper judge. You're bad-tempered enough, but that's about all.
Oh, Stan, your dinner's ready.
What's going on here? Your Stan's on trial for ruining our Jubilee parade.
And you're just the witness that we want. Now then, are you Hilda Ogden of 13 Coronation Street?
No, you great title. I'm Princess Grace of America.
Objection, Your Honour. A wife cannot be made to give evidence against her husband.
You're quite right. Shove off.
Oh, you what? Look, I'm having my £2 the same as anybody else. I'm giving evidence whether you like it or not. Don't you worry, Chuck, I'll sort this lot out.
Now listen, did he or did he not leave them lights on all night?
No comment.
Did you or did you not tell Elsie Howard and Alf Roberts that he left them on?
No comment.
I want yes or no.
Well, you're not getting it. A wife can't be made to give evidence against her husband, so I'm not doing it.
With all due respect, Your Honour, I think I can wrap these proceedings up in a couple of minutes. Now, my client is a man more sinned against than sinning. He should not be on trial today. It's society that should be on trial.
Tell him, Eddie, tell him.
My client is a man of little education and even less sense. You cannot hold him responsible for his actions. He hasn't had the advantages. That's why he's ticked.
Hang on.
If you punish my client, you might just as well punish two short planks.
You're supposed to be on my side.
Have a verdict, and then prosecuting counsel can get back behind the bar where he belongs and serve some drinks to us as he's supping now.
Right. Well, the verdict is guilty.
Oh, that's right. When in doubt, blame the Ogdens.
Thank you, Your Honour.
And the court gives you a choice, Stan Ogden. You can take your pick. You can either be hung, drawn and quartered, or seeing as how it's your turn any road, you can buy a round of drinks.
For this lot.
Hello, love. You have a nice walk. Listen, I've got a bit of news for you. We're going to London after all.
Oh, Ray, don't start all that again. I'm not leaving her with the bishops, and that's final.
Your mum's coming up. She's getting the Friday afternoon off, and she's stopping the weekend while we buzz off down London.
Are you kidding me?
Of course I'm not. I've just been on the phone to her now.
Oh, that's great. How did you manage it?
Oh, dead easy. She didn't mind at all. You know she likes messing about with Tracy.
Ah, you see, you might argue with her, but she does have her uses.
You said you were going to buy a drink. That's what you said.
I'm going to get him in.
I know, but when? That was 2 hours since.
Well, I'm waiting for it to thin down a bit.
If it thins out much more, there'll be nothing but you here. Put your hand in your pocket.
All right, Fred, get him in.
About time too. Right, leave it up to me. I know what everybody's having.
Hello, have you been out of the park? Was it busy? Was it good?
No, you couldn't move.
You couldn't
Smashing
move.
costume,
Really good,
though.
was it? How did you get on, Mrs. Walker? Did you win a prize?
The standard of judging was abysmal.
Oh.
Ask me how I went on.
All right, then how did you went on?
Highly commended.
Oh, well done. Well done.
Good.
Very good.
Well, if you got a prize, I reckon I should get one.
Oh, I don't know about that, Mr. Tatlock. Granted, you look like him, but he's not very popular, is he?
Well, Shepherd Tenzin, of course, he's very popular.
Shepherd Tenzin? I thought you were General Armeen.
Rubbish, what the hell made you think that?
Gosh, you look like him, that's why.
Fred! Well, I put you in my general engine.
All the time, Albert, all the time. Right, folks, here we are. These drinks are with Mr. Stanley Ogden's compliments.
I don't want him around, you know.
All the pubs stand, that was the bet. He's doing this to let the battery go down.
Quite right and all.
Very generous gesture, Mr. Ogden.
I'm a very generous man.
It's the least you could do.
Can I have one tick, Mrs. Walker? I'm skint. You know how it is.
Give us a pint, mate.
Are you sure you want one, pal?
Certainly am. Give us a pint.
Look, pal, I don't want to be funny, but don't you think you've had enough?
Well, I haven't. You're right, pal. I have had enough.
You have got problems.
What's that?
That lorry is still blocking the gates of the factory. You'll have to start thinking about getting it shifted.
Don't worry about it.
You'll have to get it shifted. We've got a delivery of materials coming tomorrow morning.
No, there isn't.
There is a delivery tomorrow morning.
It's cancelled. Forget it. Don't keep going on about it. The way things are going, we'll be on a 3-day week anyway. There isn't a business around, love. Not anymore.
Hey, Tracy, I'm booing you.
Listen, I don't know about you, but I'm going to London today. Are you coming with me? You're going to sit there all day?
Ah, there's no worry.
Oh, yes, there is. I've got about 98 things to do before my mother gets here. So get off your backside, get washed up, and then get packed up. That's if you're taking anything.
No, I'm not taking much. You know, it's funny, isn't it? I mean, there's Tracy wins the prize for best-looking baby in Weatherfield.
Which she is, bar none, aren't you, Chuck?
Yeah, and then we get to go to London for a free weekend in the best hotel, and what does she get out of it? She gets stuck in this place a weekend with Blanche. I mean, there's no justice.
Look, before you get yourself in any more trouble, just answer me this. Who else but my man will come bombing down here just for the pleasure of a weekend's babysitting? And since you're going to pick her up at the station, do you think it might be a nice idea if you went and had a shave?
Number one, she's not due for 3 hours yet, I hope. Number two, I haven't finished my tea yet. What are you doing?
Number three, that tea has been brewed for over an hour and it's stone cold. On your feet, kiddo.
Yeah. You know what, Tracy? That's the trouble with your mum. She ain't got no sense of humour, you know. You want to let her be a lesson to you. A laugh a day keeps the doctor away.
Money, is that the trouble?
Is there any other sort?
Well, if you've got a couple of hours, I'll enlighten you, love. Look, tell us what it is. Let's get it on with and let's get back to work.
I don't want to go through it all twice. Wait till Ernie gets in. Are they all right out there?
Will you stop worrying about them and think about me a bit? I'm sick to death of telling them everything's fine when it thundering well isn't.
Sticks after man. Of course there's something wrong.
You're only guessing, have you? I mean, you don't know.
Then why couldn't you look me in the eye then this morning?
Who's that, Ivy?
Him. I met him going out at the cabin. He pretended he hadn't seen me.
That's not like Mr. Baldwin.
Exactly. Oh, flaming rotten thing, honestly. It's that rotten Hilda Ogden again.
Sure you've not got your thread twisted?
Oh, do you know if I catch her touching this machine just once more, I'll scrag her screwy neck round.
Oh. What do you think could be wrong?
How do I know? I'm not a mechanic.
With Mr. Baldwin.
Oh, am I? I don't know. Do you know he's been a right misery ever since they had that bust-up with what's her name, Erdent Rovers? Chances are he's second out on us.
Now, there's more to it than that.
Oh, just because he didn't smile at you this morning. Look, if it's all ducky round here like you think, Vera, doesn't it worry you that them three are stood in there looking as if it's end of world?
But you must have seen this coming months ago.
Seen what coming?
Well, there's this slump in denim.
It's not a slump, Ernie.
Well, if it's not a slump, what are you two stood here gassing about 3-day weeks and redundancies for?
I'm not talking about a slump or redundancies. I'm talking about denim taking off in a new direction. Trouble is, everyone's waiting to see what the other fella's doing, so nobody's buying.
Well, that could take months and months.
Right. Before you start bleating, remember who's got the most to lose. I've got yards of expensive denim laying out there, useless. Capital all tied up. Costs are going through the roof.
Yeah, well, you're not just going to lie down and let it happen, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm going to hang on and see how long this dead patch takes to work itself through. And if either of you know how long that'll be, you tell me.
Well, what do you want us to do?
Well, you can start by cutting your costs right across the board. Save it wherever you can. I don't care if it's 0.001 or 1 penny, you save it.
Right, will do.
Well, you said there were no redundancies, for which I am choking with gratitude, but what about the 3-day week?
Well, it won't be because I want it. But until it happens,
If it happens.
All right, if or until it happens, not a word out of you two outside this office. Complete stum, do you understand? And it's not to protect their feelings. I've got to protect the reputation of this firm. If I don't, we're finished.
Right, I can't stand any more of this. What is it? What's what? You holding a prayer meeting on your own over here like you've been doing all morning.
Don't know what you're on about.
Oh, come on, Betty, love. You're a fun person, do you know that? And when a fun person isn't having fun anymore, it shows, like a camel in a sandpit. So come on, tell your Auntie Bet.
I'm very worried, if you must know.
What about?
Well, Bet,
Yeah.
you don't think it's worth us having another go at Mrs. Walker, do you? You know, for a rise.
No, I don't.
No, I didn't think so either.
Look, Betty, as often as us peasants can think of good enough reasons for asking her for a more brass, Her Majesty can find even better ones for saying no, so let's forget it, eh?
I suppose you're right.
Look, you don't hold a flipping arrow like that. You hold it like that.
I am holding it like that.
Are you eckers like?
Well, what do you want me to do with it?
Come here, come here, come here. All you do is just throw it against there like that. One quick movement, that's all. Not like a big girl.
I am a big girl.
Now follow this. Watch this now.
Yeah. Oh, that's how you play darts, is it? You aim to miss? Well, why didn't you say? Oh, now, mustn't lose our temper. It's only a rotten game of darts.
All the trouble and expense you went to and then the float was the start. Talk about all dressed up and nowhere to go. I suppose you could say the same thing about me.
Yes, but then you didn't go down with the vapours, did you, Mrs. Sharp?
Oh, that'll be the day.
Will you have another?
Thank you very much.
I got a milk stout, please, and half a bit.
Well, you needn't. I can always find someone else to show me how to play darts more charming and better tempered than you, like Ken, for instance.
No, thank you, Rita, no, thank you. I might just about do something with darts if they were the size of harpoons.
She'd miss the board altogether, then.
Oh, hark who's talking. You're no flaming William Tell me.
Do you fancy another?
No, thanks, no. I got a bit of a job to do here. There are times when work is not exactly a pleasure. Ta-ra.
Was it something I said?
Oh, take no notice. He had a job on, a good one and all, and it got cancelled at last minute, so he's sick as a pig about it. No explanation, nothing.
Typical. Can you wonder any day now we're all in Carey Street?
So you stuck for a few bob. It may be a new experience for you.
It is.
It's a way of life for me.
Then there's my gas bill.
Ah, well, I won't lose no sleep over that.
Listen, lovey, it's that big. I'll never pay it.
Big at this time of year?
Well, yeah, nearly 3 times what it should be.
Well, it'll be the computers what have got it wrong.
No, look, no, I've checked. No, they're right. There was a time, you know, I mean, we could easy pay me way with me widow's pension and Cyril's police pension on top and my wages here.
Such as they are.
It goes nowhere, does it? Oh, Bet. Way I'm in trouble, love.
You don't think it's just a little too bright, Len? Oh, dear, I'm beginning to have second thoughts about the colour.
No, it's dead right, is that, love?
Do you think so, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're the expert.
Look, I'm expecting a phone call round the yard, love. There's nobody there to take it.
Well, you will start the bathroom today, won't you, Len? If you don't, I'm certain I shall have second thoughts about the
Of
colour.
course I will.
It's all right, love, I'm not staying. Not staying. How's it going, Len?
Well, I'm just off, actually. I'll be round this afternoon to get cracking, eh?
Mike wants to see some figures I've been playing with.
Oh.
How are things round the factory, Annie?
Splendid.
Oh.
Well, you know, up and down. Why do you ask?
Well, it's just that I had a job to do over there this morning.
Oh, the new toilet.
Yeah. Only I got there bright and early, ready to go, and Baldwin just said that he'd knocked it in the head. No explanation, he just changed his mind, he said.
Well, that's not like Mr. Baldwin, Ernest.
Have you any idea why, Ernie?
No, it's not my department, then. Sorry.
So am I. Still, I got plenty to keep me going now that I'm on me tub.
Where's Ray? He's not ill, is he?
He's off to London, isn't he? On that trip that young Tracy won for him.
Goodbye, Len.
I knew they were somewhere.
So they're going to London after all, Deirdre and Ray.
Well, do you blame them? Free trip.
They must be taking Tracy with them. Can't say I approve.
That's
I mean,
what-
dragging a tiny baby like that round London. They'd been far better leaving her with us.
They would. Never mind, though, it's not our business. I'll see you later, love. Bye-bye.
Yes. Ah, you'll be all right. You'll have a smashing time with your granny to look after you. You can think about your mum and dad rubbing shoulders with the Queen. Hey, and if you're a very good girl, I might bring you the Crown Jewels back for a present. Hello, Ma.
love.
Now then, there she is. How's my princess?
I didn't expect you for another 20 minutes.
Hey, and I didn't expect Sir Galahad here to come and pick me up either.
Hey, Deirdre, what time are we eating, love?
No, she knows me.
What time are we eating?
When I'm ready, when else?
Right, well, I've got time for a quick one down the road.
No, you haven't. You can stop here and give me an hand.
Hey, I'll go round if you like. Say hello to everybody and bring a bottle back with me.
You sit down. I've not had a chance to see you yet. Hey, go and get that corned beef and salad I've got ready and make yourself useful for a change.
Why is it whenever she comes, you always start chucking your weight about? You think you're safe when she's here, don't you?
She is.
Yeah, who's arguing? When's your next fight with Mick McManus, mother-in-law?
It doesn't alter, does it?
Well, how are you?
Oh, I'm fine. But I mean, it's you, isn't it? How do you feel?
Me?
Oh, now, come on, let's have it. How are you?
I'm all right.
Now, look, Deirdre, no messing. How are you?
Well, there's nothing wrong with me. I have got my figure back, near as damn it, which is all he's bothered about. No, I'm fine.
Oh, I see. Only I just got the idea that you wasn't feeling quite fit.
Well, who gave you that idea? OK, boy wonder, out with it.
What are you on about?
You tell me.
Oh, I'll tell you, love. He phoned me up to say how desperate you were for a rest. How worn out you were.
Me? Worn out?
Yeah, that's what he said on the phone.
So she is. A break. Do her good.
Just tell me one thing. Instead of telling me a pack of lies on the phone, why didn't you come straight out and tell me you wanted to come up and babysit for you, getting me worried sick about her?
Look, from the day that kid was born, she hasn't stopped grafting. Are you trying to tell me she doesn't need a break?
Well, no.
Well, what you're on about? And if I had asked you to come up all the way from London just to babysit, what would you have said? Aye, that's just what I would have said. And then she wouldn't have gone to London, because you're the only one she will trust to look after Tracy. Now, can we have some dinner?
You sit down, Mum. Here, I'll take it.
We're not daft, you know, Elsa.
A blind man in a colo could see something so.
Well, he can see more than I can. Now stop nattering and get back to the machines.
It's his tea break, Elsie.
Not for another 30 minutes, it's not. Don't try and con me, Florrie. You haven't got the brains for it. Now shift and get back to work. All of you, come on.
Oh, she can be right nasty when she tries, can't she?
She don't have to try. Hey, do you think she knows more than she's letting on have?
Of course she does. And I'll prove it and all. Stand back and watch an expert. Hey, Ernie.
Yes, Ivy.
Look, I know that you're rushed off your feet, Ernie, love, but, you know, on behalf of all us girls, I just wanted to say how sorry we are to hear bad news.
Oh. Bad news? What bad
I mean,
news?
it's going to hit you, isn't it? Just as hard as us.
Oh, you've heard then, have you?
As a
Oh, dear.
Mr. Bishop. Just a minute, Florrie. Well, we get to know most things in here, you know, Ernie, sooner or later.
Well, that's it, Ivy, isn't it? I mean, if you know, you know. And you're absolutely right. We shall all suffer if it happens.
If it happens.
Because Mr. Baldwin's doing his best to avoid it.
He is he?
Yeah.
Look, Ernie, what do you think we should do, you know, if it does happen, like?
We'll just have to tighten our belts, won't we? I mean, what else can we do if you have to go on a 3-day week?
Well, well. Did you hear that, girls? They're going to put us on a rotten 3-day week.
All I'm saying is that I seem to be working longer and longer hours every week, and it's not right.
Rubbish.
Well, somebody's got to be on duty here, and you keep taking more and more time for your dinner hour, like today, for example, so all the work keeps falling on me.
Mavis, are you making an official complaint or commenting on life in general?
Well, since you asked...
Because if you're making an official complaint, are you complaining to me as me, or me as the manageress of this establishment, or me as the boss's wife?
For goodness sake, can't you be serious for one single minute?
No, come on, Mavis, let's have it right. I mean, are you complaining to me as me?
Yes, all right then, to you as you.
Oh.
But knowing you'll finish up coming the manageress and the boss's wife as well if you think you need to.
Mavis, you haven't got a very high opinion of me, have you?
No.
I didn't think, yeah. No, go on, you were saying, yeah.
Oh, what's the use?
Oh, Mavis, you're spluttering again. Hiya, Betty.
Hi.
Hey, do you splutter when you get mad?
Hey?
Oh, never mind. What can I do for you, love?
Oh, do you think you could find room in your window for that, lovey?
Well, we'll make room. That is if you want it in straight away.
Well, whenever you can manage. It's nothing. It's just a china cabinet. 1 or 2 weeks, do you think?
Well, why not try 10p worth? See how it goes for the next couple of weeks, eh?
All right, love.
You see, not a lot of people round here know what a china cabinet is. Well, they wouldn't, would they? Eating off floor with their fingers.
See ya.
See ya. Hey, we're Betty in a funny mood, or am I imagining it? Mavis. Are you there, Mavis?
Look, Rita, I've made my mind up.
Oh, that's nice.
And if things don't improve, then I'm going to speak to Mr. Fairclough myself.
Oh, we're back to that, are we?
Yes, we are.
Well, go on. You tried. I mean, you can't win them all and you can't lose them all, can you? Maybe you're the exception that proves the rule, though. Tell you what, I'll make you a cup of tea. Hello. You put it in, then?
Yeah, for what good it'll do.
Well, your troubles are over, then, because there's always a market for good furniture. And if they don't sell it and you can't pay your gas bill, now they can only cut you off, can't they?
Oh, thanks. I'm feeling better every minute.
I think there's trouble across at factory.
Well, what makes you think that?
Well, Ivy's got a shop steward look on, you can always tell. I won't go so far as say I hope roof falls in on Lord Baldwin's head, but you never know your luck, do you?
No.
If Baldy hoped you were going to surprise us with a 3-day week, he's got another thing coming.
He should have told us, Ivy. I mean, it's not right, that.
Of course it's not right. Anyway, we'll get our kick in first now. Well, for starters, we can catch him on hot with a go slow. I know for a fact that he wants that order that we're doing now finishing this week.
Well, you're full of merry quips and little jokes today, Ernest.
Oh, I'm all right.
Good.
Oh, well, I suppose it'll all come out right in the end.
No doubt. Meanwhile, would a strong drink help?
Oh, no, thanks. No. Yeah, you can get me another lemonade if you like.
Whatever you say. Betty.
Yes.
Lemonade.
Hey, look what the wind's blowing.
Oh, nice to see you, love.
Nice to see you.
How long are you here for, love?
Right now, 2 minutes. 1 large light ale to take out, please, Bet.
Coming up, darling.
Actually, I'm here for a couple of days, Mrs. Sharples, looking after Tracy, while them 2 spendthrifts are off to London.
Oh, they've decided to go after all.
Oh, aye, they're off this morning.
Oh, well, the change will do them good.
Well, I hope so.
Excuse me, Ken, somebody's just come up.
Yeah, okay. Hey, but Ernest, what about your lemonade? What's biting Ernest today?
Trouble at mill, I think.
Hello, love. Back again.
Yeah.
Lunch won't be long. It's chicken pie.
So?
You like chicken pie, usually.
Yeah, sorry, love. Yes, I do. I really do. But I'm just not hungry, that's all. I'll do my best, though.
Is there something wrong at work, Ernest?
Yes.
What?
We're a bit short of weft, as they say, a little short of work.
Things will pick up, won't they? The rag trade does tend to be a little mercurial, doesn't it?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Well, then, you go and wash your hands. The chicken pie's lovely, though I do say it myself.
Right. Actually, that's not all. I mean, there's something else apart from work.
Oh?
There's one thing I hate more than anything else, is being told a whole lot of downright barefaced lies.
Lies? Well, who's been telling you lies?
Well, Ray and Deirdre. They're not taking Tracy to London with them at all. She's staying here. And guess who's come all the way from Warwickshire to look after her?
Blanche. I don't believe
Wouldn't have believed it myself if I hadn't heard it from her own lips 2 minutes ago in the Rovers. Well, why give us all this rubbish about Deirdre refusing to go without Tracy? I just don't understand it.
Oh, I understand, Ernest.
It's all too obvious.
Not to me, it isn't.
I don't think there's ever been any question in Deirdre's mind of taking Tracy to London with them. I think it was just a question of finding somebody she could trust to leave her with.
But Ray asked us to take her. That's definite love.
Ray must trust us. But Deirdre clearly thinks that we're not fit to have her. I may not have had children of my own, but I'm perfectly capable of...
We don't know that's the reason, love.
Don't we?
Oh, what can I say?
Oh, there's nothing to say. Nothing. Please sit down. Now, what about you, Ernest?
Me?
Well, just how serious are things at work?
Well, actually, I'm rather more worried about a little brick I might have dropped.
Ain't any more than I'm trying to do. Shut up, will you? Shut up!
Are we on a 3-day week, or aren't we, Elsa?
Oh, if you're sure of a minute, I'll...
We want to know,
Will you
Elsie?
sure up a minute and I'll try and tell you the way you got the story from, I really don't know.
Well, what you mean is that you don't know who get game away.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about, but the reason you didn't hear about the 3-day week was because with a bit of luck it will not happen.
And some might not appear tomorrow morning.
All this time he's been coining it in, lifting off our backs, and now he wants to cut us money. I tell him he'll have a strike on his hands, see what he says about that.
Yeah, see how he likes
Look,
that.
I told you, it may not happen yet. Oh, well,
Oh, hey up. Here comes little ray of sunshine himself. Ask him if he thinks it's going to happen.
Ernest, I want a word with you.
Oh, now look, sure. I don't know where you've got it.
Well, I didn't tell them about the 3-day week, nor did Elsie. That leaves you, Ernest.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid... Yes.
All right, let's hear it.
Well, I just thought, you know, from the way they were talking...
Yeah?
Well, I somehow thought they knew already.
You got conned, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I told you this morning how things were, didn't I? You know the firm's in trouble. I made it crystal clear if anyone said anything wrong, did anything wrong, it could push us right over the edge.
I'm not making any excuses.
I'm glad to hear it, because there isn't one.
Are you sure you've got everything?
Oh, let me see.
Oh, yeah, I think so. I'm bound to have forgotten something, you can be sure of that. Oh, are you sure you can manage?
I managed you, didn't I?
Yeah.
Right. Now, are you coming? Are you going to stop here and chat about old times?
Look, we'll phone you morning and night.
Right.
As a matter of fact, we'll phone as soon as we get there, OK?
You do that.
Deirdre.
Yeah, oh, yeah, right. Listen, there's some clean nappies in the bottom of the wardrobe in case you get behind with the washing, all right?
I'll not.
Yeah, all right. See you.
Have you got any last-minute instructions?
Well, there is one thing. She likes you to talk to her when you're feeding her. And don't let her go to sleep with a bib on, eh? Oh, and one other thing. When you're bathing her, you have to watch it, because she likes to drink the water.
Oh, I'm sorry I asked. Go on, get going before me and Tracy go instead.
Right. Hello.
Bye-bye, love. You be a good girl for your grandma.
She'll be all right.
Yeah, of course she will.
Ta-da, sweetheart. Ta-ta, love. I know your grandma looks like she eats babies, but she doesn't really.
You'll be going to London with a thick ear if you're not careful.
Ta-da.
Bye, Mum. Bye, Tracy.
Enjoy yourselves. Now we've got place to ourselves, we'll enjoy ourselves.
What did you say?
Right then, that's the way it's going to be. Any questions?
No? Are you sure you know what you're doing?
I do. Let's see if we can speed things up a bit in dispatch too, shall we? Tell you one thing before I go between you and me, shall I?
Well, yes, if you want to.
The last few weeks, this firm's just about hit rock bottom. So, there's only one direction we can go.
Oh.
We hope.
You anything else to tell us?
Not a thing, girls, sorry.
I'll bet. You know why we're going on a 3-day week, don't you? Why?
Because this shift it worked down to London, that's why.
Hey, that's not on, is it?
Too right it's not on.
Now then, how's she going on?
Well, you were right about her being thirsty.
Oh, you greedy little beggar.
No.
She's going to be as big a boozer as her dad.
I know. Well, come on, Ducky. Come on. Up you get. Better out than in.
Hey, I'll just put these away and then I'll take her. Oh, I'll give you no guest prizes for guessing who this is. Do you know she hasn't been off the phone since she went? I don't know why they bothered going. Hello, yes? What did I tell you?
Yeah.
Well, who do you think it is? Mrs. Thatcher? Oh, no, she's shocking. Gone green all over and come out in great galloping gumboils. No, she's fine. Eating like a pig and sleeping like a dog. Well, they don't, do they, Deirdre, love? I mean, not for their mothers. They never do. It's a known fact, is that? And what sort of a time are you having? And is that the best thing you could find to do? Well, you want shooting. Do you know, it's folks like you that let us northerners down. How about this train, then? 9 o'clock at Manchester. Right. Oh, no, that's all right. That gives me plenty of time. Well, we'll see you when we see you, then. Right, bye, love. Honestly, they get a chance of a couple of nights in London, and what do?
They go to the pictures.
Right, they want shooting.
Yes, they
don't
do,
they,
darling?
Tracy?
Of course
Hey,
they do.
You're not missing your daft dad and mum, are you?
I do. Oh, hello. I can see that the firm of Fair Clough and Langton are working full out as usual.
It's murder, mate. I don't know how I cope, do I, Rita?
Do you know, sometimes he sits there drinking his coffee and it's all he can do get cup to his mouth.
We're not all that busy, you know. Hey, we couldn't have that job that you wanted doing that you changed your mind about over at the factory, could you?
Yeah, I'll let you know. Oh, hello, Mavis. How's the new pad then?
It's fine.
Well, when's the first orgy then? I'm invited, aren't I?
Well, you never know your luck, do you?
You'll have to watch her now, you know. Since she got that flat, she's become dead cocky.
Can I get you something?
Yeah, I'll have a gazette. I better find out what's happening in the world of Weatherfield since they've been away.
Here, I hear they've had a right riveting Rose Queen crowning at Stockley Bridge.
No.
And you know that cat that got stuck up a gum tree and had to be rescued by the fire brigade?
Yeah.
Had kittens.
Well, I'm not surprised. So would I, wouldn't you, Mavis? I mean, if I was dragged down a ladder by a big hairy fireman.
Ah, now with her, it's big hairy footballers.
No, really?
She has a ladder up against her window in case one of them passes, haven't you,
I
love?
might just surprise a lot of you one of these
might. They
days.
always say it's the quiet ones, don't they? Hey, how are things in the big city, then?
Oh, what you'd expect, Jubilee year. Everyone that much ruder, everyone that much pushier, things are pricier. Oxford Street and Regent Street jam full of Yanks and Japs and Jerrys all buying drinks at £1 a bottle.
Hey, we're in the wrong business, Fairclough.
You know, I was just saying that. If I had a hawker's concession outside the Town of London that this summer, I could retire to the Bahamas come Christmas.
I hear you could anyway.
You gotta be joking.
Hey, aren't things so good over at the factory, then?
Oh, well, just a few spanners in the works, mate. Nothing I can't handle. See ya.
You don't think, Captain, we could have been mistaken, do you?
Oh, Florrie, how that could we? I mean, you saw it yourself, love. It were there in black and white. That work were ours. And my lad shunts it locked down to London.
It's what's called the unacceptable face of capitalism.
Ah, we might board with leading blackjack.
It's not funny, though, is it, really? I need that money.
Well, don't we all? I was ashamed to take the supermarket other day. She reckoned me up and asked to half a dozen things back. I just haven't got the money.
You'll have to get yourself one of them pocket calculators, Ivy.
What shall I buy it with? Dustbin lids?
Of course they always were a smoothie Baldwin. I mean, look what he did to Bet Lynch. I mean, I've no time for myself, but it were dog rough what he did to her.
He just used her, didn't he?
Yeah.
Then chucked her.
Ah, well, if he thinks he's going to use this little girl, he's got another thing coming out.
Oh, I say, ladies, you have seen that notice outside, haven't you? The one that says that this is a factory, not a chat shop.
We're having a meeting.
Oh, bully for you. And what's on the agenda? How to get your quota in and still have a 2-hour coffee break. And Lovey, kid, I don't want to worry you, but Wally's screaming for you in the stockroom.
You'll be getting a flat down London then, will you, Elsie? Or were you thinking of commuting?
Oh, no, she'll be getting a lifting back of his jag.
You know, I'm sure there must be some significance to that remark, Ivy, but I'm begging if I can figure it out right now.
What they're on about, Elsie, is this 3-day week and the real reasons for it.
No, and what might that be?
Oh, come on, Elsie, don't tell us you don't know. I mean, poor other one, that one's got bells on.
I haven't a blind idea what you're talking about.
What she's on about is preferential treatment.
Ah, for that lot down in London. Ah, they aren't they having work taken away from us and being shipped down to them?
Who told you that?
Never mind where we got it from. Are you telling us it's not true?
I'm not telling you anything, and for answers to questions like that, see Mike Baldwin.
Oh, don't worry, love, we intend to.
Oh, good. Now, would you mind finishing those cups of coffee and getting them off their machines and get back to work, please?
Hello. Oh, hello. Hello, Tracy.
How are things with you, then?
Oh, all right. You're managing to cope all right, then?
Oh, yes. They know their own.
Yes, I'm sure they do. Excuse me.
Now, what the heck's upset her all of a sudden? Right, Emily, love. I'll come straight to the point. I've never been one for wrapping it up. Have I offended you?
I'm sure I don't know what you mean.
Oh, I think you do. Somewhat I've said, is it?
Really?
Look, love, if you've got something on your mind, don't keep it to yourself, eh? Spit it out before it starts to fester.
I'm sorry, Blanche, but it's really none of your business.
When I bump into someone that I know in the street and they can't get past me quick enough, it is my business. And I make it my business to find out why.
You've really no idea.
No, love. So I think you better tell me about it, don't you?
Well, if you must know, it's about this London trip of Deirdre and Ray's.
Yeah, what about it?
Deirdre didn't tell you that originally Ernest and I had been asked to look after the baby while they were away.
Oh, she didn't, love, no.
Well, she did. And of course we said we'd be delighted to help out, delighted. And then the next thing we hear is that Deirdre doesn't want to go after all because she can't bear to be parted from Tracy for that length of time.
I think I'm beginning to see.
We were naturally disappointed, but of course we could understand exactly how she felt. And then the next we hear is they're going after all, and you're here to babysit all the way from Warwickshire, and without a word of explanation to us about why we'd suddenly found wanting. Well, sorry if I was a bit brusque out there just now, but I'm feeling a bit, well, miffed, to say the least.
Oh, I can understand it, love. And if that's what they did, then I think they were quite out of order. But, I mean, it is understandable, isn't it?
I don't think there's ever any excuse for bad manners. Actually, Ernest goes further. He thinks Deirdre never had the slightest intention of...
I am her mother, love.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, everything. I mean, you put yourself in Deirdre's position. She's got a 5-month-old baby, the first one she's had. Now, could you bring yourself to leave her with anybody else except your own mother at that age?
The point is, she'd already asked us, Blanche.
Not her, Ray.
She didn't know he'd asked us.
No, love. And when he said she wouldn't dream of leaving Tracy behind, he wasn't really lying. He was just trying to save your feelings. Look, I'm sure that's how it was. Look, the last people in the world Deirdre would want to offend is you and Ernie. Believe me, I know her.
Well, perhaps I did jump to conclusions. Would you like a cup of tea?
I thought you'd never ask.
Oh, yeah,
Hey, Rita, can I ask you something?
Yeah, fire away.
That china cabinet you're flogging for Betty, she put a card in when you know. Any joy yet?
Well, if you mean has anybody been killed in Rush, I'm afraid not, love. We haven't had one inquiry. Still, that little shop window of mine's not exactly exchanging marked.
Oh, heck.
I didn't know she was that keen to sell it.
Well, she needs the money, love. She's desperate.
Oh, I see. Well, why don't she ask for a rise? In fact, why don't you both ask for a rise?
Listen, love, the last time we tried that, we ended up negotiating a drop.
Yeah.
Behind this bar, we're right in the middle of a further period of wage restraint.
Well, Mrs. Walker always did put her country first.
Right.
Go on then, Ivy. Reason we made it shop steward because you've got the voice.
Oh, I love you and all.
come in? Yes, Simon.
Can I have a word?
Yeah, sure.
I'll
go
leave you
ahead,
to it,
Buckler. No, don't go. No, it won't take long. Besides, I might need you for protection.
Ah.
Well,
It's about this 3-day week that you're proposing.
not even a proposal yet.
Well, we want to know what's going on.
I said nothing yet.
We want to know why the work that should have been coming to us is being sent down to London.
How'd you find out about that?
Don't look at me, Mike. It wasn't me, not this time.
Listen, how we found out doesn't matter. What we want to know now is why.
Why?
Yeah, that work belongs up here, not down there.
Oh, does it?
Yes, it does. And we want it back. And then there's no question of a 3-day week.
Now, you listen to me. I'm the chief here. You're just one of the Indians, right? So don't you get throwing your weight around, you understand?
I'm not speaking just for myself. I've got every woman in this factory at the back of me.
I couldn't give a monkeys if you got the TUC, Jack Jones and the 8th Army behind you. I'm running this factory, not the workforce, so don't you go flexing your industrial muscle at me. If I say the stuff gets diverted to London, it gets diverted.
Well, we'll have to see about that, won't we?
I've already seen about it. The decision was mine, it's been made, and that's how it stands.
But the workers have got rights too, you know.
I don't deny that, and so have the bosses. That's something this country's forgotten about lately. Now, so don't you... Is that all? Because if it is, would you mind going? I've got a factory to run.
You haven't heard last of this, you know, not by a long chalk.
Oh,
How the hell did you find out about that?
Search me, but it was bound to come out sooner or later, I suppose. But she's right, you know.
Right.
Well, we haven't heard the last of this, have we?
Now, let me tell you something, honey. When you were running around taking wedding photographs, gradually sliding into bankruptcy, I was building up this firm from nothing, with no capital, no education to speak of, and no prospects. So don't go lecturing me about industrial relations, right?
How did it go today?
Oh, all right.
Not very enthusiastic.
It wasn't a very enthusiastic sort of day.
Things no better over there.
I keep listening to Mike telling us not to panic. If we keep our belts tight, it'll all come out right in the end. I feel like a passenger, you know, in an airliner. 20,000 feet, not a cloud in the sky. And the captain's voice comes on the radio and he says, "This is your captain speaking. There is no cause for alarm, but..."
Not quite as bad as that, surely, is it?
Well, we'll find that out tonight, won't we?
Tonight?
Yeah, Mike's called a meeting of the entire sewing room staff for 8:30.
What about?
Well, apparently a couple of the girls have found out that he's been playing fast and loose with some of the orders we've been having in, and he's called this meeting to, as he says, to sort things out. Well, the mood the girls were in where I left, the only thing likely to be sorted out is Mike.
Hi, Ken.
How are you?
Mustn't grumble. Tell me, how's the cosy local government?
Oh, you sound as if you envy me.
Just your peace of mind, mate.
Oh, don't be deceived by the happy, smiling face. Underneath them are massive, writhing tensions.
Now, lovey, cut and wrap by my own wash day red hands.
Smashing. I'll bring the glass back later, all right?
OK, Doc.
Also, is it working dinner?
Battle ration.
Hey, what's going on there?
Well, I did hear that the natives across the road were revolting. Mind you, I mean, for my money, they always have. Half a bit.
Half, please.
OK, lovely.
Where's Mrs. Walker tonight?
Well, her excuse is that she's got a migraine. But just saw her now, and she was looking through some photographs Emily Bishop left behind.
Why is it the Mrs. Walkers of this world always have migraines, and us ordinary mortals have to put up with bad heads?
I don't know. Tardo.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah, cheers.
Cheers, lovey.
No, special.
Hey, any inquiries about my china cabinet?
Oh, I'm afraid not, love. Not a sausage.
Oh, well, I suppose you'll let me know if there is. You don't think I'm asking too much, do you?
Well, I don't really know what it's like, love, but for what you're asking for it, I wouldn't have thought you were robbing anybody.
Have you thought of getting in a couple of dealers, see what they'll offer you?
First thing I did think of, Len, but with what they were offering, I mean, I could have got more in rubbing stones from a ragman.
Something in that and all.
Still, no hurry. I mean, it's not the money I'm sweating over. It's just that, well, I thought I'd like to have a bit of a clear out, you know.
Yeah. That's your story and you stick to it.
Did you say something, love?
Not a word.
Ah, that's the first sign you're cracking up, you know. I mean, when you start talking to yourself, you're cracking up.
Oh, no. I've just come to terms.
What with?
Life.
I've just made a New Year's resolution.
It's damn near next New Year.
Well, better late than never. I have just decided I'm not going to worry anymore about money or anything else.
You're going to let me do all the worrying, are you?
No, neither of us are going to worry, because worry does not help. And if the worst comes to the worst, in this workers' paradise we live in, the state will always clothe you, feed you and bury you.
You've been thinking again, haven't you?
I never stop. Do you know, my mother used to say to me, smile sweetly at the world, and it'll smile sweetly right back.
And did it smile sweetly right back?
Did it, tell us, like it, kicking her right in the teeth.
Oh, just a minute, hush now, just a second. Look, no one's trying to pull the wool over your eyes.
Well, what about the bodies that's been shipped down to London?
In a minute, I'm coming to that. Look, let's look at the whole situation, right? Now, we got ourselves into a bit of a mess.
You have, you mean?
Right, no matter who's got us into it, what we've got to say to ourselves is why.
Mismanagement, that's why.
Oh, yes, the handy label, mismanagement. You can forget about the economic situation, the depression, the sinking pound, devaluation. Forget about all those other incentives for doing nothing. Forget about the fact that you lot had up productivity like I wanted you to a couple of months ago would have probably been competitive still.
That's partly your fault.
All right, love, so it's partly my fault. I mean, but I can't walk on water. I can't turn it into wine, right? I read the market wrong. We got lumber, but don't forget, it's hit in my pocket as well as it's hit in yours.
Oh, damn till last jag you, are you, Mr. Bowles?
Look, you keep on going on about the overall situation, but you still haven't answered our question.
And what's that?
Why are you taking work away from us and sending it down to London?
Right, now, I'll tell you why I'm taking work from here and sending it down to London, shall I? Because down there, things are even worse. They're already on a 3-day week. Now, if I had to send that work down there, they'd have probably had to close up altogether.
Well, that's their problem, isn't it?
Yeah, why should they get preferential treatment?
Oh, come on, for God's sake. Who's getting preferential treatment? I'm just trying to keep both places open until things improve. Now, if I don't spread the bread around, I can't do that. I'm doing the best I can for everybody.
Including you?
Yes, including me. In fact, especially for me. And why not? Why not? What do you think I'm in this for, love, eh? What are you in it for, love? Are you in it for love?
No, I'm here tonight with these to see that there's some justice done.
Oh, no, you are not, Ivy. You're here tonight to try and get me to switch that work back here so that you can do a 5-day week, aren't you? Yeah. And to hell with the consequences. To hell with them down there, that factory down there. To hell with who gets thrown out of work. How was it you put it? How was it you said, now, it's their problem? Well, it is not their problem, darling. It's part of your problem. The same as what's wrong with this country today is our problem. Right, now, I'm trying to do something about it. I am really. If you lot don't trust me, then you all know what to do, don't you? You know where the door is.
Hello? Yes? Look, there were a train due in from London about half an hour since. Oh? Oh, I see. Well, how late? Oh, great. Thanks. For nothing. Oh, she's not up as well.
Have you rung up?
All the trains between London and Manchester are running nearly an hour late. There's an overhead line down or something just outside Crewe. I don't know what I'm going to do.
There's not one thing you can do. You've got to go.
What about her?
I'll look after her until they come. They're over half an hour late now. They can't be all that much longer.
Oh, I don't like you to put you to all that trouble, Mrs. Sharp.
They're no trouble to me, isn't babies. Besides, who do you think does most of their babysitting for them? That's a girlie.
Are you sure you don't mind?
Look, will you get gone, Blanchard, before I change my mind?
Thanks, Mrs. Sharples. You're a good friend, you know that.
Don't overdo it. Go on.
Oh, bye-bye, Chuck.
Bye-bye, darling.
See you again soon.
Say bye-bye to
Bye-bye, Mrs. Sharples.
Bye-bye, love. Safe journey.
What time is it now?
10:20.
Oh, what are we gonna do?
What can we do short of getting out and giving the flipping thing a shove?
What about Tracy?
No, love, she'd be no use. When it comes to train shoving, our Tracy's a dead loss.
It's not funny, Ray.
Will you stop worrying? She's got your mum to look after her.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm worried about. How's my mum going to get home at this time of night?
Well, she'll not be able to, will she? She'll have to go first thing tomorrow morning.
She must be wondering where the heck we are.
But she's not stupid, you know. She'll have phoned the station or something by now.
Honestly, we might just as well be stuck in the middle of the Gobi Desert.
Will you relax? In half an hour, we'll be home.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to tell you there will be a further delay.
Oh, no.
Refreshments are available in the buffet in the middle section of the train.
Oh, God, I wish we'd never come. I said I didn't want to leave her.
Oh, come on. So we'll be a bit late home.
A bit? The way things are going, we could be stuck here all night. You just have to go and ring her.
Well, how the hell am I supposed to do that?
Well, there must be a phone box somewhere on the station. Just go and find one.
What happens if the train goes when I'm in the flipping thing?
You'll have plenty of warning.
Oh, no, you're the one having hysterics. You go.
Oh, I can't go.
Yeah, in case the train goes when you're in it, right?
Please.
Oh, no, just as I've got her settled.
Well, what do you think over there?
Well, I was impressed, but I can't speak for the others, can I?
Because you know what they do.
There's a drawing for that toilet. Let's have an estimate, will you?
Hey, great. You've decided to go ahead with it, have you?
Call me an optimist, eh? Even to the point of believing politicians when they tell me that at the end of the rainbow there's a pot of gold with oil in it.
You really are an optimist.
Hey, that's a job for the lad when he gets back tomorrow, eh?
Yeah, it's funny they've not been in. Perhaps they've decided to stay over.
I'll have his guts for garters if he has.
Where have you been walking it?
There's only one flipping box on the station working. I mean, it's not even the football season yet.
Well, what did she say?
Not a lot. In fact, very little.
What do you mean? You mean it was engaged all the time?
No, I mean there was no reply.
Ray, it's 11:15. What do you mean there was no reply?
Well, what I said, I rang and nobody answered.
There must have been somebody there at this time. Tracy will have been in bed 3 hours. Ah, you must have been ringing the wrong number.
No, love.
Well, you don't know that.
Deirdre, I didn't just get off the boat with straws sticking out from under my ears. I phoned 3 times, and then I got the operator, and she couldn't get a reply neither, so there must be something wrong with the phone.
Why should there be anything wrong with the phone? It was all right when we left.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Look, if you could hear it ringing out...
It could still be a fault.
Well, you didn't just leave it at that,
Well,
did you?
what the hell else could I do?
What do you think? You could have rung Len or the Rovers even.
Deirdre, there was a queue 20 yards long waiting to use that phone after me. I nearly got lynched as it was.
None of the heck cares about them. This is an emergency.
What are you talking about, an emergency? Blanche just didn't answer, that's all.
Yeah, but she should have answered, shouldn't she? And if she'd been there, she would have answered. And if she wasn't there, there's something wrong.
Now where are you going?
To ring Len.
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on, nothing. That's my baby back there, and I'm worried about her.
You are, you see, we're moving.
Yeah, but for how long? Still not moving.
I know, love.
What's happening?
It'll be its signals. You know, once you get behind with them things, you can't get back into gear.
Why aren't we stopped in a station? At least you could phone me mum again.
God, you could be stuck on an ice floe in the middle of the flaming North Atlantic. I mean, nobody cares. Nobody tells you what's going on. Oh, love, I'm sorry. Tracy will be all right. You know your mum. She's probably taken her out to show her off somewhere.
Yeah, but it was just after 10 when you phoned. There should have been somebody there at that time.
Tracy woke up, she'd take her out if it was 2 o'clock in the morning. You know your mum, she's a nut.
Or if something's happened.
Oh, nothing's happened. I mean, I could have dialed the wrong number, you know, anything.
You said you got the operator to check it.
Well, she could have dialed the wrong number and all. I mean, we both got a number that nobody answered, you see. Love, you don't know, do you? You don't know when you've dialed the wrong number.
Yeah, there is that, I suppose.
Of course there is. Just wish this flaming thing would get moving.
Ladies and gentlemen, we apologise for this further delay, but we hope soon to be signalled forward and expect to proceed to Manchester Piccadilly without further delay. We should be arriving in Manchester at approximately 11:35. Thank you.
It's another 3/4 of an hour.
Do we have to have it on quite so loud?
We don't have to have it on at all. What's the matter?
Have you seen my Mallorca photographs?
You had them in the Rovers earlier on.
I know I had them in the Rovers earlier on, but I haven't got them now.
Oh, perhaps you left them there.
I don't think so. I'm sure I put them back in my bag. Now, Ernest, it's got nothing whatever to do with us. That's been made abundantly clear.
Oh, come on, Emily. That's not like you.
Well, I can be hurt, Ernest.
Yes, I know, love, only too well, but you shouldn't be. Well, when it comes to choosing who's going to look after your baby, naturally your first choice is going to be your own mother, isn't it? I mean, it'd be exactly the same if... well, if it was you.
I know that, but...
No buts. You count yourself lucky.
Ladies, could I have your glasses, please? We don't want to get into trouble with the police.
I wouldn't mind getting into trouble with a nice copper, or any other fella for that matter.
All right, what have you been up to? Been to see one of them saucy films of yours again?
We have been to see Silver Streak. It's very exciting, but definitely not saucy.
Definitely.
Could I have your glasses, please?
Oh, how's your migraine, Mrs. Walker?
Well, it's still there. I've had it for nearly a week. It's all the pressure, of course.
Yes.
I'm terribly sorry, Alf. It's far too late.
Oh, I didn't want to drink, love. No, I'm just coming back from the town hall. Who do you think was there? Charlie Harrop from Preston. He said, "Aunt, to let the sun go down without giving you his best regards." I'm a bit pushed for time, but still.
How very kind of him.
Ah, he's up for Queen's visit.
I know. I thought I might be invited as an ex-Lady Mayor.
Oh, Bet says she'll be in early in the morning because I'll be a bit late. I've got a bit of a business appointment with the gentleman.
All right, love, as long as she keeps her word.
What's this business appointment you've got? You're not thinking of getting married again, are you? Take my advice, love, don't.
Oh, don't talk so daft. As a matter of fact, I have got a business appointment with the gentleman. He's after me china cabinet.
Oh, that's a new one for us, kid. If Elsie happens to find two fellas in our wardrobe, they're after our china cabinet. Do you think we'd get away with it?
Well, there's only one way to find out. Try it. You might learn a thing or two and all.
You saying I can't look after myself? Is that what you're on about? Look, it'll be broad daylight.
Ah, yes. But if he wants to attack you in any way, all the better to see you with, my dear.
When it comes to making folk feel safe, oh, you have got a marvellous way with you.
Hey, no, Elsie's right, you know. It's better safe than sorry. Hey, listen, I could be there when he comes.
Oh, no, I don't want all that palaver.
No, I mean it. Look, what time's he coming?
12.
I'll be there.
Good lad.
That's it. He'll be half my size.
Well, them are the worst, you know. Them are the worst. Come on, you two, let's be having you.
All these good neighbours stopping you from being molested. Why don't they mind their own business? Look, Betty, if you want to get attacked, you get yourself attacked.
Yes, and I'll do the attacking if you two don't get a move on.
Elsie, do me a favour, will you? Will you drop these photographs in at Emily's as you pass? She left them behind.
Yes, certainly, love. Come on, mush.
Thanks, love. Thanks very much.
Hello, Emily. Your photographs. You left them in the rooms.
Oh, Elsie, how kind. Come on in.
Yeah, well, I'll only stop a minute.
The photographs.
Oh, great. Where were they?
I left them with Mrs. Walker.
What did I say? What did I say?
Always right, these men, aren't they?
Don't they make you sick?
Make you sick. What about a cup of coffee? Before you say anything, the water's just boiled. It's no trouble whatsoever.
Won't you sit down?
Oh, thanks very much. Are they not back yet?
Oh, I should think so. Where are we?
Somewhere in England. Oh, look, love. One field looks pretty much like another. All I know is we're somewhere between Crewe and Stockport.
What time is it?
11 o'clock.
Oh, she'll kill us, me mum. She's missed her last train, you know.
Oh, so she's missed the last train. It won't do her any harm to stop the night.
She'll kill us.
If she had any sense, she'd realise it wasn't our fault, wouldn't she?
I wish you'd stop saying that. I bet she's got a damn sight more sense than your mother had.
Right. Well, she won't kill us then.
Suppose she did ring the right number. Suppose something has happened.
Nothing has happened.
Come, puts me in mind of our Linda, that. She had a right pair of lungs on her, that one.
She's been crying for a long time.
It's not like them, is it? I thought you said they usually picked her up straight away.
Well, Ray does, but I think Deirdre's more of the news school. We seem to hear the baby more when Deirdre's by herself.
Yeah,
She tends to let her cry.
Something to be said for both ways, isn't there? Ernie, don't bother, love. Your own's going stone cold out here.
He's very good at volunteering, but you've got to be prepared to wait. He'll have put the sugar away and forgotten where it is.
Don't take sugar in my coffee.
That doesn't matter. You've got to have a properly set out tray.
There we are.
You know, our Dennis was champion at that sort of thing. I used to get home from that dress shop ready to sell my soul for a cup of tea.
I know exactly what you're going to say.
And you say, don't bother, Mum, you sit down, I'll make it for you.
I get just the same.
I'd fall asleep waiting, and by the time it came, it was a cup of hot water with 400 tea leaves floating on the top.
Am I being got at?
Only in a nice way, love.
Baby's going it a bit.
Yeah, Emily was saying.
How long's it been going on?
About an hour.
You know, you can laugh at me if you like, but I get feelings about these things. You know, I remember once when Linda was a baby and I was doing the washing, she kept getting under my feet and screaming, and this gypsy called at the door, selling paste, like, and went to the door and I was a bit rough with her. She gave me one of them looks and I thought, I'm in for it. You know what she said? She said, I put a curse on you, but I've got a feeling you'd curse me back.
What are you trying to say?
There's something wrong in that house.
Don't be asleep.
Well, break the window. I'll see. Yes, go on, break the window. Put this round your hand.
Yeah. Okay.
Is she all right, Ernie?
Well, she's breathing, but I can barely feel her pulse.
Look, I'll phone for an ambulance. You cover her up with something.
She's soaking wet.
Oh, she'll be all right. Hello? Ambulance, please. Huh? Oh, Weatherfield 4329. Hello? Ambulance? I'm speaking from number 5 Coronation Street, Weatherford. Howard. Mrs. Howard. Well, we just came in and the old lady's on the floor and she... Well, no, she's unconscious. Well, no, I don't think so. There's no blood anywhere. Yes. Well, we've done that. Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, all right. Goodbye. They said to cover up something, don't move her, and they'll be here as quick as they can.
Do you think we ought to take the baby home to our house?
Oh, yeah. That's a good idea. I'll nip upstairs and let's see if she's left any nappies in the airing cupboard.
She'll be all right, love.
She looks so grey.
She'll be all right, love. Don't worry.
What time is it?
It's 11:10. Why?
Now what shall we do?
I'll take her back and change.
Yeah, you both go. I'll wait here till the ambulance
Look,
arrives.
I'll nip in at Ken's because he's usually very good at this sort of thing.
Yes.
I'll take her home. Ernest, it isn't some kind of...
No, Emily, it isn't. Now, go on, off you go. I'll bring the carry cot. We're going to leave the baby with us.
Then what did you mean?
You know your trouble, don't you? You're too clever for your own good.
You said this would never have happened if we'd left her with Emily. What did you mean by that? You were ringing the right number, weren't you? You mean they'd have answered, don't you? Is that what you meant?
I don't know what I meant, love. It was just something to say.
What good's it supposed to do, saying things like that?
Told you.
What good's it supposed to do?
You know, you're not going to believe this, but guess what Hilda told me this morning? She said her tea leaf said tragedy, plain as a pikestaff, she said.
Yeah, well, let's hope it isn't.
Oh, I'll drink to that, but it can't be good at Mrs. Sharple's age, can it?
If only we knew what happened. I mean, why was Ina there in the first place? Where was Blanche?
Well, perhaps she went to catch a train and left Ina in charge.
It's as good an explanation as any, love.
When did that ambulance leave?
Half an hour ago.
Hey, that could be Ken.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
You know, this baby's showing no signs of going to sleep.
Well, there's too much going on for her. They do know, you know.
They sent me home. There was nothing they could tell me.
But it's not good.
No, it's not good.
Is there a taxi?
Where are they?
What's been going on in here?
Ma'am? Ma'am!
It's all right. We've got her.
Tracy, love.
train broke down.
Hasn't he better arrived yet?
Not yet, Mrs. Walker. Still, I'm here.
Yes.
I wonder how Raymond's feeling this morning after last night's little do.
If that young couple have got any sense at all, keep a very low profile. I consider the whole affair quite deplorable.
Oh, fair's fair, Mrs. Walker. I mean, it wasn't his fault the train broke down. In fact, if you get onto British Rail, you'd probably find out it was nobody's fault.
Yeah, I wish I could share your sense of humour. I found the whole thing perfectly plain and they should never have left. Rose returned. Good morning. I see. How very unusual. Yes, well, come as soon as you can, then. Nobody could accuse Bet of being unimaginative. Apparently her bed collapsed during the night and she's hurt her back.
Do you know that happened to me once, Dad?
I'm not in the least surprised to hear it.
Hey, your back door were unlocked.
Mr. Tetlock, there are occasions when the gates of Buckingham Palace are open to the world, but that does not mean that the world is entitled to intrude.
Well, easier.
He is helping me out.
Caught you there, Albert.
Yeah, well, I'm helping you out and all. I brought some bottles back. And before you start, I would have brought them back a bit later on, only I happened to be on an errand of mercy. Going up to the infirmary to see how Ina is. Oh, according to our Ken, Deirdre's mother must have left Ina looking after the kiddie.
Yes, well, whatever the facts of the case, nobody emerges from it with a scrap of credit.
Well, she got to catch a train.
We all have trains to catch in this life, Mr. Tatlock, but some of us prefer to miss them rather than lose our sense of responsibility. I don't think you'll be allowed to see Mrs. Sharples.
Oh, I know, but still I'll be there.
You'll be there. Oh, it really is an extraordinary world.
Yeah.
Hello, Alf, love. Come on in, Doc.
I'm not too early for you, am I?
Hi, Eckers, like, sit yourself down. I've kept the cosy on the tea.
Oh, right. Is this the cabinet you're selling?
China cabinet, yeah.
Yeah, very nice. Well, it could be worth a bob or two.
Well, I'll see what he says.
Hey, it might be a dealer, you know. You want to be careful, don't you?
Well, I asked him that, love. I mean, he said he wasn't. It's very kind of you to come round, Alf. Do you know, the more I thought about it, the more I realised that Elsie was right.
Ah, well, you can't be too careful these days, love.
Well, I should have known that more than anybody.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, being married to a policeman, you must get a bit... Well, you know, familiarity breeds contempt.
Yeah, I suppose it does.
Hey, do you want me here all the time?
No, love, no, there's no need for that. No, you keep out the way. If I want you, I'll give you a shout.
Right. Hey, quite exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, it will be in a pair of little devils.
Hello, love, what you having?
I'll have a gin and tonic, and you better order yourself a blood transfusion. The girls are after what few drops you've got left.
Go on, add to me troubles now, what?
Oh, nothing new. The usual screaming and shouting, calling each other's sister. The usual happy labour relationships.
Yeah, well, keep this under your hat. If they did go on strike, it might save us. Denham's been around a long time and there's me with a load of stock I can't get rid of.
What about the new designs?
I'll believe that when I see him. Here, I better get going. Look, don't push him into a strike. Just let them find their own way, OK?
Hey! What about my drink?
Yeah, and mine while you're at it.
There you are, Mrs. Walker. Let them have what they want and keep a neat record for the receiver in bankruptcy, will you?
I sincerely hope he didn't mean that.
So do we.
Yeah, I hope he didn't mean what he said about strikes and all.
Well, it could well be. Strikes are double-edged, you know.
Do you need any help, Mrs. Walker, saving?
No, thank you, Mr. Yates.
Yes, you are a bit thin on the ground, aren't you?
My staff, bless them, have other things to do.
Where do you want me, love? Upstairs?
Do you mind? No wonder you're grinning. It's a good job nobody's listening. Yeah, go on, get up the stairs. Hey, and while you're up there, have a look at that cold water tap in the bathroom. See if it needs a new washer.
Well, heck, I'm glad I'm only playing this part for half an hour.
Yeah.
Did Ernest say if he was going to the hospital or not?
No, he didn't, but I shouldn't think he would be. After all, Mike Baldwin's out all afternoon.
Oh, yeah, keeping his head down, is he?
Oh, what do you know about it?
Well, I wouldn't exactly call those girls of yours discreet.
Gail and Susie, you mean?
No, I meant the girls across the way, but those too, if you like. I mean, the word strike hangs heavy in the summer air.
Shh, keep your voice down. In fact, shut up altogether. Here comes the Gestapo.
Don't worry, I'm going.
Oh, you
Could you like this, please?
No, he's not. I'd you buy me one, then?
We don't fraternise with management.
Oh, for Pete's sake, shut up, will you?
And you told Baldwin to shut up. It's him that's opening his mouth. Him insinuating we're not putting his backs into it. He wants to try sitting at the back of one of them machines himself.
He does that.
He does. Him and his 3-day week and transferred it work down to London. He's not the only one that can threaten, you know.
By gum, he isn't.
He certainly isn't. I can have that out as easy as winking, and I don't even need a whistle.
Don't you worry, Ivy. We'll follow you.
We will that.
Oh, shut up a minute and try and keep the Dolly sisters quiet for a moment, will you?
What you doing, thinking up some more lies?
Look, I don't know why I'm telling you this, because nothing would suit me better than to get rid of you. At least I'd have a quiet drink. But I'll say this once and I'll shut up. Nothing would suit Mike better than you to go on strike. He'd laugh his head off.
Why?
I don't know why, because I don't know the workings of big business, nor do I know about trades union. But I do know that you people are the last people that they think about. Now, I just know that's all, and if you don't believe me, try it. Ladies?
Morning, I'm the gentleman about the china cabinet.
Oh, good morning. Would you come in, please?
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm a minute or two late. There's quite a bit of traffic out there this morning.
Gets worse, doesn't it?
Oh, it does, yeah. Is this it, then?
Yeah, that's it.
Ah. What were you asking?
Well, make us an offer.
Oh, no, you tell me what you want and I'll tell you whether I can afford it. I'm not even sure that I want it yet or not. Mind you, I dare say you could persuade me. Give me a bit of time.
Yeah, well, I haven't really put a price on it yet. Mr.
Stokes.
Oh.
Arthur.
Oh, my name's Turpin. Mrs. Turpin.
Mrs., eh? I can't say as I'm surprised.
Yeah, well, it's a genuine piece. I mean, it used to belong to my grandmother.
Yeah, it's late Victorian. It's far from being antique, of course. Mind you, I don't like my pieces too old anyway. Go on, give us a price.
Yeah, well, you'll just... Will you hang on a minute? I'll just go and fetch mine. Alf, love, could you spare a minute?
Right, love.
It won't be a minute. Alf, this is the gentleman. He's come about...
Hello, Alf.
Hello, Arthur.
You don't know one another?
Hi, it's Councillor Stokes.
Hey, didn't you tell me your name was Turpin? This is Roberts.
You're not going to believe this, Arthur.
Oh, I don't know. You try me. You old devil.
He's not going to believe it, is he?
No, I don't think he is.
Look, I'm a man of the world and I've known you a fair while. Do you remember that night you caught me in Blackpool?
Hey, Arthur, there's nothing like that. There's a perfectly simple explanation.
Would you like a cup of tea?
Have you got any beer, love?
I think so, yeah.
I think beer would be better.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, you're going to laugh about this, Arthur.
Look, I've told you already. I know how to keep my mouth shut.
Ma'am, Tracy's fine, honest. Not even a sneeze. Yeah, well, it is the middle of summer. I mean, it's not as if she was stuck in a stone-cold house or anything. Oh, Ma'am, I know you'll never forgive yourself, but please, for my sake, will you try? I don't want you ringing up every day for the rest of your lives saying how sorry you are you left her with Mrs. Sharples. I don't think I could... Mrs. Sharples, yeah. No, I've not heard anything today, but Ray said she was very ill when he went in yesterday. Yeah, unconscious. Ma'am, how did you know the train was going to get stuck or how Mrs. Sharples was going to have an accident?
Here, let me speak to her.
Look, Ma'am, I'm sorry, I'll have to go. I think there's somebody at the door. Yes. For the last time, Tracy is fine. OK, goodbye.
You frightened I might upset her. Still conscience-stricken, is she, our Blanche?
Yes, she is.
Yeah, well, so she bloody should be. She could have hung on. She could have stopped an extra night. What was so flaming important she had to get back for Monday?
Give it a rest, Ray.
Well, why should I? It's Blanche's fault what happened.
Oh, you're just being unreasonable. You're looking round for somebody to blame. You don't particularly like me, Ma'am, so who better to use for a scapegoat?
That is not true. If she hadn't have piked off, none of it would have happened. I mean, she'd just have been a bit late for work the next day, that's all. She's only a flaming barmaid. It's not as if she had to do an heart transplant.
Give it a rest, Ray.
No, I flaming won't.
Have you phoned up about Mrs. Sharples today?
She's just the same. Ring your mum. Tell her.
Hey, is it right what they're saying about Mrs. Sharples?
Well, it just depends what they are saying.
She's in hospital, if that's what you mean. She was found unconscious last night in the Langtons.
Oh, poor soul. Langtons? That's young couple, isn't it? They're usually in here, aren't they?
Usually, yes, but in view of the circumstances, they're obviously keeping out of sight.
It's really too early to say, Mr. Langton. But of course the situation might be different if you were 40 years younger.
Oh, so you decided to turn in, did you?
What's it look like?
It was good advice I gave you.
I'm not sure we shouldn't call Baldwin's bluff and just walk out.
Me and all. How would us going on strike help him?
Because he'd likely shut those factory gates so fast he'd trap your bums. And the next thing you know, you get your cards through the post and we'd likely never see Mike Baldwin again.
He'd lose everything then.
Just cutting his losses, love, that's all.
We'll give him another day or two and not a minute longer. You know what they say about him helping them that helps themselves?
Oh, Elsie, any news of Ina? I mean, you didn't manage to ring the infirmary, did you?
Lovely, I didn't have time.
No, did I? I just hope she's come round, that's all.
Did you get them papers for me?
Yes, I've just come in to see you.
Yes, that's right, Mrs. Sharples. I see. Oh, well, thank you very much, sister, thank you. No change?
Does that mean she's still unconscious?
I should think so.
How long's it been now?
Well, about 36 hours.
Seems a long time to me, does that?
Especially for someone her age.
She must have gone down with a heck of a bump.
I heard that she caught her head on the table as she fell.
Thought it was a stool.
Oh, it makes you wonder, doesn't it?
In what way?
Well, there's Mrs. Sharples doing a kindness, babysitting for the Langtons. Mind you, that was a mistake. I mean, parents are only too willing these days to delegate their responsibilities. And what does that lead to? Soccer hooligans who can't read or write or even tie their own bootlaces, I shouldn't wonder. What was I saying?
You were wondering.
Was I? Oh, yes, Mrs. Sharples. Doing a kind action has a fall, and now she lies, well, I suppose stricken is the word. Where's the rhyme or reason?
There isn't one. Do you know, I came to that conclusion a long time since. You know, when my Cyril was taken. Oh, no reason for that. None at all.
No, I know, dear. By the way, did you manage to sell your china cabinet?
Oh, yeah.
Happy with the price you got?
Very.
Fetch a tidy some these days, antiques,
Yes, they
don't
do.
they? Well, I'm very glad you're pleased.
Oh, thanks ever so.
Hey, either of you two rung the hospital this morning?
I don't like being addressed as hey, Mr. Tetlock, especially in my own home, and particularly out of licensing hours. I have to put up with enough vulgar familiarity when we're open.
Sorry, Mrs. Walker, the old man's not feeling himself today.
All right, I can speak for myself. I'm not a stuffed dummy.
Sorry, Albert.
Because if you had rung, you'd have found out that Ina's no different, whatever that means.
We have rung.
And there's very little change.
No difference.
No, apparently not.
All right, well, who's coming with me to get a proper tale?
Going where?
To the hospital.
No point in you going to the hospital, Mr. Tatlock. They won't tell you any more to your face than they do on the phone, especially as you're not a near relative.
Look, let's put it this way. Suppose you were in there and nobody would say exactly what were wrong. Who'd have made damn sure they found out? Ina Sharples. Well, I reckon best we can do is do the same thing for her. And if you two won't come with me, I'll go by myself.
Don't be too obstreperous, Mr. Tatlock. You'll only get their backs up.
Don't worry, Mrs. Walker. I'll mosey down and keep an eye on him.
Make sure you take a muzzle.
Tell you one thing, though, Ernie, mate. I'm tempted to shake the dust. I'm really. Well, I made a bob or two, haven't I? Why shouldn't I spend some of it? They live it up in my declining years. Do you know what I'd really like to do? Travel the world and take in all the major sporting events. Test match in Australia, World Cup in the Argentine, Moscow Olympics. Be marvellous. Better than worrying about this tin pot outfit.
You wouldn't, though?
Well, I might. Like I said, I made a bob or two.
Yeah, well, that's just like a...
Oh, here, go on, say it, yeah. Like a rat leaving the sinking ship. But tell me this, who are you worried about this particular moment, eh? Them out there? Vera, eh? Elsie and that lot? Or Ernie Bishop yourself, eh? Your job. Now, come on, be honest.
Yeah, all right, Ernie Bishop's job, because it took me a long time to find it, like 3 months. I don't want to have to go through all that again.
Can't guarantee it, mate. Anything can happen in this job. But I tell you one thing, I am not swanning off, not this week anyway. Do you know why? I like a challenge, and keeping this place going is some challenge. But, oh, hello, Mrs. Howard. And how are things in the engine room, eh?
Oh.
Oh, dear, sit down.
That's why I'm here. It's like a wet Sunday down there. Nobody's speaking, long faces, and every time you look up, there's little beady eyes on you, accusing. I'm beginning to think it's all my fault.
Well, you are rather in the front line, aren't you, Elsie?
I couldn't care less about the atmosphere, darling. The point is that they're grafting.
Well, not bad, actually. I suppose some of them think if they get their fingers out in some way, which I don't know about, they'll get us on our feet again.
Oh, no, isn't that touching? They should have thought of that when the boom was on. They might have had a bit more financial reserve to carry us through this bad patch.
Haven't you any?
I'm skint. I'm down to my last loan shark.
Well, I'll tell you this, I can't stand much more of it. It's like a wake down there.
We're doing our best, Els.
Doing your best? How? In what way are you doing your best? It might help if we knew that, you know.
Well, I've been on to a few of my mates, and I've asked them to up their orders a bit.
Well, can they?
No.
Well, what about the new designs?
Well, we got more than a passing interest in them, right, Anne?
That's true.
Well, enough to give us a lift, and enough to stop this 3-day week business.
Well, it looks promising, but that's all I'm prepared to say just yet.
Why don't you tell the girls that, Mike? It'll be something.
No, I don't think so. No, it won't do them any harm to sweat a bit. No, it'll teach them the facts of life. Like work doesn't grow on trees. It's down to people like me going out and finding it.
Yes, well, some of them downstairs wouldn't exactly agree with that.
Oh?
No.
What's their answer?
A workers' cooperative.
What?
She doesn't look much better to me.
Well, she really is. We've had 1 or 2 quite good responses. Nothing dramatic, but I'm very pleased.
And you reckon she's going to be all right?
Well, I didn't say that.
I thought you did.
No.
Well, is there anything else can go wrong with you?
Well, nothing, I hope.
Oh, so she's going to be all right.
Well, yes.
Oh, you are saying it then? You are saying that she's going to be all right?
Do you know what a subdural hematoma is?
I've never heard of it.
It's internal bleeding inside the head.
Oh, is that what she's got?
We don't think so.
Well, that's she.
We don't think so.
Look, do you doctors never speak out straight to folk? I mean, call a spade a spade?
I've told you everything I can. She has severe concussion. There's a slight improvement since yesterday.
Can I stop a bit?
Of course you can. And talking to her wouldn't do any harm. She can't speak, but she might just be able to hear you. All right?
Come on, lass. Let's be having you. Give us a smile.
Yeah, so off he went like an avenging angel.
Uncle Albert, an angel, more like old Nick.
Thought you were supposed to be going after him.
Yeah, I am after I've had a couple of pints. Between you and me, hospitals give me the willies. I mean, I know life's short, but in there you feel like there's no tomorrow. And next week's got no chance.
I know what you mean.
There, poor Mrs. Sharples. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, it's a bit rough.
Hello, Councillor. I don't remember seeing you in here before.
I've been in before. It's a bit since.
That's your pleasure.
Pints. I'm only a working lad. I brought you money.
Oh, thanks very much.
What do you want us for?
It's good at drinking, don't you? Right, which
He'll have done all right for himself, take my word for it.
Elsie reckons he's on his uppers.
Yes, she does. Well, seeing's believing.
What exactly is the workers' cooperative?
Yeah, what exactly is it? It's what it says it is. Oh. You know what co-op is, don't you? What you shop at? Yeah. Well, it's like that.
Well, we're not going to open a shopping factory, are we?
Are we? Are we, Because, like, we have a cooperative. Everybody sharing work, profits, responsibility, everything.
Hey, that's a bit all right. Will Baldwin let us?
He'll have no option if we turf him out, will he? My husband reckons he can organise enough support from Trades Council.
Well, aren't they a load of reds?
Well, who's asking?
Anyway, what I want you to do is to model them for me this afternoon, OK?
What, for that lot over there?
Right. You said you'd done a bit of modelling, didn't you, Ken?
Yeah, took a course. That lasted all of one day because the fellow that sold it to you ran off with your money. You told me.
But it's more than what you've done.
I am a natural model. What are we doing this for, Mr. Baldwin?
Never mind why, just do it, OK?
Oh, sorry I asked.
Hello, Arthur. What are you doing here?
I'm paying your lady friend a dues.
Look, Mrs. Turpin is not my lady friend. Now, I told you that yesterday.
Yeah, and I told you yesterday I'm a man of the world.
Listen, Arthur.
Hello. It is, isn't it? Of course it is, Arthur Stokes.
Mrs. Walker, my favourite lady mayoress.
Oh, flatterer. What brings you to my humble abode?
Oh, Arthur's the fellow that's just bought Betty's china cabinet.
Yeah, I've got just the corner for it at home.
Really?
He's a right lad, our Alfie, isn't he?
Pardon?
Oh, don't tell me I'll put my foot in it.
Oh, Arthur, look.
Put your foot in it?
Alfie and your lady barmaid there. Very cosy. Not only got his feet under the table, he knows his way around upstairs as well.
Really?
Arthur, you're making bricks out of sawdust.
How is she?
No different.
Oh, dear. When I came on duty this morning, Sister was quite hopeful.
She hadn't moved a muscle.
They said she had a severe concussion.
Doctor told me to talk to her, but I don't know what to say.
Well, needs must when the devil drives. Can't stop here all day like some people.
No, well, I'm on late shift.
Interferes with your love life, does it? Being on late?
You're like a dog with a bone, aren't you, Arthur? I bet it's halfway out town hall now, isn't it?
Just about, aye. Didn't often get a bit of juicy tittle-tattle about you, you know.
Yeah, well, there's no tittle-tattle, juicy
Hey,
otherwise.
Mrs. Turpin, don't you want your money, or shall I leave it with Alf?
No, I'll have it.
Don't mind the check, dear love.
No.
It's not bound.
Oh, thanks.
Been a pleasure doing business with you. Nice fella, Alf. One of the best. Mind you, he's a bit of a lad, you know, given a chance.
You know, I always reckon that Good Friday was the best day for that. If weather were nice, and it usually were, you know, we used to don us best suits. Them as us had one, and we'd pack up a few sandwiches, and off we'd set to the nearest bit of countryside. Oh, lots of us. You know, it doesn't matter, young or old, off we used to go all down the same road, just like cattle going out to graze. It were no waiting in that way. It really were. Do you know, Ina, I always used to reckon it were the best day of the year, especially if you found a lass you liked. You remember one autumn there was a pal of mine, Jess Hayes, he fell for a lass called Dora Wade. She was not but a little thing. Her father were a miner. You remember her, Ina. She had a big round moon face and frizzy hair and were always giggling. Some folks reckoned as how she weren't old there, but any road Jess fell for a good and proper, but it faded away, and that autumn he joined up. He got killed at Wipers, poor laddie. Not but been in France a couple of weeks. Oh, you can hear me, Ina. Hello, love.
How is she?
Look, she's opened her eyes.
How do, Mrs. Sharples? I've come to take you to the pictures.
Ina, it's Albert.
I think she saw me.
Girl.
Yeah, no looking about. Come on.
Right, girls. Make as if this were a fashion salon on the Champs-Élysées.
You must be joking.
Come on, listen.
What's going on? Show off. I can't help it if I'm a professional.
Well, ladies, what do you think?
Fetching, aren't they?
What do you mean? What do we think? We made them.
Yeah, what are you talking about? We made them.
Yeah, but you'd never seen them on before, have you? I think they're smashing. What about you, Els?
Not bad.
Well, the bounds look good enough, aren't they?
Sorry.
So they're not bad. But we only make them. We don't sell them. And that's the big question. Can you?
That's exactly why I put this little demo on, to show you what a winner we got.
Can you sell them?
Well, I think I can. In fact, I'm sure I can. Of course, if you haven't got faith in your own product. Well, I mean, even a workers' cooperative has to have faith in its product.
Oh, I see. That's what all this is about, is it? Somebody's been blabbing. We mean it, Mr. Baldwin. Don't we, girls?
Yeah, we do.
A workers' cooperative, I mean, it's just something you've heard about. Read in the newspapers, dreamland.
Not to mention a rather dicey venture. I mean, you've had no experience in business.
We can't do worse than you lot.
Ivy.
What?
What was this before I took it over?
A warehouse.
Oh, no, it wasn't. It was a burnt-out building. And what were you? All right, I'll tell you. You were unemployed. Like, and not to mention him. Now, I'll put you back on your feet again. Now, I'm telling you, if I can't sell those, nobody can, not even Charlie Claw, and definitely not a workers' cooperative. So, ladies, who are you going to put your faith in, eh? Me, with my track record, or a workers' cooperative with no track record at all, except in China? Well?
Like I said, we'll give you another couple of days.
Oh, come on, darling. I'm not a genius, not yet. I want a couple of weeks.
I think you're just trying to bluff us. You're blinding us with science.
No, it's right, Ivy. I mean, we've earned some good money.
We have. I've never had 2 winter coats in wardrobe before.
He's not bluffing, Ivy. Really.
Elsie, am I bluffing? Aren't we on a winner?
Yeah. Well, that'll do for me.
And me.
Good. I knew you'd see sense. Right, ladies, back to work. The more of these you make, the more I can sell.
Thanks, Mr. Baldwin.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, girls. Anyway.
You've just got a bit more time, you know, and that's all. And I wouldn't bank on several weeks. Another fortnight on a 3-day week and thin pay packers will be listening to me again.
A workers' cooperative. Where did you get that from, Ivy? Eh? Who told you about that? You've been reading your little red book.
My husband.
Is he a red?
More a progressive thinker, like me.
You want watching, don't you?
I do.
We could do without her. You know, she's a troublemaker.
Yeah, well, let's wait till we're in top gear when they're eating cake again. That's the time. Right, then. Let's get on with our little meeting, shall we?
What about us?
Oh, back to the shop. In fact, I thought you'd already gone.
Do you know something? I think we'll start our own flipping cooperative on our own.
I beg your pardon.
Nothing.
Right, then, Ern. Get us a bottle and 3 glasses out of there, will you?
Oh, you're a right one, Mike Baldwin.
Stop flattering me.
Yeah. Fairly hectic lunchtime, Elizabeth.
Yeah, it was. I thought we did very well, considering we were just the 2 of us.
Yeah, not bad.
You're a sly old thing, aren't you?
Pardon?
You know perfectly well what I'm talking about. How long has it been going on? I thought that Alf was interested in Miss Bradshaw, though Lord alone knows why. Mind you, he's very eligible, a man of standing, his own house. Where would you live, dear? Your house or his? Poses quite a problem, doesn't it?
Mrs. Walker.
Yes, dear.
There is nothing going on between Alf Roberts and me.
No, I know he said so, but I thought he tended to protest too much, as the bard says.
Look, he came round to my house yesterday just to keep an eye on me.
Really?
Yes, to see that I didn't come to any harm. I mean, if that fella had been, well, somebody funny. I mean, there's a lot of very rough men going around at the moment, selling and buying and selling.
Oh, no, dear, yes. So, really, he was just asking as your champion, your protector, your husband, I suppose.
I suppose.
How convenient.
All right, Mrs. Walker. I can see you're going to think the way you want to think. I mean, whatever I say, there's nothing I can do about it, but I will ask you, please keep it to yourself. I mean, I can do with all the funny looks coming from you, but I can do without all that, you know, the nudging and insinuations from Hilda Ogden. Thank you very much. I mean, especially when there's no call for it, so don't go spreading it around, will you? What's so funny?
You are, Elizabeth.
But I'm serious.
I know perfectly well there's nothing on between you and us. Certainly not to the extent of having the free run of your bedroom. You're no Scarlet Woman, no paramour. You are nice, homely Elizabeth. Shall I go and make us a cup of tea?
Has she opened her eyes again?
Not yet, no. But the doctor's been. He said he's pleased.
She's been unconscious a long time.
Oh, she'll be all right. She's a tough old stick like yourself.
Have you been talking to her?
Hey, I told her about the first time I got nicked. Do you know my mum went to Fleetwood on holiday? She asked the local law to keep an eye on the house. Only she forgot to tell me, didn't she? Me and me mates arrived with a load of lead flashing to stash away in the yard, like. Hell, it was like shooting fish in a barrel. Well, I thought he might get a laugh, you know. Well, a smile. But she hasn't moved.
You can go now if you like, Eddie. I had a bit of something to eat in canteen here.
No, I'll hang on a bit longer. Oh, Mrs. Bishop's been too.
Has she?
Really, the doctor's quite hopeful. He told me that, personally.
Well, that's not what they said on the phone.
They're always very guarded on the phone, Ray. It's very easy to give people the wrong impression about a patient's condition. I mean, relatives particularly tend to clutch at straws, wanting as they do to believe the best.
Yeah, I can see that.
I hope she does get better.
It was an accident.
Still, if we hadn't have gone...
If wishes were horses, beggars could ride.
We should not have left Tracy for that long. We've learned his lesson.
Or we should have left her with you.
Yes, well, that was up to you, wasn't it?
Oh, it was nothing personal, you know.
Well, I know that now.
It's just that I felt happier leaving her with me mum.
Yeah, look what happened.
Anyway, we're very grateful to you for what you did.
If Mrs. Sharples does get better, it'll be down to you and Ernie, you know, for coming in and finding her.
And Elsie.
Oh, there is one more thing. If we need somebody to babysit, just for a couple of hours in the evening, like, well, I'd like to think I could ask you if you were free.
Even if I wasn't free, I'd still contrive to do it. She's lovely as your daughter. Beautiful.
That's true.
Ray.
Well, that just about wraps it up. We send all the denim work to London, concentrate on the new models up here.
Yes, but for how many days a week, though?
Oh, 3, love. Let's start walking before we start running, eh?
You once told me that you didn't even learn to walk.
I once told my mother I didn't like girls, and look at me record. You've got to be adaptable, Ernie, mate.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Do I get paid for being adaptable like I'm going to be in the next 2 or 3 weeks?
Well, you were going up to Newcastle anyway, weren't you?
On private business. I've got a husband up there. I didn't expect to be traipsing around the whole sailors flogging these models.
You volunteered. You said you had friends in the trade up there.
Well, surely I get expenses.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah, well, come back with some nice juicy orders and we'll talk about a generous commission.
Well, I suppose I don't come back with any orders.
Well, then we don't talk about it, else. I'm broke.
Oh, all right. Commission expenses if I get some orders.
OK. But don't stay in any 5-star hotels, all right?
Like you do round here.
Well, I'm the governor, darling. I'm the one with his name on a heart attack. I've got to have my creature comforts.
You know what you are, Mike Baldwin? You're a crook.
Yeah, but a legal one, love, like all of us.
Yeah, well, I'm going before I get corrupted. See ya.
Bye. Give my love to the Workers' Cooperative. Workers' Cooperative, I'd rather burn the place down. There's no such animal these days, mate, as a worker. No such animal. We're all fast buck merchants.
I'm not a fast buck merchant.
You're the exception to the rule, mate. You're also extinct. Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
Aye, we've seen a few changes in our time, Ena. And some of them have been for best, mind. Like National Health Service, for a start. You know, I often wonder what happened to them chaps as used to come round debt collecting for doctors. Doctor's man, we used to call him. Remember, he come round on Friday night after his bobs and his tanners. Health Service stopped his tap all right. He were made redundant overnight. Good riddance and all. But mind you, all changes weren't for best. Not be a long shot. I was listening to a chap on radio t'other day, and he was saying how reluctant some folks are to face up to their troubles. Turned a blind eye to them until it's too late, and, well, then lots of folk got out while things were being put right. I reckon that's what's happening now and all. There's going to be a right bust up here before long. Well, I mean, things can't go on, can they? Not like they are. Politicians kidding us, and us kidding ourselves as well, those as are living. Try telling that to a starving Indian and see what he says.
Is that you, Albert?
What did you think it were?
I wish you'd make less noise.
I think we ought to have some of them tables with some chairs around and that. One of them striped umbrellas on them, you know. Like they have in Paris.
Sunshades, Fred, not umbrellas. Anyway, Mrs. Walker tried that once.
Did it not catch on?
Nah. They just nicked sunshades, didn't they?
I think if we went to Brewery, they'd lend us some of them umbrellas, striped, you know.
Mrs. Walker can't even get a brewery to put a coat of paint on ladies' toilet door. What's he doing with that thing?
It's for surveying, that. He'll be surveying.
Fancy. And I thought he were tracking moon rockets. What's he surveying, I wonder?
Oh, I don't know. I should go and ask him.
Oh, well. What are you doing, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, this is a theodolite. Basically, it's a device for measuring horizontal and vertical angles.
Yes, but what's it in aid of? Are you from council?
No, I'm a postgraduate at Weatherfield Polytechnic, specialising in architectural design.
Oh, so it's not really in aid of anything, then?
Look, could you just hold the end of this tape measure for 5 minutes?
And then when both my hands are full, you'll try and bite me neck, won't you? I've met your sort before.
What was all that about, then?
Oh, he's a student doing some course or other.
Well, I would say that, wouldn't he? I mean, they tell him to say that so it doesn't cause any panic or alarm. Next thing you know, he's going around the street sticking notices up flipping lampposts saying lots coming down.
Do you reckon?
Talking about panic and alarm, here comes Mrs. Walker now.
Don't just sit there.
OK.
Oh, morning, Mrs. Walker.
Kept it for you then, did they? Reserved it for me specially. And for once I found exactly the right frock. Ideal for summer. Navy trimmed with white broderie anglaise.
Oh, I always say you can't whack it navy in a spot of white. One of my favourite combinations is that.
Really? I assume you've finished your work at the Rovers?
Oh, no, I always try and finish before opening time, Mrs. Walker. You know me.
Yes, I certainly do. May I just remind you that this sunshine will tend to show up any dusty surfaces?
Oh, well, it's a good job there is none then, isn't it? Oh, and if you're worried about folks skiving off, you might like to ask Bet what you were doing chatting up a young fella across the street not half a minute since. He were fiddling with a camera or a telescope or something.
Indeed.
I'll confront him as soon as he comes back. I'll just say, are you from council, then watch his eyes. If he's lying, they'll give him away.
You can tell, can you?
Every time, love.
Good morning. Isn't it lovely?
We wouldn't know, would we, Fred?
Too busy to notice the weather?
Right.
Or don't you mean too busy flirting in the street? If you must chat with young men at street corners, I'd prefer that you did it in your own time.
I suppose Hilda's put the bubble in, has she? Had a little word?
Well, she did happen to mention that you were chatting to a young man with a camera.
A theodolite, actually.
Well, whatever it was, you should have been working.
You do know what a theodolite is, do you, Mrs. Walker?
Of course I do. Of course I do.
Well, then you'll know why you felt I'd better have a word with him.
Fred,
Yes, Mrs. Walker.
what's all this about the theodolite?
Well, I should have a word with Bet, Mrs. Walker. It were her that spoke to that fella.
What's all this about?
What's that, Mrs. Walker?
This man with the theodolite.
Oh, he's getting up a plan to redevelop the street, you know, surveying and that.
Redevelop? You mean knock us down?
Ah, well, he wouldn't actually say that. Mind you, it would explain why the brewery's taking its time over the decorating. Happened they've caught wind of it, you know.
He said he was from the council, this young man.
Well, Fred reckons he was, don't you?
He said he could be. You don't know, do you? I should have a word with Len Fairclough. He's on council, or Alf Roberts. Perhaps they'll know. That's unless they're sworn to secrecy.
Look, I said I'd try and go. That's all I said. Look, I'm sorry to be crying off.
You know to sort. You're not even bothered. And you've got the sauce to call yourself a friend.
Now, that's very wounding, that, Albert. I had every intention of going, only something's come up. I've had an offer of employment.
Employment? You?
Yeah, a mate of Monkey's got a stall on the market. Wants me to look after it for a couple of hours while he goes buying fire salvage. Look, Albert, what can I say? I've had an offer I can't refuse.
All right. Don't worry. I've been let down by better men than you.
Look, will you give Mrs. Sharples these books and this bag of chocolates and tell her that Eddie said not to eat all the chocolates in one go? Oh, and the books are from Mrs. Walker.
Yeah,
All right?
There's another one trying to solve her conscience with cheap and easy consolations. But she's no substitute for taking the trouble to go round and see her. And Ina's in no state for scoffing chocolates and reading magazines. She's in a bad way. And you don't realise how bad.
Look, well, at least it shows that we're interested, doesn't it? I mean, I thought you said she was getting better anyway.
Look, Ina Sharples is an old woman. You don't get up from a bash on the head like that when you just get to her age. And another thing, I reckon she'd still been in a coma if it hadn't been but for me, talking to her all the time and getting her out of it.
Yeah, all right, Al, but you did a grand job.
Yeah, well, that's just because I knew what to do.
Look, I better get down to Marcus. I'll pop back later and see how she is, all right?
Well, I don't know what time I'll be back. Depends on buses, you know. You've got to get 2 buses to that hospital.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'll see you. Cheerio.
Ta-ra.
Rita, I know it's none of my business, but you and Mr. Fairclough thought about, you know.
Thought about what?
Oh, you know, patter of tiny feet.
Oh, it's been taken care of. And the pattering of tiny feet will not be happening, if that's all right.
Oh, I just thought you might like to go in for a baby.
Go in for a baby? You make it sound like something out at the Irish sweepstakes.
Lots of women do have babies later on in life, and they're perfectly all right.
Later on in life? Thanks very much.
And I've always thought you'd met quite a good mother in a funny sort of way.
Well, if I ever feel broody or maternal, I shall go down to a pet shop, get one of them goldfishes in a little plastic bag, bring it home and mother it until I feel better. All right. In the meantime, just mark these cards up and get 'em in. Right, I'll make us a cup of tea.
Right.
Hiya. Where's Rita?
Oh, she's in the back. Who shall I say?
Terry.
Oh, all right, I'll tell her. Terry,
Terry Bates, okay. Stick where you are. Hello? Anybody home?
Terry. Terry, Law, how are you?
Okay. You all right?
Oh, come here. Oh, it's smashing to see you. God, you're enormous. Last time I saw you, you were that big.
Did you get a card sent for your wedding?
I did, and it was smashing, thank you.
Well, here's your present as well.
Oh, Terry, you shouldn't have. Hey, Mavis, have you got a minute? I can't get over you. Terry, this is Mavis. This is Harry Bates' lad. Terry, Mavis.
Pleased to meet you.
Same here.
Hey, do you want a cup of tea? Of course you do. Oh, Terry, that's smashing. Oh, it is. Now, that's dead good taste. Thank you. Hey, will you make that cup of tea for us, love? Have you had your dinner?
No.
Egg on toast, do you? Hey, will you do him egg on toast as well, love? Oh.
I'm sorry I'm so late with it, only I didn't want to post it. I thought you might have moved.
Moved? Me, I shall be here till they cart me out feet first. Mavis, shop.
Oh, the water heater's on.
Oh, hey, come and sit down and tell me all what you've been doing with yourself. Come on.
Have you a street map of Weatherfield, please?
Oh, now let me think. They did do one.
Yes, I've had one before, but I seem to have mislaid it.
Oh, well, let me think now. Did you want it for something in particular?
I want to find just where Raglan Street is. You know, the cables factory?
Yeah.
Well, there's a possibility of Ernest getting a job there as accounts manager.
Oh, well, it's not far away, actually. And I thought he was quite happy, though, working for Mr. Baldwin.
Yes, but the future of the factory does seem a little uncertain at the moment. An accounts manager would be a step up.
Well, sorry about the map. We must have sold out.
Oh, it's all right. Don't worry. Bye.
Bye-bye.
It's all very tentative, so I'd rather you didn't mention it to anyone, Mavis.
Mum's the word.
Mavis, water's boiling.
Tell me, Alf, are you still on the planning committee?
Yes. Of course he is. Where do you think he gets the gold cufflinks from and the big flashy cars? There's a few backhanders there, you know.
I wish you'd give over. I've never even been offered a backhander. Never mind taking one.
You wait till you're chairman, mate.
Oh, that'll be the day.
Well, can I ask you a direct question? Is there any plan to redevelop this area? And if not, why was there a surveyor across the road this morning?
Oh, it's the first I've heard of it. No, I'm just trying to visualise the town planning map. Now, you're not in the Leighton Street clearance. I mean, you're well clear of that. That's the one they're on at present.
They send surveyors for all sorts of things. It doesn't mean the bulldozers are coming in, you know.
Are you absolutely sure?
It'll have something to do with the factory, love.
Thank you. I really am very much obliged to you. It's nice to have friends in the know.
You're not going to mention what happened last Tuesday's meeting, then?
Well, if I'm asked. Look, whatever I say in that committee meeting, I'm quite prepared to defend outside it. I just hope I'm not asked.
Can I have 2 pies, love?
Well, they're not properly hot yet,
That
Stanley.
doesn't matter. I'm hungry.
Hey, you can get germs and all sorts of half-cooked meat pies.
I wouldn't worry, Hilda. The amount of meat in them meat pies, the little germs will have starved to death.
Yeah, well, leave them where they are till they're properly warmed through.
Oh, Chuck.
Oh, Stan, can't you think of something besides your belly for a change? I mean, I don't want to be left a widow, do I? Having to go to bingo every night. Oh, yeah. What was that fella doing across the road this morning with that telescope?
Taking photographs.
See, I told you, the camera. What's he taking pictures of?
Well, it's a magazine they're doing called Beautiful Britain.
All I'm suggesting is that you mention it casually to Mr. Baldwin and see how he reacts.
How can you mention it casually? Just say, look, I wish you'd go and take a running jump at yourself. I'm thinking of going somewhere else.
Well, why not? He takes you too much for granted. Hey, just make him realise how much he needs you. He might offer you more money to stay on.
He can't afford any more money. The way things are going, he can't even afford to pay me what I'm getting now.
Take the job at P&V then.
I might not get it.
You know what I think?
What?
It's what they call headhunting.
What is?
What P&V Cables are doing. Poaching away another firm's top executive. Tempting him away with an offer of a higher salary. They do it a lot in America. They call it headhunting.
Look, Emily, I am a wages clerk, not managing director of ICI. And if Mike Baldwin gets to hear this, he'll be the one that'll be after my head. I hope you've not mentioned this to anybody else, have you?
No, of course not.
Well, you made short work of that. Were you hungry?
That was belting, that, Rita. I never get anything like that at our house.
What, egg on toast?
It's true. That's my dad's latest for you. Doesn't go in for cooking.
Harry, give him a quid and send him to Chinese. I can't be bothered cooking.
Does he cough up?
Every time. Where my dad's concerned, she can't do no wrong. Me, I eat her guts.
Terry.
I do. She's always nagging at me, getting on at me. But you know, she's dead cunning.
How do you mean?
Well, she only nags at me when my dad's not there. When he's there, she ignores me. So when I tell my dad she's been nagging at me, he thinks I'm making it up.
Couldn't be 6 to 1 and half a dozen at t'other. Maybe you just need time to get used to her.
That's what my dad says. I should try and get on with her. But what about her trying to get on with me? She makes no effort. I wish you were back, Rita.
Well, there's not much chance of that now.
No. You know, sometimes I wish I was back in care. And you know how much you hated that.
Oh, it'll be all right, Terry. You see if it isn't.
Yeah. I can always join the army if it isn't. Hey, I best get back to work.
Well, how do you like your job?
It's all right. Not much future in it, though. Delivering roller tiles around factories. What do you move up to from there?
Well, you used to tell me you wanted to be an engineer.
Couldn't get a job as an apprentice, could I?
Still, you're only young. There's plenty of time.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Anyway, it's been smashing seeing you again. And don't leave it so long next time. You know where I am, and you're always welcome. I mean that.
Thanks, Rhea.
Tralo.
Traven. Thanks a lot.
Bye. He seems a very nice boy.
Ah, he's a smashing lad. Never forgets my birthday. I feel dead sorry for him. Harry's latest bit of fluff's giving him a bad time. She sounds a right bag of nails.
Oh, dear.
There goes a very unhappy little lad.
It's not your responsibility anymore, though, is he?
No, I suppose not. But he's nearest I ever got to having a son of my own.
Hey, what have you been telling Annie Walker about this street being pulled down?
Why, she's been putting frighteners on you because you can relax. I was only pulling her leg. Only you know what she's like, Mrs. Walker, no sense of humour. Can I have a couple of packets of chewing gum?
Yeah, help yourself. Are you sure it's not true?
Positive, yeah, why?
Well, because I've had this phone call from the Gazette reporter, Tony Collier. And he was asking me what people round here thought about this new improvement area. I said, what improvement area? They've had a council meeting, they've got this improvement scheme going round Red Wreck and all round there, and we're not included in it.
So what are they going to do about the houses round here?
Quite. That's exactly what I asked him. And he said, well, if they're not going to be improved, as a rule, they pull them down.
You're having me on. Well, that lets me off the hook. Did you tell Annie Walker about this phone call?
Yeah, I did. She's off at Town Hall now. She reckons she's been given some duff information.
And one for yourself, Federico.
Thanks very much, Eddie.
The other win?
No, a little job I've been doing. Actually, it's a little tickle monkey put me into.
Oh, aye.
Legit, Stanley, all open and above board, spot of retail trading. Hey, does your Hilda want a pair of tights?
Free.
Half price.
How much?
15p.
Oh, no, well, she's got to pay, you see. Hello, Chuck.
Never mind hello, Chuck. What sort of a time do you call this?
I'm just getting you a new pair of tights. Hey, Eddie, how much you say?
25p.
You said...
Well, inflation, Stanley.
Oh, well, all right. Here.
Oh, thanks very much, Eddie.
You're welcome.
Here, I asked you a question. How long have you been studying boozing?
Oh, no, I shot out and then bobbed in again, 'cause he was here, see?
Now, don't crack on you've been cleaning windows, Stanley. I've just had a look in your bucket and your chamois bone dry.
Well, I'll sup this and then
You
I'll
will
go.
not just suck that, Stanley. You'll get out there with that cart and start earning some money. Because if I get the push from over the road, which is highly likely the way they're all talking, you might have to start earning your own flaming beer money and you won't remember how it's done. So just shift yourself before you put down roots and I have to dig you up with a shovel. Now, go on. You've got 10 years yet to your pension.
Don't shove, don't shove.
Hurry up. Wasting the day.
Hey, you've 10 minutes to suck the pair of them.
No problem, Squire. I'm an expert.
How'd you go, Mrs. Walker? Find out what's going on. Get it all sorted out, like.
Yes, but I can't talk about it now. I'm going straight upstairs. I'm going to lie down. And I don't want to be disturbed for a while. Now, will you take my car round to the back? Oh, and if Mr. Fairclough and Mr. Roberts come in, tell them not to leave until I've spoken to them.
What's going on, Mrs. Walker? I mean, are they demolishing us or what?
Please, later, Fred. Later.
What's up with the Queen of Sheba?
Search me, Eddie.
Had a visitor at shop today.
Mm-hmm.
Terry Bates.
What did he want?
Nothing. Brought us a belated wedding present. Glass ashtray. It's nice. Left it at shop.
Very nice.
Well, he always was a thoughtful lad. Bit worried about him, though.
Oh, he's not in trouble again, is he?
No. But he don't get on with Harry's latest girlfriend. Half the time she's nagging him, rest of the time she ignores him.
Tough.
I wondered where you'd got to. What about your tea?
I've only been here 2 minutes, love, literally. I've only just come across the road from the factory. With Mike being in London, I've got to do all his work as well as my own. I've never stopped. Do you want a drink?
No, thank you. Did you ring P&V?
Didn't have a chance, love, honestly. I begin to think about it, too. I'm not quite sure it's a good idea to go after this job, you know.
Why not?
Well, I wasn't really convinced about it in the first place, and, well, I feel I owe Mike some loyalty for taking me on.
Mike Baldwin didn't take you on from the goodness of his heart, love. He gave you that job because he needed you. If he needs to get rid of you, he won't think twice. He's running a business, not a charity.
Well, just let's see if I get a firm offer from P&V. I'll ring them in the morning.
And if it's good enough, will you take it?
I'll consider it.
You'll consider it. Attack, Ernest, attack. That's how to get on.
If it is a better job, I'll take it.
And you won't let Mike Baldwin talk you out of it?
No, I won't. Are you happy now?
What can I fix you? Horse's neck? White lady? Cyanide capsule?
Hey?
Well, I thought you might like to do the decent thing and end it all rather than crack under interrogation.
What interrogation?
I am under orders to take you to my leader.
Mrs. Walker?
Who's a clever boy, then? Now, you've got a choice. You can nip out sharpish and have a mash you've never been in.
No, might as well get it over with. Tell her I'm here and give me a double brandy. No, second thoughts. Give me a double brandy first, then tell her I'm here.
Oh, hello, Eddie. Did you go to see Mrs. Sharple?
Yeah, I've just been, yeah.
Well, is she any better?
Well, it's like old Albert said. I mean, she's on the mend, but her pride's suffering. You know what she's like.
Is there any indication of when she might be able to come home?
Well, I asked the doctor that, and he said, well, it depends. You see, if there's someone there to look after her, of course she can come home a lot sooner. But there isn't, is there?
Alf, would you come through? Excuse us a bit. I think you owe me an apology.
Oh, yes, why?
It's bad enough to hear conflicting rumours from Bet Lynch and Reedy Bradshaw and those sort of people, but when I come to you on Len Fairclough for the truth, I expect the whole truth.
Now, look, Annie, you asked me if there was any proposal to pull down Coronation Street, and I told you there weren't.
Yes, but you didn't tell me that there had been a proposal that Coronation Street should be part of a general improvement area.
No, that's true, but it was only a proposal. I mean, it was thrown out at the meeting on Tuesday.
Exactly. And if it had gone through, we should have had grants to develop and mature the whole area. There would have been lawns and flower beds instead of these horrible snatches of waste ground, which are nothing but an eyesore. We should have been able to lift things to a proper standard.
It was only a suggestion, Annie.
And you voted against it.
Yeah, but it's a question of priorities, love. I mean, the area around Red Wreck...
Red Wreck? Why should the Red Wreck take priority over us?
Well, there's just not enough money about, love. I mean, the rates have gone up nearly 25% already.
You know what I think, Alf? I think you're hedging. I think there was a proposal to pull us down, and you and your partners in crime hadn't the decency or the courage to tell us.
That's just not true, Annie.
How are you doing here?
Can I come in?
Yeah, of course you can. Come on in. What's wrong?
I've left home.
You've what?
I have, Rita. I've left them.
Sit yourself down there.
I had to come here, Rita. Where else could I go?
Oh, what happened, love?
I had a big row with her. Worst I've ever had. I hit her. Smacked her across the face.
Terry.
I couldn't help it.
You didn't hurt her? I mean, not badly.
No, I don't think so.
So what are you going to do now?
I don't know. I'm not going back there, that's for sure. Could I stop here? For tonight? You said this morning.
Of course. Yeah, of course you can.
Won't they be looking for you?
No. Said I'd stay with a mate. They're not bothered anyway. Will it be all right with Len, do you think?
Well, he's working. They're doing some shop fitting, so he won't be home till late. Oh, it'll be all right, honest.
That's all right, then. Just thought I'd make sure. Any chance of a cup of tea?
Sure. Put kettle on. Yeah? You get that porridge down you, and don't go putting half a pound of jam on it.
What did Len say about you being here?
Oh, I haven't told him yet. He was working till late, and by that time, I were in bed. Milk?
Are you sure he won't mind?
Why should he mind?
He did last time. He said I couldn't stay with you last time.
Last time you'd run away from that home. Oh, come on, Terry, you're old enough to know difference.
I don't think he's that keen on me.
Do you know, there are times when I think he's not all that keen on me, and I'm married to him. So less of the chat, get on with your porridge.
Is it all right being married to him? Is he all right?
Yes, it's all right being married to him, and yes, he is all right. And stop worrying. There's no need.
It's like I'm always getting you into trouble.
Don't be daft.
I didn't want to.
I should hope not. If I thought that, I'd slop that porridge over your head.
It was great at home, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, when?
I know. When your dad wasn't there.
It's worse now. With that Doreen he's got there now. We're out time, me and her.
Oh, it can't be so nice for you.
It isn't. Oh, I better go off to work.
Sit down. There's no to be frightened of.
Hey, whose is this? And what's he doing here?
He stayed the night.
What for?
Because he'd nowhere else to go. Now, what do you want, love? Bacon and eggs. I've done bacon. I can drop egg in if you want.
Bacon will do.
Terry, what do you want, love?
I don't want anything else.
Don't be daft. You can't manage on that.
No, I never have much breakfast. I'll get ready for work.
Look, I know he's not our responsibility, but if we don't make him our responsibility, nobody else will.
How old is he?
17, just.
I was in the Navy at 17. And what have you got in mind for him?
Well, for a start, I don't want him joint Navy. I'm keeping him here for a few days.
You are not.
Len?
That lad's not stopping here, and that's flat.
Morning, sunshine. Oh, dear. Like that, is it? Whatever's up.
What's up? You know damn well what's up. You and your far-fetched stories, that's what's up.
Far-fetched stories? What far-fetched stories?
Don't come round here playing the little innocent with me, Bet Lynch. Might be a few dafties round here, but Fred G's not one of them.
Well, we'll argue about that later, Fred. But in the meantime, if you're thinking about my little early warning to Mrs. Walker, then all I can say is if every employee were as loyal as me...
Oh, shut up.
Well, there you go, being subtle again. Told you about that before.
She believes it, you know. She really honestly believes that this lot's coming down.
And why shouldn't she?
Because it's not. That's why.
Was there or was there not a little lad playing with his theodolite in this very street only yesterday?
You told me that he told you that he weren't from council.
And you told me that he would say that so as not to cause panic and alarm. Those were your very words.
That was just speculation. There's no point in going involving Mrs. Walker.
Well, I didn't know it was only speculation, Fred. Honest.
On your honour?
On my honour.
Still don't believe you.
Hello, Mrs. Walker.
Hello, dear.
Now, you know what they say. Don't worry, it may never happen.
Well, bless you for trying. It's a little too late for comfort. Fred about?
He's down the cellar.
I see.
Hello, what are you looking so pleased about? Lost a tanner and found a bob, have you?
Oh, it's more than that, Hilda. It's the sudden realisation that on top of everything else, you're brilliant. I know you'll find this hard to believe, but I have finally proved that you can be a genius and beautiful.
Big-headed, aren't you?
How else would I carry all these brains about?
No.
Why not?
You know damn well why not. Look, it's all very well you going on about responsibility, but you can't look after every lame dog that ends up on your doorstep, you know, and you can't expect me to either. That lad's not related to either of us. He's just a lad that you fed for a few months of his life, that's all. That's
Lenny,
as far as it goes.
He's having a bad time.
How do you know? How do you know he isn't conning us? He knows damn well that you shovel food down him. And the new bird doesn't, so what's he do? He comes trotting over to his Auntie Rita.
Oh, fair's fair. He's just refused to cook breakfast. You heard him yourself.
Lads aren't daft at 17. Not nowadays. Anyway, I'm not arguing. I want him out by the time I get back tonight. Out.
Ah, we are going to be late for work, aren't we?
Ah, they don't care all that much.
Well, maybe not, but I do.
Did Len say anything?
Not much. He was surprised.
What do I do tonight, like?
Look, is it as bad at home, as you say?
Honest, it's rotten. She doesn't keep the house clean, you know. It's all untidy, and there's all fag ends and that, all over the place. It's not like here.
You come back here tonight. I'll have your tea ready at 6 o'clock. And I mean 6 o'clock, not 10 past.
Right.
Look, shut up, will you?
There's nobody else here.
No, but if somebody comes in, I won't be able to stop you, will I?
Alf, pulling this street down is a matter for public concern. At least it is the people who live here.
Will you be told the street is not going to be pulled down?
Well, answer me this then. Why hasn't Len Fairclough done his place up? He knows something he's not telling, doesn't he?
There's 3 very good reasons why Len hasn't done his place up. 1 is he's born idle. 2 is he's mean as muck. And 3, he prefers drinking to any other part-time occupation.
Who do you think you're kidding? Anyway, why aren't we in the new improvement area?
Oh, every year this rumour comes up with monotonous regularity. And every flaming year it's proved wrong. This year's no different.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see then. But in the meantime, keep your mouth shut. My life's miserable enough as it is.
It's all right, he's only gossiping.
Oh, well, just some aspirins, please.
Oh, no, not another. It used to be, it's the staple diet around here. It used to be bread. Now it's painkillers.
Can you wonder, with all this uncertainty? I mean, Ernest's worried sick about what's going to happen to the factory.
Any comment?
Yes. Good morning.
I'm sworn to secrecy.
Oh, well, I must respect a confidence. The aspirins?
Oh, yes. Well, I hope they live up to their advert and soothe all your worries away.
Oh, you got worries, have you? Can't say I'm surprised. I reckon we'll all be out of jobs if Baldwin closes down.
Well, what have you heard, Hilda? I mean, according to all reports, Mr. Baldwin himself isn't all that concerned.
Oh, not according to what he told me. No, personally, I'll give the place a month, and then I think I'm erring on the generous side.
Do you know, Hilda, has anybody ever told you you are just like Bill Maynard? You have this uncanny knack of making people feel happy.
Oh, I'll suit yourself. If you want a load of lies, go to somebody what knows now. Mrs. Walker's order. She'll be in later on.
Oh, dear. It gets worse, doesn't it?
Doesn't it just?
Hello.
Sorry, love, no broken biscuits.
Well, give us a new tin and I'll break some. And a bit less of your sarcasm. I'm here after a bit of advice.
How can you ever forgive me?
Easy.
Yeah, I thought there'd be a way.
But we're not all that easily pleased, are we? Take Mrs. Sharples, for instance. What's going to happen when they kick her out of hospital?
What do you mean, what's going to happen to her? The authorities are going to look after her, aren't they? They don't just drop old people on doorsteps anymore, you know.
I know that. They ask the neighbours to rally round, don't they? So that's what I'm doing. I'm starting the rallying a little bit early.
Hang on. I mean, it's no good asking her to live here if that's what you're thinking. I mean, this is no place for convalescents.
Is that what I've just said? Have I just said that? I'm asking people to stay with her. Has she got any relatives?
I don't know.
So that leaves the neighbours. And knowing what a warm-hearted, generous bunch of northerners they are round here, I'll fit the list on the back of a twopenny postage stamp, won't I? I know what'll end up. It'll end up between me and Albert Tatlock.
Oh, poor Mrs. Sharples. What a choice to wish on anybody.
Anybody home? I'm in here. Oh, what do you want?
Well, not a warm welcome, Albert, otherwise I'd have gone somewhere else. No, it's Ina. Has she got any relatives?
Ina? Well, except for her grandson and his family in Hartlepool, I don't know of any. Why, not wrong, is it?
Oh, no, nothing like that. It's just that, well, I'm looking for someone to stay with her when she comes out of hospital. You don't fancy a couple of weeks over there, do you?
No.
Well, it was worth asking, wasn't it?
Look, I'll tell you something. It's not up to us old uns to look after the old uns, it's up to you young uns. We've done our bit, you know, we've brought up families and we've looked after them, and now it's time we got coddled a bit.
Yeah, point taken, Albert.
Oh, no, it's not. You talk a lot, but you do know it. If you young uns had your way, we'd celebrate our 70th birthday by jumping into cut until it come to your 70th, and then things would be different.
Do you know, Albert, I'm beginning to think it wasn't a good idea me coming round here this morning.
Oh, but it was. I mean, you've learned something, haven't you?
Oh, young man. Yes, I mean you. I just have one question for you. Were you thinking of leaving the public house standing?
Pardon?
Well, it's quite a simple inquiry. Were you thinking of leaving the public house standing?
Well, I wasn't thinking of going in.
It may be a laughing matter to you, young man, but I can assure you that to those of us who are losing our homes of many years, it is nothing short of a catastrophe.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant was I going to be standing. Oh, I see now. No, I'm afraid I don't work for the council or anything. I mean, this isn't for real. Well, it is, but I'm only practicing. I'm a student.
Isn't that what they told you to say?
Who?
The council.
No, I've nothing to do with the council. I'm a student. Honest, ask me mum if you like.
Tell me, did you tell the blonde young lady this when you were talking to her yesterday?
The one from the pub?
That's the one.
Yes, I did.
Could you tell me exactly what you told her?
It's all very worrying, and you can't get a word out of Alf Roberts.
Well, that's councillors all over, isn't it? They no sooner get elected by members of the public as the loyal and obedient servants, and then they won't talk to them.
Oh, it is very worrying.
And then what happens? You go crawling to town hall. Excuse me, you say, is it right I'm being chucked out onto the street? Shut up, they say, mind your own business, it's now to do with you.
For us to give you a cock and bull story. I mean, it stands to reason, doesn't it? There's no plans for us except the chop.
Hey, where you off?
Just going to use phone. Give us a song if Her Majesty comes in.
Hello, ringing your bookie again.
We don't begrudge me a flaming bet, dear. There's little enough pleasures in life around here as it is.
By heck, if losing money at the rate you're losing, it's a pleasure, you must be in a bad way. You know it's fun, isn't it? Have you ever heard of wish fulfillment?
Yes, when you wish for something to happen and it happens.
Yeah. Well, that's how it all started, you know, about street being demolished. I don't mean I wish for it to happen, but me and Fred started the ball rolling. On little or no evidence, so to speak of.
More you than Fred, I'll bet.
True, credit where it's due.
Oh, whatever possessed you to say a story like that? I mean, one thing, but her ladyship's going bonkers.
If I can go through life spreading a little confusion into lives like Annie Walker's, then my living shall not be in vain.
Honestly, you. Oh, God, give us another drink and have one yourself, although you don't deserve it.
Of course I do. You wouldn't know you were alive if it weren't for me. A pretty girl is like a melody that haunts me night and day.
Do I really haunt you, Bet?
Not really, Mrs. Walker.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Walker. I just threw it back, seen back door were locked.
Won't be for long, though, will it?
Oh, never mind the drink. I can't stand any more of this with my nerves.
Any more of what?
Don't you bother your pretty little head. Just be thankful I warned you.
Thanks.
Good morning. Could I have a word with Mr. Coates, please, Mr. Warren Coates? Mr. Coates? Oh, this is Anne Walker of the Rover's Return. Yes, I'm very well, thank you. Now, I dropped in yesterday to see Mr. Cresswell, but I understand he's away for a few days, so I wondered if you could help me, could you? How very kind. Yes, well, now, it's about the redecorations at the Rover's Return. There's been an unexplained delay. Ah, yes. Yes, of course, I knew there'd been a fire at the Royal Oak. They must be very busy. 2 weeks, you say? Good. I was beginning to think you were pulling the street down instead of doing it up. No, I'm only joking. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good morning, sir. Or should I say with that curly head of hair, madam?
Do you know I can pick up more insults round here in a morning than Bob Hope threw at Bing Crosby in his entire career. And I hope you're both ashamed of yourself, because I'm on an errand of mercy.
Locked till.
Do you know, I know how St. Peter felt. He must have had the same trouble. Look, Mrs. Sharples comes out of hospital shortly, and I'm looking for someone to stay with her until she's properly better. It's called community relations.
Living with Mrs. Sharples is called charging into hell.
There you go again. Clever, clever. I take it you're both concerned with helping your fellow man. In this case, your fellow woman.
Well, we don't always see eye to eye on that subject, but broadly speaking, yes.
Well, you see, it's very difficult to devote every minute of his spare time to one other person. I could spare, say, an hour a night for a week or two, but I couldn't nurse her full time.
Yeah, I want someone to stay with her. Hang on, that's not a bad idea. Why don't we have a rota, like prison visiting?
Exactly like prison visiting.
I'll put you both down.
Hang on a cotton-picking minute. You come back later. I've more important things on my mind.
Like what?
Like my husband's tea, which tonight happens to be very important.
Oh, come on, Ernest. Rini wants to go home.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm quite happy. How about a tin of pink salmon? Treat yourselves.
Yes, go on. I will be here all night. I suppose it's all you can expect. He's worried about his job across the road.
Can you blame him? Mind you, Elsie said something interesting. She reckons that Baldwin told Hilda... No, hang on, let's get it right. That Baldwin told Hilda that things were bad because if he'd told her the truth that things were picking up, it might have got back to the girls and then they'd start slackening off.
You know, that's very logical, isn't it, Ernest?
Oh, am I still here? Yes, of course it is very logical. It's also logical to assume that Mike will have spun Elsie a yarn, knowing that she would tell Rini, that Rini would tell us. Di-da, di-da, di-da.
Oh, haven't men got twisted minds?
This one also has an empty stomach.
Would you believe it?
Terry, love, Glenn's not struck on you staying.
No.
I mean, we all know you can't stay here forever. If you could stay for a couple of days, would you look for digs?
Yeah, I would.
Right. Well, I'll persuade Len to let you stay, but you got to promise to look.
I will.
I mean, no letting it slide.
No.
Right. Pour yourself another cup of tea and leave it to me.
Are you having one?
Yeah.
Look, never mind it went out. You tell me what she said again and I'll decide if it went out.
Like I said, she had you and me thought about the future. And then she said, forgive me, forget it.
She knows something, that's what it is. She knows something.
Hey?
Look, I'm in business. I can't keep a shop open and spend every hour God sends reading Agatha Christie to Ena Sharples.
Look, if for any reason you can't fulfil your commitments, then notify yours truly and other arrangements will be made.
Oh, stroll on.
You know, I can't understand the way your mind works. If an able-bodied man come to live here and he couldn't find an house, likely as not you'd put him in a 4-star hotel. And when he comes to us old uns, you don't give a toss.
We do give a toss, Albert. We give more than a toss. Just that it's a very big problem.
And that's why you run away from him.
Oh, Fred, give him another rum, will you?
Now, look, you can't bribe me with your rum. I intend living longer than the next 5 minutes, despite your prayers.
Yeah, Albert. Why weren't you a trade union leader?
Well, if I were, I'd have made a better job of it than some of that rubbish.
I'm not denying it, Albert, most sincerely. I know you would.
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Walker, I hope you don't mind me asking, but, well, my imagination's been captivated by something you said to Stan. Something about, have we give any thought to the future? What exactly did you mean, Mrs. Walker?
You can't say, can you, Mrs. Walker?
I don't know, Bet. Is it fair to keep such a secret locked in our bosoms? No, it isn't. Mrs. Ogden, I'm sorry to be the one to have to tell you this, but I'm afraid we're all going to be victims of the demolition men. The street is coming down. Now, I do wish I could tell you more. For instance, whether we're going to get a penny in compensation, but... However, perhaps Beck can help you. I think she knows most of all, so I'll leave you with her.
Forget it, Hilda. It's a joke. I've been kidding her.
Oh, aye. Nobody kids Annie Walker that well. If there's any kidding going on, it's aimed in my direction. So come on, there's no smoke without fire. Let's be having it.
Hilda!
We were right to know. I bought the house.
Yeah. Albert, go and fetch your Ken and give the bishops a knock. Tell them to get in here.
Oh, it is terrible news, isn't it?
Terry, love, just nip upstairs a minute, will you?
tell you we're a student and keep your voice down. We don't want the whole street knowing.
Why not? It's the whole street's affair.
Why did you let Mr. Walk leave to the council?
Oh, God give me strength how many more times I said he might have been, that's all.
There. Could I have a moment, please?
Oh, bless you, Mrs. Walker, you're a saviour.
Yes, well, we all have to be saved from ourselves from time to time, don't we?
Pardon?
Bed, the pages of history are littered with stories of unequal contests. And, you know, invariably, it is brain power that triumphs over sheer physical strength. Now, I know it could be said that you do carry a certain more weight than I do in certain areas, but unfortunately, not where it counts the most. Up here. I think you understand what I'm saying, don't you? Now, if ever you should feel inclined again to have a little fun at someone else's expense, I suggest that you choose someone of your own mental weight. Mrs. Ogden, for instance. And even before that, there's another important point to consider. There really is enough trouble in this world, you know, without manufacturing more.
No.
Why don't you tell old neighbours?
If that's the only way I can get through to you, that's exactly the way I'll do it. Can you see the way I feel, woman? That slob, Harry Bates, laughing his socks down because Muggins here is looking after his kid. This is my house, and I live in it with you. Nobody else. Nobody else's cast-offs. Not Harry Bates's or anybody else's. Can you get that through your head?
And I'm not talking about Harry Bates, I'm talking about the lad. I couldn't care less about Harry Bates.
Couldn't you? You have finished with him, have you?
Oh, don't talk so soft. Of course
Soft, you. You care more about that kid than you do about me.
That's not true.
Get down here, you! Out. Out!
It's not true. It's not true.
Classic Coronation Street is back on Monday at the same time. Next tonight, the new vehicle will certainly get them to the rugby match, but they'll have an extra spectator in Doctor in the House.